Physically, they are separated, and there are 12 hard capture hooks. Let us say they are to be lifted up. That means they are to get opened up in 2 phases. 6 hooks in one phase, 2 hooks and others 6 hooks in other phase. And there is a claw connecting the trunk and the capsule. This delivers the power, telemetry, and fluids that will also get detached. And then all hooks, they see that they are opened, all 12 hooks. And then initiate to see that whether anything is still sticky through ISS.
Right.
They'll fire the let's say small thrusters for a short duration, and then slowly they separate it out. So that is the departure mechanism that is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. today.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and giving us all the details on that. And of course, all eyes are on Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and his crew members as a countdown of their return begins. And also along with all the countrymen, of course, the Shukla's parents are really elated. Let's listen in to Group Captain Shukla's parents.
इससे ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात हो क्या सकती है कि हमारा बेटा एक मिशन से वापस लौट रहा है, ऊपर से सफलतापूर्वक मिशन उसका कंप्लीट हो। बस यही दुआ कामना करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जल्दी से जल्दी वो आए और आकर हम लोगों से मिले, मुलाकात करें। प्रार्थना यही कर रहे हैं कि अब ऊपर से जैसे सकुशल पहुंच गए थे उसी तरह सकुशल धरती पर वापस आए। यही भगवान से, ईश्वर से मनाते हैं कि भगवान उनकी रक्षा करें, अच्छे से उनको वापस धरती पर आते समय कोई दिक्कत ना हो, किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत परेशानी न पैदा हो और जल्दी जल्दी आए नीचे, वापस आकर मिले हम लोगों से। हम तो बहुत उत्सुक हैं देखने के लिए उसका कि कैसा स्वास्थ्य रहा, कैसे रहे इतने दिनों पर, ये सब देखने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। अब डर तो थोड़ा बहुत मन में रहता ही, मगर ठीक है, बच्चे ने ये कदम उठाया है तो माँ भी उसी में शामिल। बच्चे के हर काम में माँ अपने आप शामिल हो जाती, जो जिसमें बच्चे की खुशी उसी में माँ भी खुश रहती है। तो इसलिए हमको कोई दिक्कत, कोई डर नहीं महसूस होता है।
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही है। हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ जाए। ये हम ईश्वर से मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन हो।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं, अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं और सभी कुछ उसमें जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
And now a look at the other big story that we are tracking. Nimisha Priya, an Indian nurse on death row in Yemen, now faces execution on 16th of July for the alleged 2018 murder of a Yemeni national. And Yemen's president had approved Nimisha's execution earlier this year, and now in a final effort to save her, Nimisha Priya's family has offered $1 million, which is approximately 8.6 crore rupees. This is as blood money to the victim's family under Yemen's Sharia law, which allows for the possibility of pardon in such cases. All right, let's get a perspective. We are right now joined in by Advocate Subhash Chandran, who is Nimisha Priya's lawyer in the case. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how do you look at the offer of blood money under the Sharia law? Do you think that is the only last resort that we have right now?
Yeah, good morning. And today is a very crucial day for Ms. Nimisha Priya's family, friends, and the Save Nimisha Priya International Action Council, as the case filed by the Save Nimisha Priya International Action Council is considering today by the Honorable Supreme Court of India.
Yes.
So yes, we have offered a blood money to the the victim's family by the Nimisha Priya as International Action Council, as well as the Nimisha Priya's family. But the family of the victim has not come to the negotiation table yet. They have not either accepted the offer or they have not denied the offer. So there are some grey areas in this matter. So it can be resolved only by the intervention of the Union of India. That's why we approached the Honorable Supreme Court, seeking some directions to the Union of India to facilitate the negotiation through the diplomatic channel, because there is a travel ban since 2016. This travel ban exists now, and there is no, in the last 9 years the Indian diasporas or Indian citizens are not there. So it's very difficult for us to lead the negotiations there. So the only one agency, the major stakeholder who can lead this negotiation is the government of India only. So we are very clear. We said to government of India that we don't expect a single penny from Union of India or the government's exchequer. We are ready to raise the entire amount, whatever the victim's family demand. We are ready to raise that as crowd fund, and we are ready to pay it. But we are praying, we are seeking, we are humbly requesting the government of India's indulgence only to facilitate the negotiation, as there are some these logistical issues and the linguistic issues. So we hope the Honorable Supreme Court will understand our concerns, and the Honorable Supreme Court will direct certain directions to the Union of India today.
All right. Sir, beyond DIA, when we talk about the blood money, DIA, also the executive pardon, are there other legal options available as far as the Yemeni law is concerned? And is there any possibility of probably human rights organizations' pressure or by international organizations?
All the legal the options are exhausted in this case, because in 2020 the trial court, the Yemeni trial court has convicted Nimisha Priya sentenced Nimisha Priya for the death penalty. Thereafter we filed the first appellate court. We approached the first appellate court with an appeal, and that was dismissed by the first appellate court in 2022. Then thereafter we approached the Supreme Court of Yemen, that's Supreme Judicial Council, and the appeal before the Supreme Judicial Council was also dismissed by the Yemeni Supreme Judicial Council in 2023. So all the legal remedies are exhausted in this matter, and only the available remedy, that's according to Sharia law, the DIA is available, the blood money is available. So now we can explore that option only, and that can be done only through the consent of the victim's family. So we will have to bring them to the negotiation table, and we are trying to do that.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV, and we wish you all the best for the hearing in the Supreme Court today. All right, let's get to some other news. The body of a 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found by the Delhi police, reported PTI, and her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Gita Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. And her family is alleging police inaction in the case. Remember, this is the case of a Delhi University student from Tripura who was missing for the last 6 days, and she is a student of Delhi University, and now her body has been found. It was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Gita Colony flyover in North Delhi. Let's get all the updates. Our colleague Sambhavi is now joining us for more details. Sambhavi, what details do you have about the case? And as far as the finding of the body is concerned, what led police to look at that spot, and what are the details emerging? All right, we'll try to connect back with our reporter, but the details so far in the case is that this girl from Tripura, she was studying in Delhi University, and she was missing for the last 6 days. And her body has been found under the Delhi bridge. It was below the Gita Colony flyover. Her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River. And at the moment, what we do know is that the parents are alleging police inaction in the case, and the mystery about her missing and her body being found is right now deepening. So investigation is currently underway. She hailed from Sabroom in South Tripura, had come to Delhi for higher education. Sambhavi, our colleague, is now joining us. Sambhavi, what are the details emerging in the case now? Sambhavi, can you hear me?
Well, yes.
Yes,
as
please,
per the
go.
latest update, we know that...
Yes.
Yes. As per the latest update, we know that Sneha Debnath's body was found floating in Yamuna River under the Geeta Colony Bridge. And Sneha was reportedly a BSc student in Atmaram Sanatan Dharm College from Delhi University. And her last call was to her mother on 7th of July around 5:56 a.m. when she told her mother that she's going to drop a friend off to the railway station, but when her phone was found switched off around 2 hours later, the family grew concerned. In the latest update yesterday, her dead body was found. We are keeping close tabs on all the updates of the case, and we will keep bringing it to you as and when we receive it.
Some of you also understand that a post-mortem report is currently underway. The post-mortem is currently underway. And what is the police saying at the moment? Because a suspected suicide note apparently was also found at her residence, and now her body has been found. So any updates on police saying something about that?
Well, no, there hasn't been any update on that yet. Yes, the body was sent for post-mortem yet, and we are not able to access any post-mortem report yet. They haven't released anything.
All right. Thank you, Sambhavi, for all those details there. And viewers, now let's take a look at some other news from across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kanwad Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone camera is being transmitted to the Integrated Command Control Center through Jatayu van and is also accessible on the mobile phones of the officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that following the successful trial installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches, it will now install CCTV cameras in all coaches. In a statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. Severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur in Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the Indian Meteorological Department. An orange alert has been issued for heavy rainfall in the Hadoi region, including Kota, Baran and Jhalawar. A yellow alert has been issued in 25 districts, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur. And now, a very, very shocking incident that has come in from Bihar, where RJD leader and Bihar's leader of opposition, Tejasvi Yadav, has abused journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Ruining and running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi Yadav, in fact, insulted the media, and he hurled the slur "Mutra" to describe the journalists. Take a look at this shocking report.
Bihar leader of the opposition Tejasvi Yadav talked himself into a controversy after he directed a filthy bar by journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur "Mutra" to describe journalists.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं, हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है, इसका कोई आधार नहीं ना। ये वही सूत्र है जो पाकिस्तान में कब्जा करवा दिया था, इस्लामाबाद, कराची। सूत्र नहीं, मूत्र लोग हैं।
The former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister stoked a massive row, saying sutra or source is mutra, as he sought to question the moral spine and integrity of journalists.
Make no mistake, this is clearly an attack on press and its dignity. Remember, we constitute the fourth estate and the fourth pillar of democracy, and for this kind of contempt and this kind of mindset, Tejasvi Yadav has revealed really from where he comes, and the manner in which he was speaking, the body language, the expressions, that clearly showed that he has utter contempt for media. He has absolute disrespect for the institution of press. Remember, sources are supposed to remain anonymous, and that's why, and that's how journalism flourishes. That's how we practice our craft, because otherwise everything else becomes PR and publicity. In this case, while Election Commission officially has not come out with a statement yet, because remember, the matter is sub judice.
Not stopping at this, the RJD leader also cast aspersions on the neutrality of the Election Commission, alleging that it was functioning as a cell of a particular political party. The EC officials, meanwhile, claimed that foreign nationals from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar were found during the house-to-house visits for the ongoing role revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Tejasvi, however, dismissed the poll panel's claims. Responding to Tejasvi's crass comment on media professionals, BJP leader Sanjay Jaiswal demanded that the former issue a public apology.
तेजस्वी जी के साथ सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है, 20 मिनट तक वह कागज पढ़ते रहे और तब तक वो ठीक थे, लेकिन पत्रकारों ने सवाल पूछा तो जिस प्रकार का उन्होंने पहले तो सूत्र के बारे में बोला और उसके बाद कह दिया कि प्रेस भी यही है। मीडिया कर्मियों के सामने और किसी के भी मनुष्य के बारे में इस तरह की टिप्पणियां करना केवल तेजस्वी यादव कर सकते हैं। तेजस्वी जी की दिक्कत यही है कि पढ़े लिखे नहीं होने के कारण जो घर पे 2-3 उनके लोग हैं वो जो रटवाते हैं, बताते हैं, वह जाके वह मंच पर बोल देते हैं, कहीं भी बोल देते हैं। उससे बाहर का अगर कोई प्रश्न आएगा आउट ऑफ सिलेबस तो वो ऐसा ही कचरा करेंगे। यह प्रेस का अपमान है।
Tejasvi's distasteful remark has raised a larger question on whether the opposition in Bihar has resorted to shooting the messenger amid the EC's ongoing purge of bogus voters.
Viewers, we are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Also coming up ahead, pilots grouping Alpha India is now mulling legal course to be made part of the Air India plane crash probe. Details on those big stories and much more after a short break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो. मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो. महाराजांची माफी मागतो. बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो. उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो. राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो. आवाज आवाज
इथे बोल जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा मराठी लोग मराठी महाराष्ट्र वाले मराठी लोग बोल रहे.
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है. आज का भारत निडर दिखता है. आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है. आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है. और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है.
सारे जहां से अच्छा is Subhanshu Shukla's message from the ISS. Today is his return journey. 2 p.m. is the time when the undocking begins. Odisha government forms a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore student self-immolation case. Pilots grouping ALPA India mulls legal course to be a part of Air India plane crash probe. Body of a 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found in Delhi. The body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on the Sunday evening. Slamming Russian President Vladimir Putin, United States President Donald Trump said he'd end Ukraine war in 24 hours and his patience with Putin is wearing thin. And we start this edition with some breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with Karnataka, where there has been a major embarrassment for the Congress party. This after the Karnataka Congress Lingaraj Kani, a close aide of Minister Priyank Kharge and MLA Alam Prabhu Patil, has been arrested by the Maharashtra police in a drug trafficking case. Now, Kani, who is a Kalaburgi South Block Congress president, was nabbed in Thane city while allegedly selling narcotics. The police has seized 120 bottles of banned codeine syrup from his possession. A case has been registered under the NDPS Act at the Kalyan police station in Mumbai, and the further investigation in the case is underway. So that's the huge breaking news that we have coming in. A major embarrassment for the Congress party. This is Priyank Kharge, the Karnataka minister's close aide, who has been arrested by the Mumbai police in a drug trafficking case. He was found to have smuggled drugs. We learned that 120 bottles of banned codeine syrup was found from his possession. A case under the NDPS Act has already been registered against this aide of the Karnataka minister Priyank Kharge, and further investigation in the case is underway. Abhishek is joining us live from the Kannada newsroom. On that note, Abhishek, take us through what else has been found in the possession of this very close aide of the Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge?
Tanisha, the accused Lingaraj Kanni is the block president in one of the major regions where Minister Priyank Kharge is representing, and also he's a close aide of Allam Prabhu Patil is also the MLA. So these people, especially I would name Asif, Tausif Asif is accused number 1 in this case, Lingaraj Kanni is accused number 2, and Syed Irfan is accused number 3. And these people have been taken into custody by the Mumbai's Bazarpet police because these people were found selling the substances which is related to narcotics, and the name of the drug should not be mentioned for various reasons. These people were in possession of 120 bottles or packets of the substance and they were trying to sell this in the market of Maharashtra is what the police have informed as of now. So this is surely a major setback to Minister Priyank Kharge as well as the Karnataka state government, because he was the block Congress president which represents Priyank Kharge's assembly. On the other hand, MLA Allam Prabhu Patil also is a very known person to the person Lingaraj Kanni. At this point of time, it is sure that the Congress would defend their person, and they would also make sure the other two people made sure that this person, especially Kanni, was not involved in this, and this is due to the political influence that Lingaraj Kanni has been taken into custody. We are waiting for a response from the government as of now with respect to what they have to talk about their block Congress president. Tanisha.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for getting us those details. We quickly move forward to the other stories that we are tracking, and this one is from the state of Odisha. Now, in the latest update on the tragic self-immolation case in Odisha, the state government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the incident. The student who set herself on fire on the college campus she said that she was allegedly harassed by her teacher, sexually harassed by her teacher. She remains in critical condition with nearly 95% burns. The committee will probe both the allegations of harassment and the delay in action by authorities that may have led to the extreme step. In fact, we are also getting in a reaction from the Chief Minister of Odisha, Manji. Let's listen into what he had to say.
सर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम का साथ बातचीत कर लिया और अभी तक क्रिटिकल स्थिति है। अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
Yeah, we received the patient yesterday and with a critical condition. Patient is in ICU and getting ICU care, and it is about 95% burn, and patient is in ICU with the ventilator. Patient critical, we are trying our best. We are providing all sort of best care, possible best care to the patient.
Sir, an expert committee has been formed.
Yeah, yes, a committee is constituted to take after various aspects, multidisciplinary critical care, pulmonary, nephrology, and also involving other burn and plastic. So a lot of people, all sort of treatment, special care we are giving for the patient. Yeah, we received the patient yesterday and with a critical condition. Patient is in ICU and getting ICU care, and it is about 95% burn, and patient is in ICU with the ventilator. Patient critical, we are trying our best. We are providing all sort of best care, possible best care to the patient.
Sir, an expert committee has been formed.
Yeah, yes, a committee is constituted to take after various aspects, multidisciplinary critical care, pulmonary, nephrology, and also involving other burn and plastic. So a lot of people, all sort of treatment, special care we are giving for the patient.
All right, we quickly move across to some other breaking news coming in, and this is from the state of Karnataka, where Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has hinted out at a horse trading process that is underway within the Congress party in the state of Karnataka. Remember, this comes amid the changes in and tussle amid the chief ministerial post in the state of Karnataka. It is Union Minister Prahlad Joshi that has gone ahead to say that there is horse trading that's happening within the Congress party. And remember, this comes in the heels of the tussle over the chief ministerial face that's happening in the state of Karnataka. In fact, today we learn that there are back-to-back key meetings that will be held in Bengaluru as well. And with that, another breaking news that we have coming in is how the Congress is in complete firefighting mode, with Ranjit Surjewala all scheduled to hold key meetings today as far as the chief ministerial tussle is concerned in Karnataka. Surjewala will be in Bengaluru. He will be meeting the Congress MLAs. He will be meeting the other Congress leaders as well, and this is in regard with the power tussle that's there in Karnataka, a complete firefighting mode there that Ranjit Surjewala is going through. Back-to-back huddles today in this state of Karnataka, Bengaluru to be specific. Remember, the key front runner is who's in the chief ministerial face is the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar. When asked D.K. Shivakumar about will there be a change in chief ministerial post, he said it's upon the Congress High Command. However, when spoken to Siddaramaiah, he seemed quite confident and he said that he is going to remain the Chief Minister for the next 5 years. So conviction there in Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's voice when it comes to the power tussle. D.K. Shivakumar, however, looking extremely unhappy there with the decision that the Congress High Command might have taken. Remember, there was a power sharing formula, the 50-50 formula that report said that must have agreed upon as far as the tussle is concerned. However, Siddaramaiah had completely dismissed the power sharing formula, saying that no such formula has been discussed and that he will remain the Chief Minister for the next 5 years. Moving on to some other political stories that we are tracking. In a shocking incident, RJD leader and Bihar's leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav abused journalists during press briefing in Patna, running down the fourth pillar of democracy. Tejasvi hurled the slur "Mutra" to describe journalists. Take a look at this detailed report on how Tejasvi Yadav's comment has now created a huge political storm.
Bihar leader of the opposition Tejasvi Yadav talked himself into a controversy after he directed a filthy bar by journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur "Mutra" to describe journalists.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं, हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है, इसका कोई आधार नहीं ना। ये वही सूत्र है जो पाकिस्तान में कब्जा करवा दिया था, इस्लामाबाद, कराची। सूत्र नहीं, मूत्र लोग हैं।
The former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister stoked a massive row, saying sutra or source is mutra, as he sought to question the moral spine and integrity of journalists.
Make no mistake, this is clearly an attack on press and its dignity. Remember, we constitute the fourth estate and the fourth pillar of democracy, and for this kind of contempt and this kind of mindset, Tejasvi Yadav has revealed really from where he comes, and the manner in which he was speaking, the body language, the expressions that clearly showed that he has utter contempt for media, He has absolute disrespect for the institution of press. Remember, sources are supposed to remain anonymous, and that's why, and that's how journalism flourishes. That's how we practice our craft, because otherwise everything else becomes PR and publicity. In this case, while Election Commission officially has not come out with a statement yet, because remember, the matter is sub judice.
Not stopping at this, the RJD leader also cast aspersions on the neutrality of the Election Commission, alleging that it was functioning as a cell of a particular political party. The EC officials, meanwhile, claimed that foreign nationals from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar were found during the house-to-house visits for the ongoing role revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Tejashwi, however, dismissed the poll panel's claims. Responding to Tejashwi's crass comment on media professionals, BJP leader Sanjay Jaiswal demanded that the former issue a public apology.
तेजस्वी जी के साथ सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है 20 मिनट तक वह कागज़ पढ़ते रहे और तब तक वो ठीक थे, लेकिन पत्रकारों ने सवाल पूछा तो जिस प्रकार का उन्होंने पहले तो सूत्र के बारे में बोला और उसके बाद कह दिया कि प्रेस भी यही है। मीडिया कर्मियों के सामने और किसी के भी मनुष्य के बारे में इस तरह की टिप्पणियां करना केवल तेजस्वी यादव कर सकते हैं। तेजस्वी जी की दिक्कत यही है कि पढ़े लिखे नहीं होने के कारण जो घर पे 2-3 उनके लोग हैं वो जो रटवाते हैं, बताते हैं, वह जाके वह मंच पर बोल देते हैं, कहीं भी बोल देते हैं। उससे बाहर का अगर कोई प्रश्न आएगा आउट ऑफ सिलेबस तो वो ऐसा ही कचरा करेंगे। यह प्रेस का अपमान है।
Tejashwi's distasteful remark has raised a larger question on whether the opposition in Bihar has resorted to shooting the messenger amid the EC's ongoing purge of bogus voters.
Countless Indians are looking to the skies today. This and sending up silent prayers for a safe and triumphant return as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla begins his journey back to Earth alongside his AX-4 crewmates. After spending 2 unforgettable weeks aboard the International Space Station, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returns with a treasure trove of memories from his historic space flight and docking to the ISS to bonding with fellow astronauts over Gajar Ka Halwa and that unforgettable live interaction with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from space. As we count down to the return of India's newest space hero, here's a special report that you need to look at.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition and lift.
After 2 weeks of intense science experiments at the International Space Station, it is time for farewell and celebration for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 other astronauts from the Axiom-4 mission, who are all set to begin their return back to the Earth. As the Axiom-4 mission neared its conclusion, astronauts aboard the ISS gathered for a feast featuring a diverse menu representing the 6 nations involved in this mission. Currently, there are 11 astronauts on board the ISS, 7 from Expedition 73 and 4 from Axiom-4 commercial mission. While speaking at the formal farewell ceremony, Shukla hailed the progress of India and reiterated Rakesh Sharma's iconic words from 1984 Space Odyssey.
40 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Shukla expressed a profound admiration for India and described Bharat to be ambitious, fearless and full of pride from the space.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank my country and all their citizens for supporting this mission and me with all their hearts. And I would like to thank ISRO for making this happen. All the colleagues at ISRO who have worked tirelessly in developing all the protocols, the science and the outreach activities, the researchers back in India, the students who developed the outreach items that I carried. I would also like to thank NASA and its international partners, Axiom Space, SpaceX, for ensuring that we were trained adequately well and providing all the support round the clock, and all the people who were sitting on ground supporting this mission, making it extremely successful.
Speaking about his time in orbit, Shukla described the journey as, quote, incredible and almost magical. He highlighted the mission's scientific achievements, outreach efforts, and the sense of wonder that comes from viewing the Earth from orbit, adding that he'll be carrying a lot of memories and learning from this Axiom 4 mission. As the Axiom 4 mission comes to a close, Shukla's heartfelt farewell from the International Space Station stands as a proud and emotional moment for India, a testament to its fearless scientific ambition and growing global stature in space.
A billion hearts across India and around the world are counting down a few anxious hours as Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla prepares to return home today with his AX-4 crewmates, marking the end of a remarkable 15-day mission in space. Upon his return to the Earth, Group Captain Shukla will undergo a 7-day rehabilitation program, during which his health parameters will be closely monitored. Here's a report on his final leg of the journey.
From countdown to splashdown, India's space hero Subhanshu Shukla is set to return to the Earth. This 18-day journey with 4 astronauts and many experiments is finally coming to an end. As per NASA, the Dragon spacecraft will not just return with 4 astronauts, but will also carry data from over 60 experiments conducted throughout this mission. As the SpaceX Dragon capsule prepares for re-entry into the orbit of Earth, Subhanshu and his crewmates will face intense physical and environmental challenges. Strapped into the seats, they'll experience high G-forces as the capsule plunges through Earth's atmosphere at speeds exceeding 27,000 kilometers per hour. The re-entry process for Axiom 4 is meticulously orchestrated sequence. The Dragon capsule will undock from the ISS's Harmony module and perform a de-orbit burn to slow its speed, allowing Earth's gravity to pull it back. As it re-enters the atmosphere, friction will create a plasma sheath. The spacecraft's heat shield will endure temperatures upwards of 2700 degrees, protecting the crew from the fiery descent and even temporarily cutting off communication with ground control. But the journey doesn't end with splashdown. After landing, the astronauts will undergo a crucial 7-day rehabilitation process. Astronauts face muscle atrophy, bone density loss after extended missions in space. Rehabilitation ensures that they regain their strength, balance, and mobility. It's a step-by-step process, and it begins with light physical therapy, aimed at easing the astronauts back into Earth's gravity. They'll focus on regaining muscle tone and flexibility. The future of space exploration has only just begun, and Subhanshu Shukla's story is a beacon of hope for all who dare to dream.
It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get you the details of how there has been a shocking case that has come to light from Odisha, where a college student has self-immolated herself. She has suffered 95% burns. All that and much more on that story coming up after the break. Also after the break are details of how Palace grouping ALPA India merged legal course to be a part of Air India plane crash probe.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago.
All right, breaking news now coming in, and this is in regard with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's visit to China after 5 years, where we learn that he met the Chinese Vice President in Beijing today ahead of the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting. The External Affairs Minister of India, S. Jaishankar, said that India supports a successful Chinese presidency of the SCO. He noted that the bilateral ties have been steadily improving since the Modi-Xi meeting in Kazan last year. Jaishankar also said that the resumption of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra was widely welcomed in India and stressed that the normalization of ties can lead to mutually beneficial outcomes with the world in complex situation. He underlined the importance of an open exchange between the two Asian neighbors. So a thought that we see coming as far as the India-China relations are concerned, there could be the normalization of the ties as far as India-China meeting in the SCO summit is concerned. Jaishankar there saying that he compliments the successful Chinese presence of the SCO. It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break are the details of how Delhi University student has been found dead in the Yamuna River. The probe is underway in the case.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो, मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो, महाराजांची माफी मागतो, बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो, उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो, राजसाहेबांची माफी मागतो। गलती हो गया, पुढे तो भाईचा बोला आवाज आवाज व्हिडिओ मध्ये कसा आवाज, व्हिडिओ मध्ये कसा आवाज,
इथे बोल, जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting that he hadn't been close to Epstein for nearly 2 decades before his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The countdown to Shubhanshu Shukla's return from the International Space Station has begun as the undocking of the Axiom 4 mission with the ISS will take place today. That is the big story that we are tracking through the day today. Let's take a look at the other big stories as well in the headlines.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
India is still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in his final message from the space. Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Pilots grouping Alpa India mulls legal course to be part of the Air India plane crash probe. Body of the 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found. Body retrieved from Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover on Sunday evening. Amid fierce power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within Karnataka Congress. And slamming Russian President Putin, US President Donald Trump says he would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. And his patience with Putin is wearing thin. The top story, well, it has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left for Earth for a historic space mission. Now, the countdown to his return has begun. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla with his crew members will fly back to the Earth tomorrow. The Dragon spacecraft will undock from the ISS today and will splash down in the Pacific Ocean off the California coast tomorrow. Meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shubhanshu Shukla said that while his journey in the space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long and difficult ahead. Let's take a listen.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अपि प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहाँ से अच्छा दिखता है।
So the countdown of the return journey of Group Captain Shukla and his crew members has begun, and the entire countrymen, including of course Shukla's parents, are really elated. Let's listen in to Group Captain Shukla's parents.
इससे ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात हो क्या सकती है कि हमारा बेटा एक मिशन से वापस लौट रहा है, ऊपर से सफलतापूर्वक मिशन उसका कंप्लीट हो। बस यही दुआ कामना करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जल्दी वो आए और आकर हम लोगों से मिलें, मुलाकात करें। प्रार्थना यही कर रहे हैं कि अब ऊपर से जैसे सकुशल पहुंच गए थे उसी तरह सकुशल धरती पर वापस आए। यही भगवान से, ईश्वर से मनाते हैं कि भगवान उनकी रक्षा करें, अच्छे से उनको वापस धरती पर आते समय कोई दिक्कत ना हो, किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत परेशानी न पैदा हो, और जल्दी आए नीचे, वापस आकर मिले हम लोगों से। हम तो बहुत उत्सुक हैं देखने के लिए उसका कि कैसा स्वास्थ्य रहा, कैसे रहे इतने दिन ऊपर, ये सब देखने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। अब डर तो थोड़ा बहुत मन में रहता ही, मगर ठीक है, बच्चे ने ये कदम उठाया है तो माँ भी उसी में शामिल, बच्चे के हर काम में माँ अपने आप शामिल हो जाती, जो जिसमें बच्चे की खुशी उसी में माँ भी खुश रहती है। तो इसलिए हमको कोई दिक्कत, कोई डर नहीं महसूस होता है।
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही है। हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ जाए। ये हम ईश्वर से मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन होगा।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं, अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं, और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं, और सभी कुछ उसमें जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
And viewers, we have big news coming in from the national capital, where the body of the 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found by the Delhi police. Her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening, and she was missing for the last 6 days. Her family is now alleging police inaction in the case. Remember, this young student from Delhi University was missing for the last 6 days, and yesterday evening her body was retrieved by the Delhi police from the Yamuna River. All right, so the really we were updating you about the 19-year-old student of Delhi University. She hails from Tripura, and she was missing for the last 6 days, and her body has been now found in Yamuna River. Shambhavi, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Shambhavi, what are the details emerging in the case? Sneha's body has been found. What are the updates? We understand that her body has been sent for the post-mortem. What is the police saying at the moment?
Well, yes, the body has been sent for post-mortem, and as per the latest update, a suicide note has been found in her old room, where it was very clearly mentioned by her that I don't want to continue living like this. I feel like a burden, I feel like a failure, and this is getting very unbearable. And in that note, reportedly, she said that she is planning to end her life by jumping off the Signature Bridge. And as per the police, with the help of some technical team, they have contacted the driver that dropped Sneha off to the Signature Bridge, and her last known location was also at the same bridge. Plus, there are also some witnesses who have reportedly seen a girl standing on the bridge and then later disappearing from the spot. So these three accounts are corroborating with the reports that this might be a suicide case.
All right. Thank you so much, Shambhavi, for all those details there. And viewers, now let's take a look at some more news from across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kanwad Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone cameras is being transmitted to the integrated command control center through Jatayu van and is also accessible on the mobile phones of the officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that following the successful trial installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches, it will now install CCTV cameras in all coaches. In its statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. Severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur, Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the India Meteorological Department. An orange alert has also been issued for heavy rainfall in Hadoti region, including Kota, Baran and Jhalawar. A yellow alert has been issued in 25 districts, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur. We have breaking news coming in at this moment. A bomb call has been received at a Navy school in Chanakyapuri in the national capital and a CRPF school in Dwarka in the national capital. Now, this bomb threat was received through mail. Delhi police is currently engaged in investigation. There is also a bomb disposal squad at the spot. Remember, earlier also bomb threats have been given through mail. However, so far, no suspicious material has been found. And this threat coming in for two schools in the national capital, one in Chanakyapuri, the other in Dwarka. And at the moment, the bomb disposal squad is at both the spots. And remember, these bomb calls coming in through mail. And Delhi police is currently engaged in investigation. Remember, this is a very, very important area, Chanakyapuri, because this is the diplomatic area. And let's get all the updates. Jatin, our colleague, is now joining us live from the national capital. Jatin, two schools in the national capital have received bomb threats. We understand there is a bomb disposal squad at both these places. What are the updates that you are getting in?
कुछ भी ऐसा सस्पिशियस इन दोनों स्कूलों में नहीं मिला है क्योंकि चाणक्यपुरी का नेवी स्कूल इसके अंदर बॉम्ब की जो मेल है वो साफ तौर पर मिली और द्वारका का सीआरपीएफ। अभी इन दो स्कूलों के बारे में जो जानकारी है वो हमें मिली है। दोनों ही जगहों पर पुलिस और बॉम्ब स्क्वाड मौके पर पहुंचा हुआ है। जो जानकारी जो चेकिंग है वो वहां पर संभवतः की जा रही है। लेकिन अभी तक दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि मेल के जरिए जो थ्रेट मिला था वो सुबह के समय मिला था, जिसके बाद जब स्कूल ओपन हुए अथॉरिटीज ने उस मेल के बारे में देखा तो तुरंत जो पुलिस है और तमाम जो सिविक अथॉरिटीज है उनको इस बारे में जानकारी जो है वो दी गई है। सर्च ऑपरेशन दोनों ही जगहों पर चलाया जा रहा है। सीआरपीएफ स्कूल रोहिणी, आपको याद होगा, इससे पहले भी वहां पर इस तरीके से मेल किया गया था, लेकिन इस बार सीआरपीएफ स्कूल द्वारका का बताया जा रहा है, जहां पर बॉम्ब थ्रेट होने की जो जानकारी है वो साफ तौर पर मिली गई है। पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अभी पूरे स्कूल को सैनिटाइज किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि मामला स्कूल से जुड़ा हुआ है तो कोई भी लापरवाही इसको ना हो, इसलिए तमाम जो एसओपी है उनका पालन किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस मौके पर है, एम्बुलेंस मौके पर है, फायर ब्रिगेड की मौके पर है और बॉम्ब स्क्वाड भी मौके पर पहुंची हुई है। तो संभवतः सभी पहलुओं पर चेक किया जा रहा है। हालांकि मेल किसने की उसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि सबसे पहली प्रेफरेंस अब इसी बात को लेकर है कि दोनों ही स्कूलों को सैनिटाइज किया जाए। मल्टीपल चेक वहां पर किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि छोटे बच्चे जो स्कूल सुबह पहुंचे थे उनको वापस भेजने का जो प्रोसीजर है वो स्कूल अथॉरिटीज द्वारा किया गया। किसी तरीके की पैनिक ना फैले उसको लेकर ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। लेकिन अभी स्कूल को क्रॉस चेक और पूरे तरीके से सैनिटाइज किया गया है ताकि तमाम जो अथॉरिटीज है इस मामले को लेकर वेरीफाई फैक्ट्स कर सके। उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन संभवतः इस पूरे मामले में की जाएगी कि आखिरकार ये मेल किसके द्वारा भेजा गया। लेकिन फिर से अपने व्यूअर्स को बता देते हैं कि पैनिक की जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ भी सस्पिशियस अभी तक मिला नहीं है, लेकिन स्कूल से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है तो हर पैरामीटर्स पर जो तमाम सिक्योरिटी चेक्स है वो वहां पर किए जा रहे हैं। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Alright, thank you so much for those updates there, Jatin. We'll keep coming back to you for that story. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. And that is senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala is going to now hold one-on-one meetings with the ministers and Karnataka Congress MLA today in Bengaluru. Remember, these developments coming in even as the power tussle continues as DK Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. There are rumors of exchange of power, the change of powers, change of command. But amid these developments, senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala is going to hold meetings with the Congress MLAs in Bengaluru today. However, both the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister have been insisting that there is going to be no change and both of them are on the same page as far as this issue is concerned. However, there are talks of dissent within the Congress party. Let's get all the updates. Abhishek, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Abhishek, a very good morning. We heard earlier Prahlad Joshi had alleged there was this horse trading going on, use of money power, and now Surjewala is going to hold meetings with the Congress MLAs in Bengaluru today. A lot of talks of dissent within the party. What is happening?
Well, this is the third time that Randeep Singh Surjewala is coming back to Bengaluru to have a conversation with the MLAs and the ministers within the Congress party. As far as we have been informed, the entire Congress community isn't happy with their leaders or the ministers, and we have seen clear outrage on the ministers from some of the senior MLAs where they complain the ministers aren't giving a heed to the demands or the requests of senior most MLAs in the Congress party. On the other hand, we have also seen there is a tussle happening between DCM DK Shivakumar and CM Siddaramaiah because as per the AICC's directions or information which came in around 2.5 years ago, it was decided or pre-decided that DCM DK Shivakumar might be elevated to the post of Chief Minister in the month of November or December. That is exactly half after the 2.5 years of the term of Chief Minister. And now we've clearly seen that DCM DK Shivakumar had mentioned that he has no other choice other than supporting CM Siddaramaiah because this is what has been decided. CM Siddaramaiah has also claimed that he will be the full-time Chief Minister of Karnataka. On the other hand, we've also seen MLAs from the party claiming that DCM DK Shivakumar should be elevated, and they are not happy about the government itself. When these people have come out in the front of people and in front of media complaining that there are severe indifferences within the party, Randeep Singh Surjewala came into the state and to the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee office to collect the opinion of at least 80 MLAs in the last 2 weeks. And today, he has summoned at least 10 ministers from the government to collect their opinions as well. And their names have been kept a secret as of now because he doesn't want the media to know what is happening within the Congress party. It is very sure that Randeep Singh Surjewala, when he's coming back to Bengaluru, it means that the party in the state state of Karnataka is not up to the mark, and the High Command sees this as a threat to the next couple of elections, and this is why the Randeep Singh Surjewala's team is continuously coming to Bangalore to make sure the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee comes back into the line.
Absolutely.
Aishwarya.
Stay with us, Abhishek, because we are getting more breaking news coming in with the Congress MLA claiming that the BJP was planning to topple the government in Karnataka. He prepared a list of target of 55 legislators through central agency. Now, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has hit back, and he has alleged that horse trading was on in the ruling party itself, that is the Congress party itself, amid Chief Minister change speculation. So both parties slamming each other and blaming each other for the power tussle within the Congress party. Let's go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, now, you know, of course, we do know that there is a huge dissent within the Congress party happening for a very, very long time now. And that has led to these rumors about the chief minister's position. But the Congress MLA now saying that it is the BJP that is doing the dirty work. And Prahlad Joshi again hitting back and saying that there is a horse trading happening within the Congress party itself. So definitely the power tussle is spilling through, and it has become a big issue here in Karnataka.
Well, Aishwarya, we've clearly seen that the Congress MLA Vijayanand Kashyapnawar had mentioned that the BJP is trying to horse trade at least 55 MLAs from the Congress to make sure that this government is toppled and BJP to come into power. On the other hand, Prahlad Joshi, who's also the union minister, has mentioned openly stating that the horse trading is happening within the Congress party itself, because the ruling is between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar. The horse trading is happening between these two teams to show the High Command that either DCM DK Shivkumar is much more powerful than Siddaramaiah on one hand. On the other hand, CM Siddaramaiah's followers are trying to horse trade the members who are supporting DCM DK Shivkumar. So the internal horse trading is indirectly directed towards the BJP is what Prahlad Joshi has mentioned clearly as of now. So it is a backlash on the Congress government once again. Because the horse trading is not up to our mark is what Prahlad Joshi has mentioned. So we will have to see how Congress and the BJP leaders react on this horse trade issue as of now. On the other hand, we have clearly seen from the history of various other elections.
All right,
the DCM DK Shivkumar
stay with us, Abhishek. We are right now joined in by Mr. Dheeraj Maniraju, who is a BJP MLA from Karnataka. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how would you react to these charges coming in from the Congress party that it is the BJP that is trying to topple the Karnataka government? But what we can see is that there is a power tussle really happening within the Congress party itself, and the dissent within the party is growing. Surjewala is going to meet the MLAs today. How do you look at the entire development in the state, the political developments within the Congress party itself?
Madam, if you first of all see, the people of Karnataka have given a clear mandate of 140 seats to Congress. Congress has never got such a single large majority. Even after getting 140 seats, they are not able to provide stable governance. Why would BJP go to topple a government which is falling by itself? There is clear infighting between them. They are not able to make chairmen for any boards or corporations. They are not able to establish a clear-cut government. They are not able to pay the money for the transporters of the free Annabhagya rights. So I have no clue why BJP would even look at such a perspective. They are, I think, giving hints of what they want to do, and they want to take it up. I think it's a clear infighting and a fallout between the leaders of the Congress party in Karnataka. BJP has nothing to do with this. BJP will never do such a thing in Karnataka at least.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on the entire fiasco really that is happening within the Congress party in Karnataka. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in, and this is regarding the Air India crash in Ahmedabad, and the pilot body there is mulling for legal recourse to be part of the investigation into the Air India Boeing 787 plane crash probe. This is a day after alleging that the AAIB's preliminary report suggests a bias towards the pilot error. The Airline Pilots Association of India represents over 800 pilots of the airlines and helicopter companies in the country, and it is also a member of the International Federation of Airline Pilots Association, which claims to have 1 lakh pilots from across 100 countries as its members. And against the backdrop of the AAIB's preliminary report, the representatives of ALPA India are now going to meet the officials of the DGCA, that is the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, and they are going to discuss various issues today. This meeting is going to happen today. All right, so pilots' body is mulling legal recourse. Remember, the pilots' bodies have been saying that the AAIB's preliminary report into the Air India crash shows a bias really towards the pilot error. Remember, in that report, the report had mentioned about the conversation in the cockpit between the 2 pilots, in which one of them had asked, why did you switch off the switch? And the other one had said, I did not. And after that, the pilot's body is alleging that the AAIB's preliminary report suggests a bias towards the pilot error, and this body is now mulling legal recourse. It wants to be part of the investigation into the Air India Boeing 787 plane crash probe, so that their side of the story also is included as the investigation is going to continue. Remember, this is only a preliminary report into the crash findings. And this pilot association represents over 800 pilots of the airlines and the helicopter companies in our country, and is also a member of the International Federation of Airline Pilots Association. All right, we are right now joined in by Group Captain GP Bajpai, aviation expert, and also IF retired officer. Thank you, Group Captain, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, now, as far as the pilot's body is concerned, there is going to be a meeting that will be happening today with the DGCA. What do you expect to come out of the meeting, and what are the points that the pilot body is going to put forth for the DGCA?
Ma'am, good morning to you and to all your millions of viewers. I have a very high regards for the pilot body, because in the past they had done a great job. But on this particular issue, in case if we restrict ourselves within the domain of preliminary report given by investigating committee, in my opinion, there are enough indications there is a manual movement of switch from run position to cutoff position in air immediately after takeoff of the AI-171 with a gap of 1 second, because there are 3 to 4 clear-cut indications in the preliminary report. Number one pilot had asked to the other pilot, asking that, did you switch it off? Why did you switch it off? It has a meaning. Instead of, he could have asked, did it switch off, or any other sentence. He said, why did you switch it off? There is a probability the other pilot had seen the manual action of the pilot to whom he is addressing. Right. Number two point, in the same report, last but 2 line speaks that they don't have at this moment of investigation, no recommendation for the Boeing or GE company. That indicates they have not found anything with respect to technical problem on the aircraft.
All right.
Number 3 point, this is the first investigation wherein they have roped in the psychologist. In the original committee, they have included Home Secretary.
Right.
They have included DGP Police.
Yes.
So what all these indications? They are pointing out there is a human intervention. That's why I have got my own reservation that this meeting will result in any positive or fruitful outcome.
All right. All right, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on this story. Thank you so much. And viewers, we are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Also, more details on pilots grouping Alpa India mulling legal costs to be part of Air India plane crash probe. Details on those big stories coming up ahead.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो, मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो, महाराजांची माफी मागतो, बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो, उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो, राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो, हो गया पुढे तो भाईचा बोला आवाज आवाज मग
इथे बोल, थोड़ा जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा मार।
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in his final message from space. Odisha government forms a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Pilots grouping Alpa India mulls legal costs to be part of the Air India plane crash probe. Body of 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days found in Delhi retrieved from Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover on Sunday evening. Amid fierce power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within the Karnataka Congress. And slamming Russian President Vladimir Putin, US President Donald Trump says he'd end the Ukraine war in 24 hours and that his patience with Putin is wearing thin. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in amid the growing concerns over rising instances of radicalization in prisons. The Ministry of Home Affairs has issued a comprehensive set of guidelines to all the states and union territories aimed at identifying, monitoring and rehabilitating radicalized individuals within the correctional facilities. The Home Ministry also requested the states and union territories to incorporate the guidance in their prison management practices for addressing the issue of radicalization in prisons in a structured, effective and proactive manner. So, there are growing concerns about rising instances of radicalization in prisons, and now the government of India has acted. The ministry has issued comprehensive guidelines to all the states and the union territories, and these guidelines are aimed at looking at identifying and monitoring and rehabilitating these radicalized individuals within the prisons in our country. So this is these are the guidelines that have been sent by the Ministry of Home Affairs.
All right, from radicalization in jails to what's happening in the state of Odisha. Now, in the latest update on the tragic self-immolation case in Odisha, the state government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the incident. The student who set herself on fire on the college premises had alleged sexual harassment by her teacher. She remains in critical condition with 95% burns. The committee, in fact, will probe both allegations of harassment and the delay in action by authorities that may have led to the extreme step. We are getting in reaction from the Chief Minister of Odisha. Let's listen in.
भुवनेश्वर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है, उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है, उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम का साथ बातचीत कर लिया। और अभी तक क्रिटिकल स्थिति है। अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
निश्चित रूप से वो एक बहुत दुखद घटना है ये। ऐसा तो होना बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहिए था। तो जो भी सिचुएशन है, तो पहले तो मैं कहूँगी कि एक नारी के हिसाब से कुछ उनको कुछ ऐसा आघात हुआ होगा, इसलिए उन्होंने ऐसा डिसीजन लिया, पर ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए था। तो कुछ भी हो सिचुएशन पर हमें स्ट्रांग होना है और डटकर लड़ना चाहिए।
I just want to question to the state government that it is high time you get up from your sleep. You have been completely deflecting the criticism, deflecting the allegations that is being levied on the state government time and again. This girl, this innocent girl has been raising the complaint time and again. On 1st July, she has given a written complaint to the committee as well. Fakir Mohan University is one of the most renowned university, having more than 500 students studying in the college. In this college, a student is lodging a complaint to the internal committee. She has also informed the same to the SP Baleswar as well. She has also intimated to the MP Baleswar. Despite having exhausted all her remedial measures, despite having exhausted all the measures and approaching everybody, she has also tagged the Honorable Chief Minister, lot of handles on the Twitter, expecting a reply because these handles have always been active. Despite trying and giving her best effort, her family members were also invited to be for a discussion in the committee, but there was not a ray of hope, and the state government has failed her. The authorities have failed to give her the protection.
I'm moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this one from the state of Karnataka, where there has been a major embarrassment for the Congress party in Karnataka. Lingaraj Kanni, a close aide of Minister Priyank Kharge and MLA Alma Prabhu Patil, has been arrested by the Maharashtra police in a drug trafficking case. Kanni, who is the Kalaburagi South Block Congress president, was nabbed in Thane city while allegedly selling narcotics. Police seized 120 bottles of a banned substance from his possession. A case has also been registered under the NDPS Act at the Kalyan police station in Mumbai, and the further investigation in the case is underway. We'll try and get some Congress and BJP reactions on that, but this is the man. He is a very close aide of Minister of Karnataka, Priyank Kharge, where Priyank Kharge's close aide, the man that you see on your screens, has been found allegedly smuggling drugs. He has been arrested by the Mumbai police and has an FIR, a complaint in fact has been launched at the Kalyan police station in Mumbai. Further investigation in the case is underway. Not just Priyank Kharge, this man is was also in touch with Mallikarjun Kharge. He was in touch. He used to work in the same party. And because the close aide of Karnataka minister has been arrested, it's also the duty of the Congress party to come out clean, give out a statement on who is this man who has been caught with the drugs, what are his links, was there any funding that was there with him, and for how long has he been doing this, because somewhere or the other he is associated to the Congress party. All right, we're trying to get in more details of how this close aide of the Karnataka minister came in touch with the Mumbai police as far as the drug trafficking case is concerned. BJP is reacting very sharply to that incident. Let's listen in.
सर, जो बिहार में SIR एक्टिविटी चल रही है उसमें जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के BLO है, जो ऑफिशियल्स है.
All right, we seem to have some problem in getting the BJP reaction played up, but that's the latest breaking news that's coming in as far as the drug trafficking case is concerned. The Mumbai police, remember, has arrested the very close aide of Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge. All right, BJP spokesperson, BJP Karnataka spokesperson S. Prakash is joining us on the phone line on that note. S. Prakash, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. What do you have to say on this? A very close aide of the Karnataka minister has been caught by the Mumbai police in case of drug trafficking.
It's very shocking. A close aide of a cabinet minister is a drug peddler. And I'm shocked what other anti-national, anti-social activities he might be committing using his connection. The Congress party in Karnataka, several of its activists are involved in many of such dubious associates. Even in Ranya Rao case, top-ranking Congress leaders' names were figured. Now the Priyanka Kharge, who is the son of AICC President Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, his aide is now arrested in drug trafficking. He needs to explain to the people of Karnataka why he holds such criminals as his close aides. He should explain and clarify his stand. An inquiry into the entire episode must be transparent, and it should cover his association with the drug peddler also.
Absolutely, S. Prakash. Thank you very much for sharing your insights on that. In fact, we also have Shahzad Poonawala, BJP spokesperson, reaction on the case. Let's listen in.
मीडिया रिपोर्ट के अनुसार जो बिहार में SIR एक्टिविटी चल रही.
All right, we'll try and sort the issue out as far as Shahzad Poonawala's bite is concerned. But for now, it's time for us to have a check of the other stories that we're tracking on this edition.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The 12th batch of devotees have departed from Nuwan base camp in Pahalgam for their pilgrimage to the holy cave of Sri Amarnath Ji. Security has been heightened in the area, and the BSF medical team is providing round-the-clock medical assistance to the pilgrims. Security has been tightened in Nuh of Haryana ahead of the Braj Mandal Jal Abhishek Yatra. The police were seen inspecting the hilly areas as a part of the security measures. Kerala's Palakkad district has reported a second Nipah case. Now, the first case was reported when a 58-year-old man from Karmapurat near Mannakkad tested positive for the virus. We now know that he later passed away at a private hospital in the state. Following the development, an alert has been issued to the hospitals in Palakkad, Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kannur, Wayanad and Thrissur districts of Kerala. and gentlemen, Utsav Shekhar, the driver of a luxury car who was held for running over 5 people sleeping on the footpath in Delhi's Vasant Vihar area. He was granted bail just 48 hours after he was arrested. The shocking hit-and-run incident took place in the early hours of July 9. In fact, we have Soumya, who is reporting live from outside the residence of the driver of the Audi. Remember, the shocking case here is that even after he was arrested following the incident, he has already been granted bail. Granted bail just 48 hours after he crushed 5 innocent people under his luxury vehicle. The CCTV video of the accident that had gone viral showed how there were migrant laborers who were crushed under the wheels of an intoxicated driver who was driving harsh, and this area is the Vasant Vihar area of the national capital. Soumya is joining me live from outside the residence of the Audi driver. Soumya, where about Utsav at this point in time? We believe that he has been granted bail just 48 hours after he was arrested.
Yes, well, Tanisha, it happened just yesterday, 48 hours, as you correctly mentioned, that he was granted bail. The police confirmed that the accused, Utsav Shekhar, who happens to be a property dealer, was granted bail in that particular case that happened on 9th of July when he was under alcohol consumption. He ran over not 5 but 6 migrant workers who were lying right outside a petrol pump who was opposite the Shiva camp in South Delhi's Vasant Vihar. At the moment, we are outside Utsav Shekhar's house here in Dwarka. As you can see, the house is locked. People, the neighbors here have no whereabouts as to not just Utsav, where the whole family has disappeared. People around here in this area, they have no information as to where the family has absconded right after Utsav Shekhar was granted bail. However, a team tried to get a word yesterday from the family members and Utsav as well. However, the mother was present yesterday and did not spoke to us yesterday, and now today when we are here, the house is locked. You can see here, as you can see here, the house is locked. The family is absconding altogether. The neighbors at the moment, as per their information, they have no idea of the whereabouts of the family. So these are the developments at the moment.
Right, absolutely, Soumya. Thank you very much for sharing those updates. We will keep coming back to you as and when there are updates on the story, when we know where actually has the Audi driver left to. For now, it's time for us to move on to the other stories. Now, tension simmers in Haryana's Nuh district as authorities have stepped up security ahead of the Braj Mandal Jal Abhishek Yatra. With fears of a repeat of last year's communal violence, the government has ordered schools shut and suspended internet services till July 17th. Now, we learn that the paramilitary forces have also been deployed and Section 144 is in place, banning large gatherings. Organizers insist the yatra will go ahead, while the administration says no permission has been granted.
पे आए हैं जल चढ़ाने के लिए। आज सावन का सोमवार है।
हम सबको इतनी खुशी हो रही, लड़ाई हुई थी उसके बाद ना आने में इतना अच्छा लग रहा है। सब सुरक्षित हैं हम, आप पुलिस वाले हैं, आप हो मीडिया, सबको देख के हम सुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे हैं। हम बिल्कुल ठीक है, बहुत आनंद आ रहा है यहाँ पे आके।
किस तरीके से भगवान शिव को प्रसन्न करते हैं सावन के दौरान? कैसे जल चढ़ाएंगे, क्या क्या करते हैं?
आरती जल चढ़ाते हैं, आरती करते हैं, मन लगता है खूब, बहुत भाव है। भोले बाबा के मंदिर में आते हैं, इस बार
भोले सबकी मनोकामना पूर्ण करते हैं। बहुत पुराने हैं हमारे यहाँ पे भोले बाबा, इन सबको देख के हम बहुत खुश होते हैं। हर बार यहाँ पे आते रहते हैं।
अब डरने लगा आने में?
नहीं, बिल्कुल, हम पहले भी डरते थे।
पहले भी नहीं डरे थे हम, तो पहले भी आए थे ऐसे ही।
आज सावन का सोमवार है और सभी शिव भक्त जो है मंदिरों में जाके भगवान शिवलिंग पे जल अभिषेक कर रहे हैं और मंदिरों में भगवान शिव के जयकारे गूंज रहे हैं। इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं नूह के नल्हड़ महादेव मंदिर के बाहर। पहले तो मैं आपको तस्वीरों के माध्यम से दिखाना चाहूँगा कि मंदिर के बाहर की जो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है वो यहाँ पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा पुख्ता की गई है। आपको पुलिस के जो जवान हैं यहाँ पर तैनात नज़र आ रहे हैं। वजह यही है कि आज से 2 साल पहले सावन के दौरान ही कुछ असामाजिक तत्व ने माहौल को ख़राब करने की कोशिश की थी, जिसमें आगजनी हुई थी और कई नुकसान जो था वो देखने को मिला था। लेकिन ऐसी तस्वीर दोबारा से सामने ना आए, तो इन्हीं तमाम बातों का ध्यान में रखते हुए पूरे नूह के अंदर कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट्स बनाए गए हैं जहां पे हरियाणा पुलिस को तैनात किया गया है और जो गाड़ियां अंदर आ रही हैं उन गाड़ियों की एंट्री के बाद ही उनको अंदर दाखिल किया जा रहा है। ये मेरा बाहर एग्जिट पॉइंट आप देख सकते हैं। यहाँ से सभी लोग जो पैदल आ रहे हैं, वजह यही है कि यहाँ तक किसी को भी अपने वाहन लाने की जो है अनुमति वो नहीं है, इसलिए लोग जो हैं पैदल अपनी यात्रा करके यहाँ महादेव के मंदिर पहुँच रहे हैं।
That was my colleague Sahil, who was reporting from Nuh in Haryana, where there has been ample security, keeping in mind the Jal Abhishek Braj Mandal Yatra that will take place. As far as the Sawan Somwar is concerned, security has been beefed up, and this is a grim reminder of the last year violence that happened in Haryana, in Nuh, at a time where Jal Abhishek Yatra was being carried out by Hindu groups. Moving across to some other breaking news that's coming in a shocking incident. RJD leader and Bihar's leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav abused journalists during a press briefing in Patna, running down the fourth pillar of democracy. Tejasvi heard the slur "mutra" to describe journalists. Take a look at this report on how this controversy has now snowballed into every political forum.
Bihar leader of the opposition Tejasvi Yadav talked himself into a controversy after he directed a filthy bar by journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur "mutra" to describe journalists.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं, हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है, इसका कोई आधार नहीं ना। ये वही सूत्र है जो पाकिस्तान में कब्जा करवा दिया था, इस्लामाबाद, कराची। सूत्र नहीं, मूत्र लोग हैं।
The former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister stoked a massive row, saying sutra or source is mutra, as he sought to question the moral spine and integrity of journalists.
Make no mistake, this is clearly an attack on press and its dignity. Remember, we constitute the fourth estate and the fourth pillar of democracy, and for this kind of contempt and this kind of mindset, Tejasvi Yadav has revealed really from where he comes, and the manner in which he was speaking, the body language, the expressions, that clearly showed that he has utter contempt for media. He has absolute disrespect for the institution of press. Remember, sources are supposed to remain anonymous, and that's why, and that's how journalism flourishes. That's how we practice our craft, because otherwise everything else becomes PR and publicity.
All right, moving across to some big breaking news that's coming in. Rouse Avenue has reserved its verdict on whether it will take cognizance of money laundering allegations against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. The order will be pronounced now on July 29th. So a very, very slight relief there that has come for Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and this is in regard with the National Herald case. Remember, the ED had made startling claim as far as the National Herald case is concerned. Money laundering allegations were put upon the Congress party, especially Sonia and Rahul Gandhi were in a huge situation in the dock. But now we learn that the Rouse Avenue Court has reserved its verdict in the case. The pronouncement of the verdict will be done now on July 29. Rhythm is joining me on the phone line on that. Rhythm, is this a slight relief for the Congress party leaders? All right, Rhythm is joining me on the phone line. Rhythm, the pronouncement of the verdict will be now on July 29. Do we call this a relief for the Congress party leaders, Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, or will there be an eager wait on what's going to happen next to them?
This is not a relief for the Congress party leaders. The judge has reserved the order. On the 29th of June, on the 29th of July, we are going to see a verdict on what is going to happen now in the National Herald case, in which the ED has strongly stated that we have to see the role of the Congress party key leaders. Then their role is now going to be decided, and whether they are going to face trial has to now be decided by the Rose Avenue Court bench that heard this case. It has reserved its order on taking cognizance in the National Herald case. The verdict on cognizance will be pronounced on 29th July. This is cognizance of money laundering allegations specifically against Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Delhi's Rose Avenue Court reserved this order on this cognizance of the prosecution complaint of the Enforcement Directorate. The main people the Enforcement Directorate has been speaking about in these day-to-day hearings that Republic TV has been breaking for the past few weeks has been Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Sam Pitroda and others in the National Herald money laundering case. In fact, several times as this case has been proceeding, S.V. Raju, the Additional Solicitor General representing the Enforcement Directorate, has said his main argument has been that there is more than sufficient ground for the court to take cognizance against all the accused. He's also pointed out that debt was transferred, the right to recovery debt was transferred. He's relied on the Transfer of Property Act. But we're not going to make it technical for our viewers. This is going to be a very important case hearing that we're going to be seeing in whether the National Herald case, whether there is going to be immediate cognizance taken for Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. July 29th is going to be a crucial date.
Absolutely, Rhythm. Thank you very much for sharing those details. It's time for us to now slip into a short break. But after the break are all the details on how Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee after the self-immolation case of a college student. Also coming up after the break, pilots grouping ALPA India must legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting,
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो। मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो। महाराजांची माफी मागतो। बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो।
बाळासाहेब से माफी मागतो।
उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो
माफी मांग
राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो
माफी मांग
क्या बोला उखाड़ना उखाड़ ले
गलती हो गया महाराज
गलती हो गया हमने तो भाई साहब बोला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting that he hadn't been close to Epstein for nearly 2 decades before his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 11 a.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. The top focus remains on the undocking process that will take place of the Axiom 4 crew. The homecoming is all set to take place. Countdown has already begun. We get you all that and much more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
India is still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in final message from space. Odisha government forms a 3-member committee to investigate the Balaswar student self-immolation case. Pilots grouping ALPA India mulls legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe. The body of a 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days found by the Delhi police. Amid fear power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within Karnataka Congress. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar in China after 5 years for the SCO summit. He calls for continued normalization of ties between India and China when he met with the Chinese Vice President. And we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the release of Udaipur files. The Supreme Court has agreed to list the plea challenging the Delhi High Court's order challenging staying on the release of Udaipur files. That's a big breaking news that's coming in. The Supreme Court, however, has not dismissed the plea. He has in fact said that they will be listing the plea. Gaurav Bhatia, senior advocate and a BJP spokesperson, made the mentioning where he said that the Supreme Court has agreed to list the plea challenging the Delhi High Court's order staying on the release of Udaipur files. The big breaking news, Rhythm Bhartwaj joining us on the phone line on that. Rhythm, the Supreme Court has finally agreed to list the plea challenging the High Court's order on the staying of Udaipur files. Where do you think it's going to go from?
The Supreme Court had refused an urgent hearing today, but they've agreed to list the plea that's challenging the Delhi High Court order. Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appeared for the producers in the Supreme Court. He said he appeared for the producer who had invested his lifetime savings in the movie. He also said he got the censor board certificate. He gave details about what had happened, but he said the Delhi High Court wrongly interfered and stayed the movie. Justice Suryakant, who was leading the bench, also asked about this and said, okay, the movie has been released. He said, okay, we shall list the matter after a day or so. And Gaurav Bhatia also tried to give out more details, but the court said, fine, we will hear you. The movie was to be released on 11th July is what Gaurav Bhatia told the court. We're also trying to get in touch with the senior advocate. It's the first day of Supreme Court's reopening. It's possible he's busy in the corridors of the Supreme Court, but we're trying to get in touch with Gaurav. So Gaurav Bhatia also told the court one day before at 8 p.m. an order is passed staying the release. Justice Kant said the release of the movie is allowed. Bhatia said the movie is allowed by the certificate board, but the theatres have been booked, but it's not there. Justice Kant asked questions on whether it's based on a true story of a person. Bhatia gave out details about what Udaipur Files is about. He said, with responsibility, I must say it's a case of violation of the fundamental rights and the Supreme Court should give a hearing. After hearing everything, the Supreme Court has said, all right, we will be hearing this. They're going to list the matter soon, this week itself, and give a hearing in this case.
Right, Rhythm, thank you for joining us with those details. Now it's time for us to move on, viewers, because it has been more than 15 days. It has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left for Earth for a historic space mission. Now, the countdown for his homecoming has begun. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla with his crew members will fly back to Earth tomorrow. The Dragon spacecraft will undock from the International Space Station today, and it will splash down in the Pacific Ocean off California coast tomorrow. Meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shukla said that while his journey in the space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long and difficult. Listen in.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अपि प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Now, to give us more insights about this historic mission of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, we have Dr. Sheshagiri Rao Velanki, the former ISRO scientist, and also Dr. S. Venkateshwara Sharma, former Deputy Director of ISRO. Firstly, let me come across to you, Dr. Venkateshwara Sharma. How do you look at this mission? 15 days Shubhanshu Shukla had been on the International Space Station. What kind of, an edge will India get as far as its future missions are concerned?
Well, good morning to you and good morning to the viewers. It is more than 2.5 weeks since he is there. It's 18 days, not 15, and that is one major thing where we gained another additional 3-4 days for him to stay there and do the experiments. His first thing. If you see the entire mission, this entire mission has a purpose. ISRO has taken up this activity ISRO, whatever it does it with a purpose. Therefore, the Gaganyaan is, which is scheduled for 26th and 27th launch, is something which is on our background for this particular, mission of sending an astronaut to space. So, since you had asked me a question, I will give you a little elaborate answer with respect to what we have gained out of this particular mission of sending Shubhanshu Shukla to space. The first thing is that an experience of an astronaut going to space who has been trained from 2019. He has been selected at Bangalore. He has been trained in the astronaut training center in Bangalore, then in Russia, Cosmos, then in US. It's all in the simulators, but actual condition to simulation, there will be definitely difference. As Shubhanshu Shukla rightly said, his travel, his takeoff from the Falcon 9 rocket and getting into the space, within 15 minutes, he experienced a real jerk, and after his first meal, he had to get into sleep. Therefore, the experience of the astronaut traveling in space is something which we had not the experience. We have got the first-hand experience. After that, the travel itself is another big experience. After that, he has docked into the ISS mission. Please remember, he had been a pilot. So he had also been doing the maneuvering of the activities and the Dragon capsule whenever required. And also he had been continuously interacting and interfacing with various agencies. That's a big experience for us for our Gaganyaan. Once it is docked, the exercise of taking over, handing over, etc., happens in the airlock room. And after that, he has done the experiment for last 17 to 18 days. As far as the gain is concerned for ISRO, it is a real experience of a astronaut going into space, having the first-hand information, experience, etc. The first thing. And second thing is the 7 critical experiments which he carried out in space. Typically we can categorize into 3 categories. One is that if an astronaut goes to space, if he has to prepare his food, if he has to sprout and make a salad, how can he do it? His first experiment he has done. And second is that once an astronaut is there, can he grow vegetables there? How the vegetables are, the microalgae will be different from what is on Earth, and what type of nutrients it can give, what type of proteins, etc. And how we can do it ourselves so that a self-sustenance in space is possible is the second major takeaway. Third is the physical and biological experiments, like medical experiments such as the muscle loss, and to constrain the muscle loss, what type of proteins, what type of vitamins, what type of exercise, what type of yoga can be done, what type of meditation can be done, is something which is really a great experiment which can be useful for space astronauts as well as people who are on the ground. And the cancer-related experiment which he has carried out is also something which is really, really important for all of us. In all, his entire journey from takeoff.
That's right, Dr. Sharma. The key is sustenance, self-sustenance. That is very, very important. And Shubhanshu Shukla has carried out various experiments to, ensure that there is, some sort of sustainability in future missions as well. Coming to you, Dr. Sheshagiri Rao, the next 24 hours are very, very important. 2 events. One is the undocking and the other is the splashdown, the homecoming of Shubhanshu Shukla. Tell us about the undocking process and also the splashdown.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. The undocking and preparing the Dragon to, let us say, departure from the ISS is an important activity. The first activity is the moment the undocking is done. They do the, let us say, the power, telemetry and commands are, let us say, the connections are dematted, and followed by there are 12 capture hooks. 6 at a time they are actually they are relieved, and both 2 batches 6 at a time they are relieved, and the crew is let us say they are in their suits, and the Dragon hatch is sealed and the ISS hatch is sealed, and then the moment everything is ready for let us say the departure from ISS, the announcement goes for the departure. The moment the departure takes place, there is a small burn that ensures that there is no stickiness between the Dragon and the docking. That is why there is a small pulse kind of a, let us say, the thrusting, and it verifies that no stickiness, and followed by a small thrusting that it is called phasing burn. That phasing burn takes to a safe distance, and once that safe distance is over, and they make a burn to lower the orbit and maneuver that the ground track is aligned with the landing location. That is the phasing burn. Then once it travels certain distance, the crew module consists of two parts. It has got a service module and the crew module. The service module consists of all the items which are already used up and they are not supposed to be, let us say, stay in ISS. They bring it in this service module, and the service module will get jettisoned. And the weight of the crew module also, thereby it gets reduced. That is the third step. And fourth step is the de-orbit burn. In the de-orbit burn, the velocity is supposed to be reduced. So the Dragon conducts the de-orbit burn, which lasts around 12 to 17 minutes, depending on the programming requirements, and followed by the re-entry. And the re-entry, it experiences 1600 degrees centigrade. And the re-entry in the stabilization part, when it reaches 5 kilometers altitude, the drogue parachutes, two drogue parachutes open up to reduce the velocity, and followed by when it reaches 2.4 kilometers, the main parachutes gets released. The main parachutes are 4 in number, and the altitude at that time will be 1.9 kilometers, and the splashdown. And the splashdown is the velocity is reduced to 27 kilometers per hour, that is under less than 10 meters per second. So these are the steps. Totally there are 7 steps. These steps are executed meticulously by a computer, and both the pilot and the mission experts and the captain will be watching them. And in case any correction is required, they will be doing it. It is a long procedure, and on 15th around 3 p.m. it is going to land in the Pacific Californian coast. Actually, that is the arrangement.
That's right.
The coast, the ground preparations are there. There should not be any lightning. There should not be, let us say, any rain in recovery zone, and wind speed should be less, and the sea should be calm.
That's right. A lot of parameters will be considered, Dr. Rao. And Dr. Sharma, many thanks for joining us with your deep analysis of the mission, as well as the splashdown and the undocking process. Now, let's also get you those reactions from Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's family members.
इससे ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात हो क्या सकती है कि हमारा बेटा एक मिशन से वापस लौट रहा है, ऊपर से सफलतापूर्वक मिशन उसका कंप्लीट हो। बस यही दुआ कामना करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जल्दी से जल्दी वो आए और आकर हम लोगों से मिलें, मुलाकात करें। प्रार्थना यही कर रहे हैं कि अब ऊपर से जैसे सकुशल पहुंच गए थे उसी तरह सकुशल धरती पर वापस आए। यही भगवान से, ईश्वर से मनाते हैं कि भगवान उनकी रक्षा करें, अच्छे से उनको वापस धरती पर आते समय कोई दिक्कत ना हो, किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत परेशानी न पैदा हो, और जल्दी जल्दी आए नीचे, वापस आकर मिले हम लोगों से। हम तो बहुत उत्सुक हैं देखने के लिए उसका कि कैसा स्वास्थ्य रहा, कैसे रहे इतने दिन ऊपर, ये सब देखने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। अब डर तो थोड़ा बहुत मन में रहता ही, मगर ठीक है, बच्चे ने ये कदम उठाया है तो माँ भी उसी में शामिल, बच्चे के हर काम में माँ अपने आप शामिल हो जाती, जो जिसमें बच्चे की खुशी उसी में माँ भी खुश रहती है। तो इसलिए हमको कोई दिक्कत, कोई डर नहीं महसूस होता है।
Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Robert Vadra is all set to appear before ED today in the Haryana land scam case. That's the big breaking news that we are tracking. ED heat on Robert Vadra in the Haryana land scam case intensifies today. Robert Vadra will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. And this after there were allegations of alleged irregularities against Robert Vadra. And those accusations and alleged irregularities also include falsified transactions, rapid mutation and license grant, suppressed stamp duty. All of these aspects will be considered by the Enforcement Directorate as far as the Haryana land scam is concerned, and he will be questioned today, Robert Vadra, and today he will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. So clearly the ED heat on Robert Vadra is now mounting, and today he will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate, and he will be questioned by the ED sleuths on the Haryana land scam case. Well, moving on, viewers, to more breaking news coming in. Rouse Avenue reserves its verdict on whether it will take cognizance of money laundering allegations against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. And the order will be pronounced on 29th of July. In just 15 days from now, the Rouse Avenue Court will be pronouncing its order in the National Herald case, and it will also decide on the order. And now what we understand is that it has reserved its verdict on whether or not it will take cognizance of the money laundering allegations against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. So all eyes are on July 29th when the Rouse Avenue Court will be pronouncing its order. Well, the Rouse Avenue Court, viewers, has reserved its verdict in the National Herald case, where you can see key Congress leaders have been named by the Enforcement Directorate in this particular case. And what we understand is that the Rouse Avenue Court has reserved its order and it will be pronouncing the verdict on July 29th. And this will also decide whether it will take cognizance of the money laundering case against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Now remember, they are among the 7 accused in the case, and the order will now be passed on July 29th. The court has been hearing arguments from both the ED and the counsel of the accused since July 2nd on a day-to-day basis, and today it has reserved its order on the money laundering case against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. In fact, my colleague Aditya is also joining me live. Aditya, tell us more about this development on the National Herald case. The Rouse Avenue Court has reserved its verdict. What can we expect on 29th of July?
See, after long days of hearing between the prosecution and the Congress party and the different stakeholders associated with the National Herald, the matter is finally reserved and the judgment will be out on July 29. Now today the court has reserved the matter to decide whether the Rouse Avenue Court will take the cognizance and set the trial ahead, which will be decided on 29th July. Now this matter will have a serious repercussion politically and on the clout of the Gandhis in the Indian politics.
And Aditya, help us understand what the repercussions could be. In fact, Aditya, hold your thoughts. Thank you for joining us with those details. Let's now move on, viewers, because we have more breaking news coming in. The Indian pilots body is now planning legal action to be included in the probe into the Air India Boeing 787 crash case. And this comes a day after ALPA, the Airline Pilot Association of India, alleged the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau's preliminary report unfairly blames the pilot error. They claim bias. And ALPA India, which represents over 800 commercial and helicopter pilots in India, will today meet the DGCA officials. They are taking the legal route to raise serious concerns about the investigation. And the association is backed by IF-ALPA, a global pilots federation with over 1 lakh members across 100 different countries. And their key allegation is the bias that they claim this report reeks of, and also about the leak. How was the preliminary report leaked to certain media houses in the West? And these two aspects will be keenly discussed by ALPA, which is backed by another international body of the pilots. So all eyes will be on that crucial meeting between the Pilots Association as well as the DGCA, which is scheduled to take place today. Robert Vadra is all set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today in the Haryana land scam case. We were just telling you about Robert Vadra's case, which dates back to February 12, 2008. Skylight Hospitality Private Limited It purchased around 3.53 acres in Shikopur from Omkareshwar Properties for 7.5 crore rupees. Both the entities reportedly had only 1 lakh in their bank accounts at that time, and the check used wasn't encashed. The actual payment of 15.38 crore was made 6 months later, suggesting undervaluation to reduce stamp duty and also government revenue. These are some of the key accusations that Robert Vadra is facing: alleged irregularities and also serious accusations of financial irregularities as well, because what the Enforcement Directorate claims is that there were falsified transactions in the entire case. In fact, an IAS officer, Ashok Khemka, has alleged that the sale deed and commercial license were sham transactions. Akanksha is joining me live from the newsroom. Akanksha, tell us more about the Haryana land scam case and also Robert Vadra's session today with the ED.
Absolutely, Deepak. Now, what we're learning is that Robert Vadra, businessman and also, in fact, husband of Congress leader Priyanka Vadra, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate today, and he's set to appear. But I must mention that even last month, he was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, but he had said that there's his daughter's graduation ceremony that he has to go to, and that's why he did not turn up. And even before that, he did not turn up for the summon as far as this case is concerned, and he had cited the flu symptoms as one of the reasons for not attending the summons. So it remains to be seen whether or not he will appear before the Enforcement Directorate today. But as far as the case is concerned, what we're learning is that it is part of a larger investigation into Bhandari, who fled India in 2016. Remember, soon after the IT department raided his residence here in the national capital. He's currently based in the United Kingdom, and he is said to be the close aide of Robert Vadra, and hence Robert Vadra is also under the scan in this case. But most importantly, it remains to be seen whether or not this time as well Robert Vadra will appear before the Enforcement Directorate, because the last two times
Well, we'll get Akanksha back with us, but there you can see Robert Vadra has reached the Enforcement Directorate's office. He has been accused of using political influence to get rapid land use approvals, profiting from insider access to state permissions, falsifying the timing and value of the transactions, causing revenue loss to the state via undervaluation. And the allegation is that Vadra's firm, Skylight Realty, bought 275 bighas of land in collusion with state officials originally allotted to Dalits and the landless under government schemes. He has been accused of acquiring the land at throwaway prices using forged documents. All of these accusations will be confronted with Robert Vadra today. Over the last couple of summons, Robert Vadra has been evading. He has been dodging the Enforcement Directorate. But now what we understand is that Robert Vadra has reached the Enforcement Directorate's office. Akanksha is back with us. Akanksha, take us through the latest coming in as far as Robert Vadra reaching the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, and also about the background that you were helping our viewers understand.
We can see in the visuals that Robert Vadra, businessman and son of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, he has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. He has reached the office of ED there in the national capital. Remember the last time in April when he was summoned by ED, he had called this case a political vendetta, and saying that whenever he speaks about the rights of minorities is when the ED calls him to the office as far as this case is concerned. Now in the visuals we can see he has once more appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. Deepak, as I mentioned, last month as well, he was summoned by ED, but one time he had mentioned that he has flu-like symptoms. He did not appear, and then after that he said that it's his daughter's graduation ceremony, and again did not appear. But today is another summon that was given by him. He has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. But let me take you through the details of the case, as you've also been mentioning. Robert Vadra, remember, was questioned for 16 hours in April.
That's right, Akanksha. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. It's time for us to slip into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll be right back with all the latest details as far as Robert Vadra's questioning is concerned by the ED sleuths. ED heat mounts on Robert Vadra. He's appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. More details are expected to tumble out. Stay tuned for more on the other side.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
India is still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in final message from space. Odisha government forms 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore student self-immolation case. Pilots grouping ALPA India mulls legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe. The body of 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found by the Delhi police. The body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. Amid fair power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within the Karnataka Congress unit. An External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, is in China, has called for continued normalization of ties between the two countries, meets the Chinese Vice President.
All right, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Monday with me, Arnab. We start this edition with some breaking news coming in on the 100-crore conversion racket that has been unearthed in Uttar Pradesh. And this time, the victims of Changur Baba have spoken out, and they have alleged that she was lured and converted through Instagram, claiming that multiple other such girls like her were targeted. In fact, the victim has accused Changur Baba's network of operating with agents in Saudi Arabia and in India, involving thousands of henchmen. They've also gone on to claim police inaction and complete corruption in the matter, seeking help and protection for herself and many like hers. We have that statement coming in from Changur Baba's victim. Let's listen in to that confession.
जो छांगुर के गुर्गे हैं और जिन लोगों ने एजेंट है, जिन लोगों ने हिंदू बनकर बातचीत की, उनके घर में छोड़ रखा पुलिस वालों ने एक 10 रुपए के स्टाम्प के ऊपर। और आप पहले खबरों में सुन ही चुके हैं इनकी वारदात। मैं वही पीड़िता हूं जिसका बलात्कार गांव घानाखंडी के अंदर फरमान जो है उसने किया, जो इनका चाचा है, और अपने दोस्तों के साथ मिलकर सिगरेटों से मुझे जलाया गया। मैं वही पीड़िता हूं जो सऊदी तक, जहां सऊदी से लेके इनकी सहारनपुर तक इनकी हवानियत सऊदी से लेके सहारनपुर घानाखंडी तक खत्म नहीं हुई। ये मैं वही पीड़िता हूँ। और आज मैं ये बताना चाहती हूँ, न्यू अपडेट दे रही हूँ कि 3 जुलाई को जो यहाँ पे आयोजन हुआ था, जो घर वापसी हुई थी 15 लोगों की, उसके जरिए सऊदी से पाकिस्तान के आदमी से धमकी दिलाई जा रही है। 15 पीड़ितों को जान से मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है। गोपाल राय जी को भी मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है, जान से मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है। और मैं उनका मेन टारगेट हूँ, मैं उनका भेद खोल रही हूँ, मैं उनका मेन टारगेट हूँ। और लगातार जान से मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है सऊदी के नंबर से। ये सऊदी का नंबर से धमकी आई है 10 तारीख को शाम के 6:13 पे पाकिस्तान के आदमी से। बोला जितने भी पीड़िता ने घर वापसी किया उनको, गोपाल राय जी को, और तुझे जिंदा नहीं छोड़ोगे, मेन टारगेट उनका मैं हूँ। इंस्टाग्राम के माध्यम से इनसे बात हुई थी, जो राजू राठौर बन के इन्होंने एजेंट से बात की थी। ये पूरी फैमिली हिंदू बन के बात कर रही थी। ऑलरेडी मैं ये न्यूज़ तो चल रही है। अभी ये है कि मेरे को जान से नहीं, इन्होंने अश्लील वीडियो के आधार पर ब्लैकमेल करके यहाँ बुलाया गया था। मेरी अश्लील वीडियो तो उसके आधार पर मुझे यहाँ बुलाया गया था और लगातार मेरा शोषण हो रहा है और पुलिस मौन है। यहाँ पे पुलिश प्रशासन बिका हुआ है। योगी सरकार से मेरी दरख्वास्त है, विनती है कि इन पुलिस अधिकारियों को जो है निलंबित किया जाना चाहिए। कपिल देव को, चंद्रसेन सैनी को, संजय शर्मा को, और साथ के
तीन महीने बाद हम अपने घर पे भाग के आ गए थे।
अच्छा, तो फिर ये मेराज पीछे नहीं आया घर पे?
पीछे आया था, उसने मेरे पापा को मेरे वीडियो दिखाए थे गंदे, और भी लड़कियों के दिखाए थे अपने मोबाइल में उसने। और मेरे पापा ने डिलीट करने के लिए कहा। उसने कहा कि तुम अपनी छोटी बेटी की शादी हमसे करा दो, हम ये वीडियो डिलीट कर देंगे। और उसके बाद मेरे पापा को गुस्सा आ गई। पापा ने लोहे का रॉड उसके सर पे मारा और वो गिर के मर गया।
और ये मेराज के घर वाले क्या करते थे, पिता उसके क्या करते थे?
वो समाजवादी पार्टी में थे। और वो लोग अभी भी जब हम जाते हैं और ये कोर्ट में, तब वो लोग उनके साथ और भी कई मुसलमान आते हैं और हमें और मेरे भाई को दोनों को जान से मारने की धमकी दी जाती है। जब से हम यहाँ पे विश्व हिंदू परिषद में जब से हमने ये बयान दिया, तब से वो लोग ज़्यादा ही धमकी देते हैं।
कुछ नहीं हो सकती है, ये आधी अधूरी कार्रवाई है।
आप कुछ बताएंगे कौन है ऐसे लोग जिन पर कार्रवाई होने चाहिए? अच्छा, क्या आप क्योंकि इस मामले,
आप अगर इसको फोटो खींचना चाहें तो इसको गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए। ये सक्रिय सदस्य हैं, 10 से ऊपर इनके द्वारा धर्मांतरण हो चुके हैं।
आप नाम लेने से क्या डर रही हैं? कोई कारण है? आपको सुरक्षा का खतरा लग रहा है?
नाम लेने से नहीं है, आप लोगों के द्वारा जो भी हम लोग ने कहा अब तक ही 1 हफ्ते से पिछले हम लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं। आप दोनों मतलब आप सभी मीडिया के द्वारा सिर्फ छांगुर मैंने 50 बार चाहा, सिर्फ छांगुर अकेला नहीं है, गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य हैं जो सिर्फ 50% ही काम हुआ है, 50% तो बाकी है। किस पीड़िता को न्याय मिला है?
नाम पढ़ता हूँ, आपने नाम दिए, मैं आपके दिए नाम पढ़ता हूँ। आमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अबू उरैरा अंसारी, अबू सईद अंसारी, उम्मे रवीना, उम्मे हबीदा, सईदा खातून और सूफिया अंसारी।
जी, इनकी गिरफ्तारी जब तक नहीं होगी पूरा खेल सामने नहीं आएगा।
क्या कोई डर भी आप लोग को दिखाया जा रहा है? किसी तरीके का प्रेशर भी बनाया जा रहा है?
धमकाया जा रहा है, हम लोगों को बहुत हैरेस किया जा रहा है।
जिसके लिए सबसे पहले अब हम मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिलना चाहेंगे, तब हम आगे कुछ करना चाहेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री जी से हमारा मिलने का बस है, जितनी जल्दी हो सकेगा हम उनसे मुलाकात करेंगे।
आपने जो अनुभव किया, तमाम बच्चियों के ऊपर इस तरीके से साजिशन प्रयास किए जाते हैं, उन बच्चियों के लिए आप क्या कहिएगा, कैसे बचें, क्या कुछ करें? आपने जो अनुभव किया, खुद आपका एक्सपीरियंस है।
उनको सिर्फ मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगी, हम सब एक एग्जाम्पल हैं और देख केरला स्टोरी सभी को देखनी चाहिए कि जो होता है कि मेरा अब्दुल ऐसा नहीं है, सबका अब्दुल ऐसा ही है, वो बाद में पता चलता है, उस समय नहीं पता चलता है।
ये साजिशन क्या चारा डालते हैं? आपने अनुभव किया होगा, पैसे का लालच पहले डालते हैं, प्रेम मोहब्बत की बात करते हैं, चारा वो क्या डालते हैं?
देखिए, ये सब कुछ मैं मीडिया के माध्यम से पहले ही बता चुकी हूँ, बार बार रिपीट करने से कोई फायदा नहीं है, कई बार मैं बता चुकी हूँ।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से एक आप मैसेज क्या देना चाहेंगे? एक बात पे खत्म करते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगी? एक बात बस बता दें।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से सबसे पहले यही कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारी सामाजिक आर्थिक सुरक्षा का ध्यान रखा जाए और हमें मुख्यमंत्री से मिलना है, क्योंकि शासन प्रशासन मौन है, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रहा है।
देखिए, ये मौजूद है यहाँ पे, इनके हाथ में एक पर्ची है, इस पर्ची में वो नाम है जिन नामों से ये चाहती है कि इन पर भी कार्रवाई हो, क्योंकि जो कार्रवाई की गई है वो केवल एक आदमी एक किरदार पर सीमित हो गई है, लेकिन इन कहानी में, इस पूरे फलसफे में किरदार तमाम है जिनके चरित्र स्याह हैं, जिनकी जो करनी है उसका फल उन्हें मिलना चाहिए, ऐसी बात ये कर रही हैं।
All right, there we heard the victims of Changur Baba, who are claiming that this investigation is only at the tip of the iceberg. As we speak, viewers, there's a bigger nexus that is at play, and that there are more victims who are in his net. But now, for the moment, shifting focus to more breaking news that we're tracking. Robert Vadra has appeared before the ED today in the Haryana land scam case, and this is a third summons that has been issued to him in the deal, and the ED is all set to interrogate him. Now remember, it was on April 8th that the ED had issued a first summons to Vadra in the Haryana land scam case, and he had evaded that summons, after which he had appeared before the ED for a second round of questioning on April 15th, and today he has reached the ED office for a third time, and he's set to be interrogated in the case. Now, to tell you a bit more about the case, viewers, there have been allegations that Robert Vadra promoted Skylight Hospitality, bought acres of land worth crores of rupees, over 7 crore rupees in Gurugram in 2008, and that the land was later sold off to DLF at rupees 58 crore rupees. And in the net is now Robert Vadra, who's all set to be questioned by the ED in a money laundering case. Riyanka, my colleague, joins me live from outside the ED office inside the national capital. Riyanka, tell us the details of this case, and what is it that the ED is specifically looking at as far as the allegations against Robert Vadra is concerned? Priyanka, if you can hear me, you're outside the ED office. Tell us the details of this Haryana land scam case, and what is it that the ED is really investigating as far as the allegations against Robert Vadra is concerned? All right, we'll connect to Riyanka in just a bit, viewers, but let's go back to giving you the details of this case. It's businessman Robert Vadra, who's now arrived at the ED office in the national capital after the probe agency issued him summons in connection with a money laundering probe linked to the Shikopur land deal in Haryana. And this was the third summons that has been issued to him for questioning in the case, and we're just getting visuals of him outside the ED office. All right, Riyanka, my colleague, is back with us on the line. Riyanka, you're outside the ED office. Tell us the details of this case, one. And second, what are the allegations against Robert Vadra?
Well, as you can rightly see, I'm standing outside the Enforcement Directorate office, and we know that ED is the probing agency in this particular money laundering case linked to fugitive Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra being a close associate of him. And time and again, we have seen there have been multiple summons that the ED had sent to Robert Vadra previously as well. And in fact, today also Robert Vadra has been called in for questioning. What we understand at this point in time that this particular money laundering case links to to a property back in London which Sanjay Bhandari had brought in, and that particular beneficiary is also being named. ED has named Robert Vadra as one of the beneficiaries of that particular profits out of that property. But on the other hand, what we also understand that Vadra has in fact time and again denied these allegations that the Enforcement Directorate has put on him, and he has said that he is cooperating with the probe. As you can see today at around 11 a.m. Robert Vadra arrived at the Enforcement Directorate office here in the national capital, and the questioning is currently underway.
Right. Riyanka, stay on with me and tell us more. What is it that the ED is really alleging? How many crores of money worth of money are we talking about as far as this land deal and this money laundering case is concerned? And what is it that Robert Vadra has claimed so far in the case? Because the ED, as you correctly pointed out, has made a strong case throughout the course of his investigation as far as the link between Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra is concerned. But he has so far denied all these claims. And what is it that the ED is specifically looking to investigate now, and what can we expect from the next course of action as far as the ED is concerned?
Well, what we understand is Sanjay Bhandari is a fugitive arms dealer, and he has been already under the scanner since a very, very long time. And since Robert Vadra is very closely connected to Sanjay Bhandari, there are allegations that Robert Vadra was probably one of the beneficiary of the proceeds that Sanjay Bhandari probably had used during the renovation of a particular London property that he had owned. To this, Robert Vadra had time and again declined these allegations. Now, what we understand that the arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari, he had fled to London back in 2016 after there was an income tax raid, and he was unlikely to be extradited after the UK court rejected India's appeal. That there have been multiple appeals made by India in terms of extraditing Sanjay Bhandari back to the country. And as per ED's 2023 charge sheet, it claims that Sanjay Bhandari bought and renovated a London property back in 2009 using funds allegedly provided by Robert Vadra. So here Vadra's role comes into being, which is why the Enforcement Directorate has been time and again building a crackdown on Vadra and questioning him about the entire money trail in this regard.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for giving us those details as we track this story very, very closely. Viewers, for the moment, we move on to a story that we're tracking from the national capital, where the body of 19-year-old student of Delhi University who had been missing for the past 6 days has now been found by the Delhi police. And her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. And Sneha Devnath is the girl that we're talking about. Her family is now claiming complete police inaction in the case and is demanding justice and answers as far as their daughter's mysterious disappearance and death is concerned. And the details that we are picking up is that this girl who is a DU student from Tripura, she went missing on 7th, and 6 days later, her body was found mysteriously in the Yamuna River. Shambhavi, my colleague, joins me live from Mehroli for more on the case. Shambhavi, the parents are making some serious claims. They're saying that there's been complete police inaction in the case. Tell us more. What stage of the investigation are we currently looking at?
Well, yes, it was claimed by the family that around for 17.5 hours after the registration of FIR, there was no documented action from police's end. Although with the help of technical surveillance, they figured out that the last known location of Sneha was the bridge, and with the help of the cab driver who dropped her off the bridge, that was confirmed. Some other sources, some other people, locals there confirmed that there was a girl who was standing on the bridge, and then later she disappeared. There are also reportedly claims that this could be very well a suicide case, because a suicide letter has been found in Sneha's old room by her parents, where she has written that this life is living like this is getting unbearable. She felt like a failure, she felt like a burden on her family, and that she was planning to jump off the bridge and end her life. We are on our way to her residence, and we'll keep updating you more on this.
All right, thank you, Shambhavi, for giving us those details on the case.
Let's move on to more breaking news coming in. 3 persons have been injured. We are coming to know as an IED planted by Maoists has exploded in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. This is the information that we are picking up, that 3 persons have been injured as the crackdown against Maoists in Chhattisgarh's Red Corridor continues. And we're learning now that in an IED blast that was orchestrated and planned by Maoists in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, 3 people have been injured. And as we await more information on the story, viewers, let's quickly tell you that Bijapur has been at the center of many such operations in the past many weeks and months, as joint forces, be it the CRPF, the army or the local police, continue their crackdown on red terror in the region. And over the last many weeks and months, there have been many Maoist cadres that have surrendered and many others who have been eliminated in a massive success for joint forces as they continue to take on and decimate the threat of Maoist terrorism in the region. And coming back to the latest piece of information that we are picking up, an IED was planted by Maoists in Bijapur and it exploded, following which 3 people have been injured. All right, let's take you through the details of this piece of news that we're tracking from Chhattisgarh, where an IED blast has taken place. We are learning that Maoists had planted this IED in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, which is a very sensitive region. Viewers, as you know, there have been multiple operations that have been conducted over the last many weeks and months in a joint effort by forces to crack down against the Red Corridor, against Maoist terrorism. And this is all a part of the centre's effort to make India a Maoist-free country by 2026. And now we're learning that in the latest 3 people have been injured. We're trying to pick up more details about this IED operation that was planned by the Maoists, who exactly has been injured, and what course of action is the local police and the joint forces looking at. And on that note, I'm being joined by my colleague Bharat, live from Bijapur. Bharat, अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे तो प्लीज़ हमें बताइए कि क्या है ये, क्या एग्जैक्टली हुआ है बीजापुर में और कहाँ पे हुआ है, और कौन से ये जो लोग हैं, जो 3 लोग हैं जो इंजर हुए, ये आर्मी के हैं, ये सीआरपीएफ के, ये कॉमन मैन है, क्या हुआ है एग्जैक्टली बीजापुर में अभी?
देखिए, मैं बिल्कुल आपको बता दूंगा कि मध्य थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत 3 जो लोग हैं कल आईडी की चपेट में आने से, जिनकी जद में आने से घायल हो चुके हैं, जिनका बेहतर इलाज के लिए उनको जिला चिकित्सालय बीजापुर लाया गया है। जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से माओवादियों के खिलाफ जो जवान है वो मोर्चा खोल रहे हैं अंदरूनी इलाके, यानी नक्सलियों के आधारशिल वाले इलाकों पे जवान जिस तरीके से गश्त पे निकल रहे हैं, एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन पे निकल रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो माओवादी हैं वो जवानों को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए आईडी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। ऐसे में जिस तरीके से उन्होंने आईडी का इस्तेमाल किया था, ये पहली दफा नहीं, ऐसे कई आईडी वो लगाते हैं जिसमें सिविलियंस भी जो है उसके जद में आ जाते हैं और उनको जख्मी हो जाते हैं। ऐसे में 3 जो लोग हैं वो जख्मी हो चुके हैं, जिनका बेहतर इलाज जिला चिकित्सालय बीजापुर पे चल रहा है। ऐसे में बड़ी खबर बाहर निकल के आ रही है। पूरी घटनाक्रम की अगर बात की जाए तो ये मध्य थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत आता है। जी।
All right, Bharat, thank you for giving us those details as we track that story from Chhattisgarh, viewers, and slipping into a very short break as we continue to bring you more updates on this and a lot more on the other side. And let's remember, the crackdown against Red Terror continues in Chhattisgarh. It's a huge and massive effort by our joint forces to decimate the threat of Red Terror.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old
All right, news from Odisha in the latest update on the tragic self-immolation case in the state. The government has now formed a 3-member committee, viewers, to investigate the incident. The student who set herself on fire on the college campus had alleged sexual harassment by her teacher. She remains in critical condition with 95% burn injuries, and now she is currently receiving treatment at AIIMS in Bhubaneswar. The committee will probe both of the allegations of harassment and the delay in action by authorities that may have led to this extreme step. This is the story that we're tracking from Odisha, viewers, and we have Chandan, my colleague, joining me live from the DG office in Bhubaneswar. Chandan, tell us the details of this case and what action has been taken so far against this faculty member against whom these allegations have surfaced.
After this incident, government has formed a special team to investigate this matter and also arrest the culprit who involved in this matter, and also suspended the principal from the FM college. In other way, Chief Minister have announced this matter is so much serious taken by government, and victim should get the justice from government side, and this matter also treated as so serious in the education department also. In further, such kind of incident will not happen in any educational institution. Is closely monitored with the government education department, and in other way. Today, also President Madam have a schedule to visit that hospital, Bhubaneswar AIIMS campus, as it is scheduled to have a President Madam to join in convocation of AIIMS hospital. That schedule also is also made is likely to meet the victim family. In this today evening. In this matter, government have also formed a special team, and crime branch additional SP and DSP also monitor this matter. Who is the main culprit and what is the exact matter behind this this incident, which now in other way AIIMS have formed 10 team of doctors to the patient's recovery and in the medical treatment also going on. In the same team of doctor continuously report to government how far the patient will recover, and also connected with Delhi AIIMS to get the more information, more help from Delhi AIIMS also. In this way, government also called a special meeting and also called for a report from DGP. DGP also going to submit a report to Chief Minister in short while time. In this matter, also in the campus of FM University, police of Baleswar SP closely monitor to the matter, and investigation is going on.
All right. All right, Chandan, thank you for giving us those details as we track the story very closely, viewers. And now it's time to shift focus to everything else that is making news in the next 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kavar Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone cameras is being transmitted to the Integrated Command Control Center through Jatayu Van and is also accessible on the mobile phones of officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that following the successful trial of installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches, it will now install cameras in all coaches. In its statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. And severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur in Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the Indian Meteorological Department. An orange alert has been issued for heavy rainfall in the Hadoti region, including Kota, Baran and Jhalawar. A yellow alert has also been issued in 25 districts, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur. And as we slip into a very short break, on the other side, we get you that message, that final message from space as India awaits the return of the Axiom 4 crew and group captain Shubhanshu Shukla. And also tracking the pilots grouping, how the pilots group ALPA India is mulling legal course to join in the investigation of the tragic AI 171 plane crash. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you more on these stories.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said, "I knew Radhika for 2 years. She was quiet, but..."
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. It's 12 noon and I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The countdown has begun for the splashdown for the homecoming of Shubhanshu Shukla. Today, the Dragon capsule will be undocking from the International Space Station, and in 24 hours from that, a splashdown will also be witnessed off the Pacific Ocean's coast. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
India still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in his final message from space. Robert Vadra has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in the money laundering probe linked to a London property deal. A Delhi court reserved its order on cognizance of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald money laundering case against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Pilots grouping Alpha India mulls legal course to be part of Air India plane crash. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is in China after 5 long years for the SCO meet. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala to hold one-on-one meetings with ministers and Karnataka Congress MLAs today in Bengaluru. Surjewala, who's the Karnataka in charge of the Congress party, is all set to hold one-on-one meetings today with ministers and Congress MLAs. This is the firefighting effort of the Congress High Command, and that's why they've deployed Randeep Surjewala in Karnataka. He will be holding one-on-one meetings with the ministers and MLAs amid growing calls for change in leadership in Karnataka. There are voices that are now coming to the fore which are demanding DK Shivkumar to be made the next chief minister. In fact, let's listen in to Randeep Surjewala.
Meeting today also with the MLAs meets. Other side BJP is saying it's certain that the CM change tactics still going on in Congress.
एक हिंदी का कहावत है, मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने. That's how BJP is living.
Meeting today also with the MLAs meets. Other side BJP is saying it's certain that the CM change tactics still going on in Congress.
एक हिंदी का कहावत है, मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने. That's how BJP is living.
Well, moving on, viewers, the countdown has begun for the homecoming of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, who is currently on the International Space Station. Today, the undocking procedure will also be witnessed at 3 p.m. Starting from the undocking process, all eyes will be on the homecoming of Shubhanshu Shukla. The world awaits his return to Earth, and he is currently experimenting on the International Space Station. Let's listen in to Shubhanshu Shukla's message from ISS.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Viewers, the excitement is palpable and his family members also spoke ahead of his homecoming. Let's listen in to those reactions coming in from his parents.
अच्छा लग रहा है सोच सोच के कि 17-18 दिन के बाद बच्चा वापस आ रहा है, धरती पर आए उतरेगा तो अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत खुशी हो रही है, बहुत ज़्यादा। बहुत अच्छा लगा जो मैसेज दे रहे थे कि हाँ सारे जहाँ से अच्छा भारत आज भी दिखता है, ये उन्होंने मैसेज दिया वहाँ से, तो सुनकर बहुत अच्छा लगा कि देश के प्रति इतना जज्बा भरा हुआ है उस बच्चे के अंदर, उसको सब कुछ अच्छा लगता है, मतलब ये सुन के उसके मुंह से सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
Viewers, there you heard it from Shubhanshu Shukla's mother. She is very excited for her son's homecoming, and as far as this historic mission is concerned, Shubhanshu Shukla has been playing a very key role in carrying out several experiments in space, and this is set to boost future missions of India and also the world as well, because the data that will be acquired in all these experiments, from all these experiments, will be used for future missions, and the key and the focus is on self-sustainability. In fact, let's also listen in to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's father.
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही, हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ गए। ये हम ईश्वर से सबका मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन होगा।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं, और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं, और सभी कुछ उसमें जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
Well, viewers, Shubhanshu Shukla over the last 15 to 18 days has been conducting various experiments. Let me take you through the details of the experiments that we know about so far. Microgreens and fenugreek germination in space, and the goal was to understand how these seeds germinate and also grow in zero gravity. The key is on sustaining future missions, on how astronauts and future missions could help humans sustain and also stay for a longer mission in space. In fact, we have G. Raju also joining us on this broadcast to give us more insights. He's a senior scientist who will be speaking to us about this historic mission and also the homecoming. A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Raju Garudachar. Help us understand the undocking process, because it is all set to begin in 4 hours from now. Help us through the process that follows.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this very important event to be linking with you. I'll be pleased to talk to you about, from the beginning, what is going to happen now after a successful almost 14 days of experiments, very interesting experiments. Globally, about 60 experiments have been done. And this is a very critical but very interesting, challenging moment to splash down by about maybe 3 p.m. or so. There are many different stages. Those stages include reorient, disconnecting from the main module and reorienting so that finally we are in the position to come very close to the Earth and the parachutes will open, and that is the final exciting moment for us. And I'm sure all these experiments have been very successful, and we are also waiting for looking at the data and the report from the people who have been there on the, total 31 countries have joined, and ISRO India is also looking for about 4 or 7 experiments. So this is the next final phase of our journey, and certainly this will be of very good use for us to Gaganyaan, and which will be launched in a few, maybe very soon, after this challenging thing done by our own astronaut. We'll be more confident, and we'll get more, we'll gather more data for other people also. Thank you. We are just waiting for the next phases, and it is to decouple from the main so-called the main craft, and it will be disconnected, and then the crew module, one of them will be the place where people are living, and that will be disconnected. There are 2 things together. One is the lab space, and the lab space will be disconnected and it will be abandoned in space. We don't need to do it anymore because we have to reduce we have to reduce the weight, etc. And we have to slowly get into the orbit of 350 down to close to Earth, where we can.
That's right, and the re-entry to Earth, Dr. Raju Garudachar, will be very important. All eyes will be on that. But thank you for joining us with those insights. 4 hours, 16 minutes to go for the undocking process. All eyes will be on Shubhanshu Shukla's homecoming. Moving on, Robert Vadra has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate in the Haryana land scam case. Robert Vadra has reached the Enforcement Directorate's office, and the key charges against him are misuse of political influence, fraudulent land use approvals, undervaluation to avoid stamp duty. An FIR has been filed by the Haryana police as well in 2018, and the Enforcement Directorate is now probing the money laundering angle. Riyanka is joining us from outside the Enforcement Directorate's office. Riyanka, Robert Vadra has appeared. Tell us about the line of questioning today.
Well, right, Deepak, Robert Vadra has in fact appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, and I continue to report from outside the ED office in the national capital. And as you can see, there is a huge police deployment here at this point in time for protection and maintaining law and order. Now, we know that Robert Vadra has been under the ED scanner for 3 cases related to money laundering. One which is of course linked with arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra's hand in providing money for renovation and funds to the fugitive arms dealer. Other cases also linked to Robert Vadra, wherein there is a land scam case in Haryana and an FIR also subsequently being filed on that note. What we see, Robert Vadra has been time and again denying these claims of allegations that have been put by the Enforcement Directorate. Although he has said that he is going to be cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate for the line of questioning. If we remember the last time when Vadra was called in, he was not able to present himself in front of the ED because he had some outdoor travel plans, which is why the ED has asked him to be deposed today. And as per the timing, Vadra had entered the Enforcement Directorate office for the probe and investigation that is underway.
Right, Priyanka, multiple land deals are under the ED lens, and what the ED has alleged as far as the London property is concerned, that Sanjay Bhandari helped Robert Vadra secure this particular property on Bryanston Square, 12 Bryanston Square in London at £1.9 million. And what they say is that the funds were funneled through shell companies. So the line of questioning will be very, very important. But thank you, Riyanka, for joining us with those details. Moving on to Air India, because it has issued a statement on the crash probe report. Air India has said the Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau's initial report on the AI plane crash found no mechanical or maintenance issues with the aircraft or engines. So what does this mean? What does this statement mean? This means that Air India has confirmed, it has stated that there was no mechanical or maintenance issues. Are they trying to pin the blame on the pilots? That's the big question. But we also showed you about the transcription between the 2 pilots in the cockpit in the preliminary report, where you can clearly say that a pilot asking another one about the fuel cutoff switch, and they said that none of them had any role to do that. It was autonomous. And now Air India has also issued a statement on the ongoing probe, saying that there was no fault with the maintenance or mechanical issues. Harsha is also joining us live. Harsha, tell us more about this Air India statement. Help us understand and read between the lines, Harsha.
So right now, as we have been reporting also, Deepak, we have the several documents and we have seen how Air India didn't adhere to the FAA advisory and the mandation, where FAA clearly stated that the new processor in the fuel switch should be installed. And we also broke on our channel only how after 7th of July, there was issues on the side of Air India, how they have continuously started changing the wiring location of the switch. This itself states that 6 days before the probe report, Air India got an idea that there is a fuel switch issue which is going to come in the AIP report, and that is the reason they already gave the instruction to the engineering department. So Air India, as an operator of the Boeing, they very well are aware of the repercussions that this will directly come on Air India, that the engineering team didn't check the fuel switch wiring location, the control wall relay, and Republic has all the documents to prove that. And now therefore Campbell Wilson has come out in public and stated that there was no mechanical issue in the with the operator. There was no mechanical or maintenance fault in the Boeing AI-171 which crashed. And also this clearly states that he wants to save his own pants. But this time it's not going to happen, because we are going to highlight each and every report, because we already have the reports where it clearly states that FAA, not only in 2018 but in 2020 also, stated that how the operator who have bought the Boeing 737, 777 fleet and 787, they should install new fuel switch, because there's a potential unsafe condition in the fuel switch. It itself raises a lot of questions in the operator, which is the Air India in this case, that how it is very important that Air India was at fault here, and Air India should have done some maintenance and inspection check of the fuel switch. So what is coming out of the statement of Campbell Wilson between the lines is that now Air India is trying to play smart by coming out and stating that there was no mechanical or maintenance issue.
That's right, Harsha. This is a big statement coming in from Air India, but questions are now being raised on this particular statement as well, and the preliminary crash report. Now, moving on, viewers, let's tell you about another breaking news that we're tracking. The body of a 19-year-old girl student was found in Delhi University, and she was missing. She was missing for the past 6 days and has been found by the Delhi police, and her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover. And these are some mysterious circumstances under which the body of a 19-year-old has been recovered. In fact, Shambhavi is also joining me. Shambhavi, 6 days the girl was missing, and now the police have found her body in the Yamuna River. Tell us about the circumstances of this finding and also the case.
Yes, currently we are right outside Sneha Devnath's residence. This is where she used to live with her family, her sister, her parents, on the first floor. And as per the latest update, when the local police with the help of NDRF was going through around 7.5 kilometer radius searching for the body around a Signature Bridge, that is when they found yesterday around in the evening they found the body, the Geeta Colony Bridge. And there were also locals who said that they saw a girl standing on the bridge, and a few minutes later she disappeared. With the help of technical surveillance, the police also got to know that the last known location of Sneha was Signature Bridge itself. Now with the new updates, there has been an update about the suicide note that is coming in the picture. A suicide note found in the old room of Sneha Devnath, where it is written, she wrote that this life is getting unbearable now. She feels like a failure. She feels like she's a burden on the family. So she has decided to jump off the bridge and commit suicide because she does not want to continue living like this. These are the latest updates.
Right, Shambhavi, thank you for joining me with those details. Let's now get your ground report from Geeta Colony.
त्रिपुरा की रहने वाली स्नेहा, जो कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के साउथ कैंपस में पढ़ाई कर रही थी, महज 19 साल उसकी उम्र थी, लेकिन उसने यमुना नदी में कूदकर सुसाइड कर लिया। सिग्नेचर ब्रिज से उसने छलांग लगाई, जिसके बाद स्नेहा का शव तकरीबन 6 दिन बाद, ये जो आप मेरे पीछे यमुना बेल्ट देख रहे हैं, यहीं से बरामद किया गया। और आपको मैं अगर तस्वीरें दिखाऊं, आप सबसे पहले ये गीता कॉलोनी फ्लाईओवर देखिए। इस फ्लाईओवर के नीचे जो यमुना गुजर रही है, यहीं से जब पुलिस शव की तलाश कर रही थी, तो इसी जगह से जो स्नेहा का शव है वो बरामद किया गया। हालांकि पहचान कराई गई, परिजनों को दिल्ली पुलिस द्वारा बुलाया गया, जिसमें स्नेहा की पहचान जो है वो कर ली गई। लेकिन बताया जा रहा है कि पिछले 7 दिनों से स्नेहा गायब थी। पुलिस ने इस पूरे मामले में 9 तारीख को एफआईआर दर्ज की। 7 तारीख को स्नेहा ने आखिरी बार अपनी माता से बात की थी, जिसमें उसने बताया था कि वो सराय रोहिला रेलवे स्टेशन अपने एक दोस्त को छोड़ने आ रही है। सुबह तकरीबन 7:30-8 बजे के बीच में स्नेहा सिग्नेचर ब्रिज कैब से पहुंचती है। कैब ड्राइवर ने भी रिपब्लिक से बात करते हुए साफ तौर पर बताया कि वो हड़बड़ाहट में थी। कैब से उतरती है, सिग्नेचर ब्रिज पर ही स्नेहा की आखिरी लोकेशन जो है वो दर्ज की गई, जिसके बाद से स्नेहा का फ़ोन बंद था और उसकी कोई जानकारी परिवार को भी नहीं मिली। पुलिस को इस मामले में 9 तारीख को बताया गया। पुलिस ने तुरंत सर्च अभियान इस यमुना में शुरू किया। सिग्नेचर ब्रिज से लेकर जो नोएडा जाने तक का ये पूरा स्ट्रेच है, उसकी तलाशी ली गई और 6 दिन बाद जो स्नेहा का शव है, इसी यमुना से बरामद जो है वो कर लिया गया। हालांकि परिवार वाले इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई की मांग कर रहे हैं। स्नेहा की गुमशुदगी के बाद से ही चाहे वो त्रिपुरा सीएम हो, उन्होंने भी ट्वीट करके जानकारी दी कि इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई की जाए। स्नेहा का जो शव है, स्नेहा को ढूंढने के लिए तमाम जो कवायद है वो शुरू की जाए। लेकिन शाम होते होते रविवार शाम को स्नेहा का शव मिलने की जानकारी मिली। परिवार वालों से पहचान करा ली गई है। हालांकि एक सुसाइड नोट भी इस पूरे मामले में मिला है। स्नेहा के कमरे से परिवार वालों को एक सुसाइड नोट मिला, उसमें आत्महत्या करने की बात बताई गई। सोर्सेज ये भी बता रहे हैं कि आत्महत्या के पीछे पारिवारिक कलेश है। तमाम ऐसे पहलू हैं जो कि अब जांच का विषय है और इसी पहलुओं के आधार पर दिल्ली पुलिस इस पूरे मामले में जांच कर रही है, क्योंकि मेहरौली पुलिस स्टेशन में इसमें बाकायदा एफआईआर दर्ज कर जांच करने की बात दिल्ली पुलिस करती नजर आ रही है।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla of Axiom 4 mission is ready to undock from the International Space Station today. On the occasion, his sister Suchi Mishra stated that their family is feeling the same emotions they had on the day Captain Shubhanshu Shukla went for the mission. She shared that they will be celebrating a lot when her brother returns. Late gangster Sanjeev Maheshwari and Mafia Don Mukhtar Ansari gang's shooter Shahrukh Pathan has been killed in an encounter by the Meerut Special Task Force unit. Shahrukh Pathan fired more than 10 rounds at the police during the encounter. STF has recovered 3 pistols, over 60 rounds of cartridges and a car from the site. Delhi Airport has issued an advisory following the sudden change in weather. This morning in the national capital, they have advised passengers to consider alternative modes of transport, including the Delhi Metro, to reach the airport and avoid potential delays. To some international stories coming in, US President Donald Trump has expressed disagreement with Vladimir Putin regarding Russia's war in Ukraine. Russia attacked Ukraine with hundreds of drones and missiles last night, and the attack has killed at least 6 people and wounded dozens. President Donald Trump has stated that the US will send Patriot air defense systems to Ukraine to help it fight Russian invasion. Here's a quick report.
President Donald Trump has expressed disappointment towards Russian President Vladimir Putin. After President Putin put up a cordial front regarding the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, Russia attacked Ukraine last night.
But I am very disappointed with President Putin. I thought he was somebody that meant what he said, and he'll talk so beautifully and then he'll bomb people at night. We don't like that.
President Donald Trump has announced that the United States will aid Ukraine by sending Patriot air defense systems to the country.
I haven't agreed on the number yet, but they're going to have some because they do need protection. But the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need, because Putin really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice and then he bombs everybody in the evening. So there's a little bit of a problem there, and I don't like it.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about pilots grouping Alpha India mulling legal course to be part of Air India's plane crash probe. Along with that, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in China called for continued normalization of ties between India and China, and he met Chinese vice. Stay tuned for more details.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutal Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Monday afternoon. Our top story remains in about 4 hours from now. Shubhanshu Shukla will be back on planet Earth with a re-entry into the Earth's orbit. It's going to be a spectacle, and we'll be tracking each and every moment of that de-docking procedure. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Excitement in the air as Shubhanshu Shukla and the crew all set for their much-awaited homecoming today. Robert Vadra appears for ED in Haryana land scam case. Supreme Court agrees to list plea challenging Delhi High Court's order on stay on the movie Udaipur Files. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in China calls for continuous normalization of ties between India and China when he met the Chinese Vice President. Pilots grouping Alpha India mulls a legal cause to take part against Air India's plane crash probe. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, an emergency hearing is underway in the Supreme Court of India, particularly challenging the Nimisha Priya case plea in which in Yemen from 2 days from now, she is going to be executed over murder charges. Now, this emergency plea that is filed in the Supreme Court today seeking the Keralite nurse Nimisha Priya's execution in Yemen to be stopped and the official channels of the External Affairs Ministry to be used in order to coordinate with the family of the victims there and seek a release of Nimisha Priya before her execution. That's the big breaking news development that we are tracking at this moment. That the Supreme Court has begun hearing about Nimisha Priya's death, execution that is set to be done in 2 days' time. She was allegedly being accused of killing an individual by injective sedatives, and subsequently now a Supreme Court hearing is underway. I have my colleague Chandrakala joining us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Chandrakala, what's the latest in terms of the Supreme Court hearing in the Nimisha Priya case?
Well, a very crucial plea is underway right now. The Supreme Court is seeking a plea has been. A plea has been filed in Supreme Court seeking Indian government's intervention on regarding Nimisha Priya's, for saving Nimisha Priya. Of course, her execution is set on 16 July. The Save Nimisha Priya Council has approached the Supreme Court regarding pleading that the Indian government should be facilitating the blood money negotiations.
Indeed, and it's a crucial hearing that we are tracking at the moment as the details continue to come in. Thank you very much, Chandrakala, for tracking those details. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in from Haryana this time. Businessmen Robert Vadra and Rahul Gandhi have been both asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate at their Delhi office for questioning in the alleged money laundering probe linked to the 2 London property deals. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra accompanied her husband to the agency's office this morning. The probe pertains to 2 properties at 19 Bryanston Square and Grosvenor Hill Court, 13 Burdon Street in London, owned by the UK-based arms consultant Sanjay Bhandari. The ED alleges that these are Benami properties of Mr. Vadra and is now probing this alleged link to arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari. That's the big breaking news development. Robert Vadra today summoned by ED for questioning, which is presently underway. This is in the Benami Sampatti case, in the Benami properties case, particularly pertaining to multiple properties in London. The probe pertains to 2 properties at 19 Bryanston Square and Governors Hill Court and 13 Bourbon Street in London, which are properties allegedly owned by UK-based arms consultant Sanjay Bhandari. But the ED is alleging that these London-based properties are in fact alleged Benami properties of Robert Vadra. This morning, he was accompanied by Priyanka Vadra Gandhi to the ED's Delhi office, where he was summoned for questioning, and the grilling of Robert Vadra continues at the moment. I have my colleague Riyanka also joining us live on the broadcast, who is tracking the developments of ED's questioning. Riyanka, what's the latest? How much time has it already elapsed since Robert Vadra went in for questioning?
Well, see, he had come in here around 11 and as you can see, I'm reporting from outside the Enforcement Directorate office here in the national capital, and it's nearly around 1.5 hours since Robert Vadra has been inside, and he is being investigated by the Central Probe Agency Enforcement Directorate. Remember, time and again we have seen Robert Vadra appearing before the Enforcement Directorate in several cases, essentially 3 cases of money laundering that the ED has been questioning Vadra on. Now, the prime focus is on fugitive arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari, who in fact ran away to the United Kingdom once there was an income tax raid at his residence. We also understand that there are allegations that Sanjay Bhandari in fact acquired the property in London, the Bryanston Square property, and essentially Robert Vadra's role comes in, where the ED says that Vadra was one who had given in funds for the renovation of that property and was also one of the beneficiaries of the assets. What we also understand the allegations, let me go into a bit of details. Emails with the Enforcement Directorate have revealed that there were talks going on between Sanjay Bhandari, Sumit Chadda, Manoj Arora and Robert Vadra regarding the property, and Vadra had shown an interest in order to renovate that particular property in Branston Square in London. The ED said Sanjay Bhandari spent an additional amount of £65,900 on this property, and he later sold it for £1.9 million. Now, there are allegations again, Robert Vadra. There were fake contracts. There were bribes shown as consultancy fees. In fact, property was brought abroad with that particular money. So, Vadra faces all this heat from the Enforcement Directorate at the moment.
Thank you very much, Priyanka. 1.5 hours already elapsed and Robert Vadra still continues to be inside ED office. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a lot more is making news across Bharat. Let me take you through all those updates in the next 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla of Axiom 4 mission is ready to undock from the International Space Station today. On the occasion, his sister Suchi Mishra stated that their family is feeling the same emotion that they had on the day Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla went for the mission. She shared that they will be celebrating a lot when the brother returns back. Late gangster Sanjeev Maheshwari Jiva and Mafia Don Mukhtar Ansari's gang shooter Shahrukh Pathan has been killed in an encounter by Meerut Special Task Force or the STF unit. Shahrukh Pathan fired more than 10 rounds at the police during the encounter. The STF have recovered 3 pistols and over 60 rounds of cartridges and 1 car from the site. Delhi Airport has issued an advisory following the sudden change in weather this morning in the national capital. They have advised passengers to consider alternative modes of transport, including the Delhi Metro, to reach the airport and avoid any potential delays. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in on the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau released preliminary report on the Air India plane crash. Now, Air India CEO Campbell Wilson says, quote, the preliminary report found no mechanical or maintenance issues with the aircraft or engines and that all mandatory maintenance tasks had been completed. There was no issue with the quality of fuel, no abnormality with the takeoff roll. The pilots had passed the mandatory pre-flight breathalyzer and there were no observations pertaining to their medical status. I would also remind that out of the abundance of caution and under the oversight of the DGCA, every Boeing 787 aircraft operating in Air India's fleet was checked within days of the accident and all were found to be fit for service. We will continue to perform all necessary checks as we will any new ones as the authorities may suggest. This is the official statement coming in from Air India's CEO Campbell Wilson. They're trying to say that Air India had no role to play in the crash in terms of any mechanical failure or any engine-related issues. I have my colleague Harsha joining us live on this broadcast, who is closely tracking the developments in this story. The Air India CEO almost absolving the company, Harsha, there, based on the preliminary assessment of the AAIB, saying that perhaps Air India is not at all at fault. What do you see in terms of the developments coming in the story?
So, Krutar, there's a humongous anger against Air India because we very well know that there was something wrong with the Boeing aircraft. There was an issue with the fuel switch, and that not only the AIB report, which says that there was an issue in the fuel in the fuel switch because it automatically came from run to cut off. It was the FAA guideline, and in fact, we have several documents from the other authorities of the country as well, where they clearly states that how this fuel issue was the major issue, and the pilot's body also feel that there is something not right about the investigation which is happening. Therefore, they are also asking for the legal for the legal role in this AIB investigation. Experts, there should be the role of the legal expert as well. Now, Campbell Wilson has come out and he has circulated a WhatsApp. He has circulated a mail to all the employees of the Air India. He very clearly states that there was no maintenance and mechanical issue with the aircraft. There was no issue in the engine oil as well. And also the pilots had went through the breathalyzer test, and also he went on by saying that this is all the speculation and rumors which is going on in the media, we should not focus on. In fact, this is why Air India Campbell Wilson has come out and sent out a mail to all the employees of Air India, because now he knows that the question will be to the operator, because it was flagged that there was some issue with the control relay valve of the Boeing 787 aircraft. It was not only in India, but the other bodies worldwide had also flagged this issue. There was the unsafe potential condition of the fuel switch. Whether this was the old processor or the new processor should have been replaced, nothing we know as of now, because AIB report only has told about the investigation. But what was the actual problem with the fuel switch, that has not come out in public. But Air India clearly didn't adhere to the guideline of the FAA and SAIB of the Airworthiness Information Bulletin, where clearly stated that inspections had to be done of Boeing 787, which they didn't do. So clearly Air India is at fault here. And Air India should have done the inspection. Why such massive crash happened? It would not have happened if the fuel switch issue was checked, it was inspected, or the relay or spar was checked thoroughly. But it didn't happen in this case, and that is the reason why the engine couldn't align with the fuel transmission, and that is the reason why it immediately went from run to cut off. Now, this statement coming at this point of time, because Air India clearly knows that there's humongous anger, and everyone is not buying the fact that there was no maintenance issue. There was the maintenance issue, there was the inspection issue, there was the issue with the electrical wiring inside the fuel switch, which Air India will have to respond in further coming days, because the 7 July notification of Air India to its engineering department clearly tells us that 6 days before the probe report,
Yes.
Air India had an idea that something is going to come out open in public about the fuel switch. Therefore, they have already ordered the fuel switch wiring change in the Boeing aircraft. Back to you.
Indeed, Harsha, and these are some very important developments that we continue to track now. Air India CEO, they're almost giving a clean sheet. Meanwhile, more breaking news update coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Donations to unregistered political parties are now under scanner. More than 200 locations are being covered today. A pan-India raid is being carried out. This is against those who have arranged, or persons who are availing bogus deductions through donations to registered and unregistered political parties under ATGGC. Raids are also underway against those who have enabled persons to claim bogus deductions towards payments or tuition fees or medical expenses under these heads. My colleague Shavan Sen joins us live on this broadcast. A massive crackdown, Shavan, undergoing over bogus donations to unregistered political parties. What's the latest in terms of this story that we're tracking?
Well, in fact, this is a pan-India raid that is now being carried out by the Income Tax Department. As of now, what we can confirm is that the income tax raid is being carried out at 200 locations. We do not have the details with regards to which states are essentially being focused. Now, as with regards to what exactly is the case all about, we are being essentially told that they're looking at bogus donations that have been made to political parties. These are essentially RUPPs under the Election Commission, which is basically registered political parties. But the fact of the matter is that they have basically come under the scanner of the Election Commission. However, there are larger political parties who have essentially benefited by the existence of these parties, which are not directly registered in terms of receiving donations, because these are political parties which have allegedly received fundings under the ATG, the tax income deduction. And we are given to understand that this crackdown is essentially to look into how exactly the money is essentially being routed to larger political parties through these the existence of these smaller political parties. And this is also being done to weed out the very possibility of multiple hawala transactions that have essentially taken place. This is part of what is known as the nudge campaign of the Income Tax Department that is being carried out. But remember, this is by far the biggest ever crackdown that is being carried out by the Income Tax Department, and the fact that there is a direct political link that is being looked into by the Income Tax Department.
Thank you very much, Shavan, for tracking those details, as the IT department now continues to have a major nationwide crackdown on these illegal transactions, alleged transactions to unofficial political parties. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news also coming in. That's the big breaking development that we're tracking at this point of time. Raids on unregistered political parties and bogus donations given under the old tax regime. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in regard to the conversion racket of Changur Baba. A victim of Changur Baba is now alleged that she was lured and converted through Instagram, claiming multiple girls were also targeted. She accuses Changur Baba's network of operating with agents in Saudi Arabia and India, involving thousands of henchmen. The victim alleges police inaction and corruption, seeking help and protection for herself and others. Those are some sensational claims being made first-hand now for the first time by a victim of this mega conversion racket that was being operated by Changur Baba Nexus, who is presently under ATS custody. Let's listen into what the victims had to say.
मुख्यमंत्री जी अगर कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो 50% की कार्रवाई हुई है, 50% बाकी है जो अपराधी बाहर घूम रहे हैं, पहले उनकी गिरफ्तारी की जाए। वो नहीं गिरफ्तार होंगे, कोई कार्रवाई कुछ नहीं हो सकती है, ये आधी अधूरी कार्रवाई है।
आप कुछ बताएंगे कौन है ऐसे लोग जिन पर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए? अच्छा, क्या आप क्योंकि इस मामले
आप अगर इसको फोटो खींचना चाहें तो इसको गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए। ये सक्रिय सदस्य हैं, 10 से ऊपर इनके द्वारा धर्मांतरण हो चुके हैं।
आप नाम लेने से क्या डर रही हैं? कोई कारण है? आपको सुरक्षा का खतरा लग रहा है?
नाम लेने से नहीं है, आप लोगों के द्वारा जो भी हम लोग ने कहा अब तक ही 1 हफ्ते से पिछले हम लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं। आप दोनों मतलब आप सभी मीडिया के द्वारा सिर्फ छांगुर छांगुर छांगुर, मैंने 50 बार चाहा है, सिर्फ छांगुर अकेला नहीं है, गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य हैं जो सिर्फ 50% ही काम हुआ है, 50% तो बाकी है। किस पीड़िता को न्याय मिला है?
नाम पढ़ता हूँ, आपने नाम दिए, मैं आपके दिए नाम पढ़ता हूँ। अमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अबू उरैरा अंसारी, अबू सईद अंसारी, उम्मे रवीना, उम्मे हबीदा, सईदा खातून और सूफिया अंसारी।
जी, इनकी गिरफ्तारी जब तक नहीं होगी पूरा खेल सामने नहीं आएगा।
क्या कोई डर भी आप लोग को दिखाया जा रहा है? किसी तरीके का प्रेशर भी बनाया जा रहा है?
धमकाया जा रहा है, हम लोगों को बहुत हैरेस किया जा रहा है, जिसके लिए सबसे पहले अब हम मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिलना चाहेंगे, तब हम आगे कुछ करना चाहेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री जी से हमारा मिलने का बस है, जितनी जल्दी हो सकेगा हम उनसे मुलाकात करेंगे।
आपने जो अनुभव किया, तमाम बच्चियों के ऊपर इस तरीके से साजिशन प्रयास किए जाते हैं, उन बच्चियों के लिए आप क्या कहिएगा? कैसे बचें, क्या कुछ करें? आपने जो अनुभव किया, खुद आपका एक्सपीरियंस है।
उनको सिर्फ मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगी, हम सब एक एग्जाम्पल हैं और देख केरला स्टोरी सभी को देखनी चाहिए कि जो होता है कि मेरा अब्दुल ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है, सबका अब्दुल ऐसा ही है। वो बाद में पता चलता है, उस समय नहीं पता चलता है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से एक आप मैसेज क्या देना चाहेंगे? एक बात पे खत्म करते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगी? एक बात बस बता दें।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से सबसे पहले यही कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारी सामाजिक आर्थिक सुरक्षा का ध्यान रखा जाए और हमें मुख्यमंत्री से मिलना है क्योंकि शासन प्रशासन मौन है, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रहा है।
2019 में मेरी मम्मी को एक रुद्र शर्मा नाम का लड़का मिला था। उसने कहा था एक छंगुर पीर बाबा हैं, वो तुम्हारे पति की शराब छुड़वा देंगे। तभी से रुद्र मेरी मम्मी को बहन बोलता था और वो मेरे घर भी आता जाता था। उसकी बहनें भी नाम बदल के आती थी मेरे घर पे। 2024 में उसने कहा कि बाबा कानपुर आए हैं, उनसे मिल लो चल के। हम उसके साथ चले गए और वो मुझे एक फतेहपुर मस्जिद में लेके गया, वहाँ पे मेरे साथ ज़बरदस्ती निकाह किया। तब हमें उसका नाम पता चला, मेराज अंसारी है। मस्जिद में वीडियो कॉल पे छांगुर पीर बाबा भी थे, उन्होंने मेरा नाम जैनब रखा था और एक सवा नाम की औरत को मेरी नकली माँ बना दिया गया था वहाँ पे मस्जिद में।
चाहता क्या था? जब आपने वीडियो कॉल पे उसकी बातें सुनी, क्या बातें वो करता था आपसे?
वो लोग उनसे छांगुर पीर से रोज़ वीडियो कॉल पे बातें करते थे। 3 महीने तक उन लोगों ने हमें कैद करके रखा था। वो लोग रोज़ वीडियो कॉल पे छांगुर पीर से बातें करते थे कि 2047 तक ये मुल्क हमारा होगा, भारत को इस्लामी मुल्क बनाने की बातें करते थे वो लोग।
डराते भी थे क्या आपको? आपको डराते धमकाते भी?
हाँ, मेरी मम्मी को जान से मारने की धमकी देते थे, कहते थे अगर कुछ भी तुमने आवाज़ उठाई तो तुम्हारी मम्मी को जान से मरवा देंगे और तुम्हारे पापा को झूठे केस में फंसा देंगे। वैसे भी वो
उसके पास इतना रुपए पैसा था, वो भी ऑफर करता था क्या? रुपए पैसा भी ऑफर करता?
नहीं, हमें कोई ऑफर नहीं दिया पैसे।
अभी भी डर लगता है? अभी भी आपको लगता है सुरक्षा?
वो लोग हमें, जब हम लोग कहीं जाते हैं तो कई मुसलमान हमें और मेरे भाई को घेरते हैं, जान से मारने की धमकी देते हैं।
योगी जी से क्या कहिएगा आप? अगर योगी जी से बात करिएगा तो क्या कहिएगा?
योगी जी से यही कहेंगे कि जितने भी छांगुर पीर से जुड़े लोग हैं वो सब, उन सब पे कार्रवाई।
के अलावा कुछ नाम अगर आप बताना चाहें, और भी लोग हैं जिन पे कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है?
जी, जिन लोगों ने हमें कैद करके रखा था, उसके पापा रियाज अहमद और उसके भाई उमर, हंजला, अनस, सब छांगुर पीर बाबा के ही गैंग के ही लोग हैं। उन्हीं
कैद में रखा था आपको?
हाँ, 3 महीने तक।
कहाँ पे रखा था? कैसे?
अपने घर पे बिंदकी में।
मारती पीटते भी थे?
हाँ, जब हम नमाज नहीं पढ़ते थे तब मारती थी उसके अम्मी।
हिंदू लड़कियों को फंसा लिया जाता है, आप तो पूरा अनुभव कर लिया।
उनके टारगेट में 20-25 लड़कियां टारगेट है, हिंदू ही हैं, सारे भाई हिंदू लड़कियों से बातें करते हैं।
हिंदू लड़कियों को फंसा लिया जाता था, अब आप बाकी हिंदू लड़कियों को अगर संदेश देंगी तो कैसे इनसे बचें? क्या ये चारा डालते हैं कि जिनसे बचना चाहिए?
ये लोग हिंदू नाम बता के ही मिलते हैं लड़कियों से, शक ना हो किसी को, तो उनसे यही कहेंगे कोई किसी भी अनजान व्यक्ति, कोई भी लड़का है उस कुछ भी हिंदू नाम बताए तो उस पर विश्वास ना करें, कोई भी लालच दे।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in a tragic incident from Tamil Nadu cinema. Renowned stunt master Mohan Raj has lost his life while filming an action sequence for director Pa Rajneeth's upcoming film Vetuvam. The accident occurred during a stunt in Velankali in Tamil Nadu. This incident happened on the sets while a stunt was being performed. A very well-known stunt master, Mohan Raj of the Tamil Nadu cinema industry, has unfortunately lost his life during this stunt that was being performed. The visuals are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This happened in Velankali in Tamil Nadu, where the shooting of the film Vetuvam was ongoing. My colleague Sharda joins us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Sharda, this is a very shocking development coming in. We can clearly see the car overturning there mid-air, and very well-known stunt master Mohan Raj has lost his life. What's the latest?
Well, Mohan Raj has been working with Power Rangers for quite a few films right now, and this latest film, Vetuvam, the shooting first schedule has been going on right now, and the shooting has been happening near Velangani in the Nagapattinam, and the fight scene that the director is trying to shoot also shows the stunt master flying off the car, and also stating that he had a chest pain after this particular accident, and the doctors from the hospital, when he was taken, said that he was brought dead. He immediately collapsed at the accident site. However, people did not realize it the minute the car fell down, and there was slight delay, as we can see in the video, that the team did not realize that the stunt master was hurt immediately and took at least 30 seconds to react more than what on the scene actually what happened. We've also got information from Power Rangers team stating that the movie schedule has now been stopped.
Indeed, and Sharda, were not adequate measures for security taken, safety taken, because in such cases where stunts are being performed in such environment, it is usually a controlled environment. However, this is extremely unfortunate that a person has lost their lives and the entire incident has been captured on camera. What are you picking up in terms of the initial investigation now, which may be launched into this matter?
Well, the police have also launched a probe and investigation to check whether all careful measures were taken. However, the team continues states that they had immediate assistance, and they also had done the stunt master agreed to perform the stunt in the sequence that he wanted to, and there were measures taken for safety also in case something happens. However, we could see that it was a fatal accident, as when the car tried to go on the slope, it did not go on the right place, and there was a small slip out, and that's what caused the accident. So the movie team continues to state that this accident was not expected at, and that's the reason there was this issue with the car overturning when it went out of control.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Sharda, for those details. Tracking in a very unfortunate incident taking place on the sets of movie Vetuvam, where well-known stunt master Mohan Raj has lost his life while performing a very dangerous stunt. Captured on camera, unfortunately. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, ladies and gentlemen, more updates on the Velankani set, where shooting has stopped and police have begun an initial investigation. What exactly went wrong? Were safety measures not taken into account? How can a fatal accident be allowed? More details coming up next on Live and Breaking.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy.
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. After spending 3 weeks in the space, Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 other XM4 crew are going to be returning back to Earth today, and we'll keep you updated on that. First up, as always, the headlines. Excitement in air as Shubhanshu Shukla and crew are all set to return, and this is their much-awaited homecoming. Robert Vadra appears before ED in the Haryana land scam case. Supreme Court agrees to list plea challenging Delhi High Court's order on the stay of the movie Udaipur Files. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar in China has called for continued normalization of ties between India and China when he met with the Chinese vice. Air India issues statement on the initial report on crash, quotes no mechanical or maintenance issue with the plane. Well, starting with the hearing that is underway in the Supreme Court has heard a PIL seeking to stall Keralite nurse Nimisha Priya's execution in Yemen, which is scheduled to take place on July 16, that is day after tomorrow. Now, the Supreme Court has asked the centre to intervene with the Yemeni government and sought a status report on the same matter. The government, on the other hand, said that they tried all their options to save her, but this hearing continues. But as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, it heard a PIL seeking to stall Keralite nurse Nimisha Priya execution. Remember, she's all set to be executed on July 16th. And before that, the family says that they are ready with the blood money, 8.6 crore rupees, that they are ready to pay to the victim's family, in fact, but they have not accepted that offer till yet, and that is why they have moved the Supreme Court seeking central government's intervention in this case. And now the Supreme Court has asked the central government to intervene with the Yemeni government and sought the status report on the same matter. So it remains to be seen whether or not, with just only 2 days to go for her execution, the intervention by the central government will be enough. Let me go across to Rhythm Bhardwaj for more on this. Today, in fact, the Supreme Court heard this matter and they've sought a status report from the central government, sought intervention of the central government, but only 48 hours are left for the execution of Nimisha Priya. What more are you learning?
Well, absolutely. Today, the Supreme Court has been told by the Attorney General R. Venkatramani, negotiation link has also been done. There is a point till which the government of India can go. The Attorney General, the top law officer of the country, has informed the Supreme Court that they as the government have reached what they can do. He said it has not worked out. Nothing matters to the Yemen government. We need to understand the Yemen government is different. He also said we also got involved with the Sheikh influential there. It did not work out. The Attorney General also said that if it's a matter of honor, we don't accept. We don't know what happens with money. He also had the Joint Secretary External Affairs there. It clearly shows the government says that we have done what we could. They also said there's a communication even at 10:30 a.m. today requesting by us for suspension of her order. But the Attorney General says nothing has happened. This may even prove counterproductive. He says these are highly confidential details. I'm telling the court. Very rarely does the MEA give out such details in such a high-profile case. However, the Supreme Court says, okay, we shall hear this case on Friday. They've asked both the parties to inform the status on Friday, and they've heard what the Attorney General had to say. There was a lot of talk by the lawyers about the blood money which has been asked for. You were mentioning it. This is reportedly the money that has been given. Nimisha Priya's lawyers are seeking unions intervention to negotiate the blood money. The Attorney General said there is nothing we can do because blood money is a private negotiation. This is happening at a private level. However, Justice Mehta called this execution sad, and on Friday they're going to find out. They've asked for an informal communication listing this matter on Friday to get a latest update.
Absolutely. A status report has been sought from the central government by the Supreme Court. Stay on with us. In fact, what we're learning is that Kerala Chief Minister has written to the Prime Minister saying, and I quote, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we are seeking urgent intervention to secure the release of Nimisha Priya, who remains imprisoned in Yemen. The government of Kerala stands firmly with all those working towards her, in fact, safe return is what the Kerala Chief Minister has written to the Prime Minister, demanding his intervention in Nimisha's Priya case. And this comes at a time when PIL has also been filed in the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has also sought the intervention of the central government and demanded a status report on the same. Let me go back to Executive Editor Rhythm Bhardwaj. Rhythm, tell us about the laws in Yemen, because we are learning that there is a Sharia law that says that blood money can be given. But on the other hand, the ball is in the court of the victim's family, because on one hand, Nimisha's Priya family says that they have offered 8.6 crore rupees to them, but it remains to be seen whether or not they will take that money or not. But before we go back to Rhythm Bhardwaj, let me tell you what has happened in the case till now. The matter has reached the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has asked the central government to intervene in this matter and file a status report. But most importantly, this comes only 48 hours before her execution in Yemen. As per Yemeni law, There is the Sharia law, which says that in fact the accused can give the blood money and they can be let go after that. Now shifting our focus, it's been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left from the Earth for the historic space mission. Now countdown to his return has started. Group Captain Shukla with his crew members will fly back to the Earth tomorrow. And meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during the farewell speech, Shukla said that while his journey in the space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very strong and very difficult. Listen into what he said.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
And Shubhanshu Shukla, they're repeating Sare Jahan Se Acha message. And just before, ahead of his visit back to the Earth, his parents are quite elated. Listen into what they are saying.
ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है सोच के कि 17-18 दिन के बाद बच्चा वापस आ रहा है, धरती पर आए उतरेगा तो अच्छा लग रहा है। बहुत खुशी हो रही है, बहुत ज़्यादा। बहुत अच्छा लगा जो मैसेज दे रहे थे कि हाँ सारे जहाँ से अच्छा भारत आज भी दिखता है, ये उन्होंने मैसेज दिया वहाँ से, तो सुनकर बहुत अच्छा लगा कि देश के प्रति इतना जज्बा भरा हुआ है उस बच्चे के अंदर, उसको सब कुछ अच्छा लगता है। मतलब ये सुन के, उसके मुँह से सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही है। हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ जाए। ये हम ईश्वर से मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन हो।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं, अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं, और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं, और सभी कुछ उसमें जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
For more on this, let me go across to Dr. Ramaswamy Venkataraman, former Associate Director at ISRO. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 others are all set to come back to Earth. And the weather is set for the touchdown is what we are learning. There's a green light that has come from NASA, ISRO, etc. But tell us, what more challenges could there be?
Fine. Good afternoon to everybody. Actually, the journey period is completed. Now the de-docking has to take place, and that is being planned by 2:30 today. The docking process is the separation of the axiom for that the Starliner, the Dragon crew has to separate from the crew module that International Space Station. That separation has to take place very smoothly. All the sensors should work nicely, and there will be a smooth separation followed by a rough separation. Then there will be a number of orbiting maneuvers. The Dragon capsule has to make the orbiting maneuvers around the Earth before giving the re-entry command. Now the splashdown point is planned and the time is fixed. The crew cannot come as and when they like. There is a particular orbit where the crew has to give the re-entry command. That particular orbit and timing has to be very selective, and that is being finalized by the ground situation. The touchdown place, the sea state conditions, and the weather conditions, and the visibility. The recovery team has to be positioned, and they should have the visibility. So these are all the challenges. Now, if you look at it, there are 4 different phases are available before splashdown. One is the crew module separation. The space capsule has to be separated from the International Space Station. Then the deboosting command. That is, the deboosting will be given by the nose down condition. Now, the nose down condition, they will give the re-entry. That is, the thruster, recovered thrust will be given from the service module engines attached to the backside of the capsule. So that will give the recovered thrust to enter into the Earth's atmosphere. The next one is the very challenging phase, is the atmospheric re-entry. When the capsule enters from the empty space to the dense air medium, atmospheric medium, lot of resistance and friction that will give enormous amount of heat and pressure to the crew module. And the module will be protected by means of the thermal protection system called ablative tiles. These ablative tiles take care of the extra heat going inside the cabin. Finally, after entering into the atmosphere, the service module, which was used so far for providing all the propulsion energy and also the life support system required for the breathing and environmental control, everything will be separated out. Now, the available cabin pressure and the conditions will be suitable for few more hours only. So, under that condition, the deceleration system should work out. That is, now initially the drop chute, the main parachute, the drop chute will open the apex cover and reorient the conical crew module. The crew module right now will come at the conical shape, and the base is bigger, and the top portion cup will be open, and the crew module will be reoriented along the path of the trajectory. It is not a straight falling down, it is a trajectory path, and the touchdown has to take place only the corner portion, the base, the joint, the rim portion which is the strong material has to touch first, not the flat portion to touch first. So once the touchdown is over, the recovery team has to be operational. They will take the crew back, and the recovery operations will take the minimal time, and they will be going for the rehabilitation. That is, return from the space to normal Earth condition. They have to given the special medical care before coming to the body normal conditions. These are all the next 4 stages available. That will happen by tomorrow by 3 o'clock by our Indian time. That the mission will be totally completed, and we are very sure our first Indian astronaut, who is from the International Space Station, Subhanshu Shukla, is going to make the countryman and total country proud.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on the initial undocking that will in fact begin from 4:35. Just 3 hours from now is what we're learning. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. So Subhanshu Shukla and the other 3 are going to return back to the Mother Earth tomorrow is what we're learning. And before that, Subhanshu Shukla has repeated the message of Sare Jahan Se Acha. Now shifting our focus to the national capital, the body of a 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the last 6 days has been found by the Delhi police, and her body was retrieved from Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. Sneha's family is claiming police inaction in the case. In fact, her sister has now issued a statement saying that all the CCTV cameras near the Signature Bridge where she was last seen must be examined for foul play. So the family is questioning the police in action, questioning why the CCTV cameras at the location she was last seen at was not working. And in fact, they have also sought clarification on why the FIR was registered after 2 days of her going missing as far as this case is concerned. Listen in.
We are here at Paryavaran Complex, Mehroli in South Delhi, related to the case where the Tripura girl, Sneha Debnath, went missing on 7th of July around 8 a.m. Her last call with her mother was at around 5:56 a.m. on 7th of July, and when her phone came off, switched off around 8:30 a.m. that is when her parents started growing very concerned that where their daughter is. Now we are outside the residence. You can see this is exactly where Sneha used to live with her family, her sister, her parents. We are going to take you inside and we are going to keep updating you about all the details of the case. Now, after she went missing for around 6 days, her body was found on Sunday evening, 13th of July, near the Geeta Colony Bridge. And it is said that she jumped off the Signature Bridge. Local police with the help of NDRF was looking for her body in and around Signature Bridge, around 7.5 kilometers radius, but they couldn't find anything. And it was yesterday when they found her body under the Geeta Colony Bridge.
And for more of this, let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who has been tracking this story very closely. Shambhavi, tell us, on one side, the suicide note has been found, but the family is saying that there is a foul play as far as this case is concerned. Give us more details about what the family is saying.
Well, yes, the suicide note has been found where Sneha clearly wrote that it was only her and hers decision that she does not want to continue living. There is no foul play involved, that she in full consciousness, without any pressure, is taking the step of jumping off the bridge and giving her life. On the other hand, the family is now saying that if she wanted to give her life, she could have given that up in this place in her home. We are outside her residence, and her sister is saying that if she was depressed, if she wanted to end her life, she could have done that anywhere. Why would she go out of the way to a place where there are no CCTV cameras, where the police was not able to track her movement after she got off from the cab on that bridge? Now, the family is suggesting foul play. In this case, the family is suggesting that there might be a chance that she was under pressure when she took this decision.
Absolutely, Sham. We keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the national capital, the Supreme Court has agreed to list the plea challenging the Delhi High Court's order staying the release of Udaipur files, which, remember, was all set to release on July 11th. But a day before that, the Delhi High Court had put a stay on that. Now, the advocates there and the producers have moved the Supreme Court to challenge that order. Now, Supreme Court has agreed to hear a plea seeking the lifting of the stay over the release of movie Udaipur files, and this plea was mentioned by senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia on the behalf of the producer of the movie. Remember, this movie is on the life of and also the murder of Kanhaiya Lal, the tailor in Udaipur who was murdered 2 years back. Now, this in fact, the hearing on this petition will take place in the Supreme Court, as it has agreed to hear a plea seeking the lift of the stay over the release of the movie. Listen in to what the advocate has said.
So since we have challenged the order of the Honorable High Court whereby the stay has been granted on the release of the movie. On behalf of the producers, the Supreme Court has now been approached via the SLP. Today the matter was mentioned before Honorable Justice Suryakant in the Supreme Court of India by Senior Advocate Mr. Gaurav Bhatia. The Honorable Supreme Court has been apprised of the urgency why this movie needs to be released. And on behalf of the producers, we urge the court for an urgent listing. The court has orally observed that the matter may be listed in next couple of days. This is the oral observation, and we are hopeful that the matter gets listed soon and then a detailed hearing will happen.
When can we expect the detailed hearing? Because this is a very crucial matter. We have seen the importance of this matter. What do you say?
Ma'am, as far as the procedure for listing and mentioning of an urgent matter is concerned in the Honorable Supreme Court of India, we have taken those steps. We have mentioned the matter today before the senior most judge of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, who's present today, since Justice Gawai is on leave and Justice Suryakant was presiding the bench, being the senior most judge today. So Senior Advocate Gaurav Bhatia has mentioned the matter today on behalf of the producers. The Honorable Court has orally observed that in likely a couple of days the matter may be listed. So we are hopeful the matter gets listed in a couple of days. This is the best that we could do today.
Now shifting our focus, US President Donald Trump has expressed his disagreement with the Russian president regarding Russia's war in Ukraine. Russia attacked Ukraine with hundreds of drones and missiles last night, and the attack has killed at least 6 people and wounded dozens. Now President Donald Trump has stated that United States will send Patriot air defense systems to Ukraine to help it fight off the Russian invasion. Here's more.
President Donald Trump has expressed disappointment towards Russian President Vladimir Putin. After President Putin put up a cordial front regarding the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, Russia attacked Ukraine last night.
But I am very disappointed with President Putin. I thought he was somebody that meant what he said, and he'll talk so beautifully and then he'll bomb people at night. We don't like that.
President Donald Trump has announced that the United States will aid Ukraine by sending Patriot air defense systems to the country.
I haven't agreed on the number yet, but they're going to have some because they do need protection. But the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need, because Putin really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice and then he bombs everybody in the evening. So there's a little bit of a problem there, and I don't like it.
And countless Indians will be eyeing the heavens and sending up silent prayers for the safe and return of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla along with his Axiom 4 crewmates set off for their journey back to the Earth today. And after a 2-week vigil at the International Space Station, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will return with many abiding memories from his journey to the space, checking in at ISS and bonding with his crewmates and fellow astronauts over Gajar Ka Halwa and his live chat with the Prime Minister from space. Have a look at the report as we count down to the return of our newest space hero. Here's Bo.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and lift.
After 2 weeks of intense science experiments at the International Space Station,
a new chapter in space.
It is time for farewell and celebration for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 other astronauts from the Axiom 4 mission, who are all set to begin their return back to the Earth. As the Axiom 4 mission neared its conclusion, astronauts aboard the ISS gathered for a feast featuring a diverse menu representing the 6 nations involved in this mission. Currently, there are 11 astronauts on board the ISS, 7 from Expedition 73 and 4 from Axiom 4 commercial mission. While speaking at the formal farewell ceremony, Shukla hailed the progress of India and reiterated Rakesh Sharma's iconic words from 1984 Space Odyssey.
40 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहाँ से अच्छा दिखता है।
Shukla expressed a profound admiration for India and described Bharat to be ambitious, fearless and full of pride from the space.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank my country and all their citizens for supporting this mission and me with all their hearts. And I would like to thank ISRO for making this happen. All the colleagues at ISRO who have worked tirelessly in developing all the protocols, the science and the outreach activities. The researchers back in India, the students who developed the outreach items that I carried. I would also like to thank NASA and its international partners, Axiom Space, SpaceX, for ensuring that we were trained adequately well and providing all the support round the clock, and all the people who are sitting on ground supporting this mission, making it extremely successful.
Speaking about his time in orbit, Shukla described the journey as, quote, incredible and almost magical. He highlighted the mission's scientific achievements, outreach efforts, and the sense of wonder that comes from viewing the Earth from orbit, adding that he'll be carrying a lot of memories and learning from this Axiom 4 mission. As the Axiom 4 mission comes to a close, Shukla's heartfelt farewell from the International Space Station stands as a proud and emotional moment for India, a testament to its fearless scientific ambition and growing global stature in space.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you what Air India has said in a statement issued on the initial report on crash. Quotes, no mechanical or maintenance issue with the plane. And also in Delhi, Robert Vadra appears before the Enforcement Directorate in the Haryana land scam case. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जाना
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
Excitement in the air as Shubhanshu Shukla and crew are all set for their much-awaited homecoming. Robert Vadra appears before the Enforcement Directorate in the Haryana land scam case. SC agrees to list plea challenging Delhi High Court's order on the stay of movie Udaipur files. External Affairs Minister in China called for continued normalization of the ties between India and China. Air India issues statement on the initial report on crash, quotes no mechanical or maintenance issue with the plane. We have a breaking news coming in. Former Olympian and twice elected president of the Pakistan Hockey Federation, Akhtar Rasool Chaudhry, who currently serves as the advisor of the Asian Hockey Federation, has suggested that the upcoming Asia Cup scheduled to be held in India should either be moved to a neutral venue or at the very least, Pakistan's matches should be staged at a neutral location. So this is, in fact, a statement that is coming from Pakistan that as far as the match in India is concerned, it should either be held at a neutral location or the match with Pakistan team should be staged at a neutral location. This is in fact come at a time when there is a match in fact scheduled as far as Hockey Asia Cup is concerned.
Well, yes, that's the big breaking news that we are getting in. Hockey Asia Cup, that was at the center of the controversy after it was, there were reports that the Pakistan team could have been in India. Now we learn that the Hockey Asia Cup at a neutral venue demand is growing louder. It is Pakistan's Asia Hockey Federation advisor who's seeking a neutral venue. Soumya, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that note. Soumya, why this sudden change in heart of a neutral venue that's been demanded by Pakistan?
Well, Tanisha, weeks after our ministry announced that announced and showed their willingness with regards to Pakistani hockey team traveling to India and taking part in the Asian Cup, which is scheduled to take place in August, and the venue is in India. Now, several questions are surrounding the participation of the Pakistani hockey team, and big unclarity is emerging with regards to their participation and their travel plans as far as their travel plans to India is concerned. First being the advisor to the AHF and also two-time elected president of the Pakistani Hockey Federation demanding for a neutral location, citing the safety of their players, citing the tensions brewing between India and Pakistan post-Pahalgam terror attack. So these are the developments that are taking place, and with that we also had statements coming in from the sources within the Pakistani government suggesting that the chairman of the Prime Minister's youth program there in Pakistan has said that the Pakistani team's
yes, I'm sorry, I have to cut you short on that because we're getting in more breaking news coming in, and this one is from the national capital where Robert Vadra has been seen leaving the Enforcement Directorate premises after being questioned in the Haryana land scam case. I remember this, the Sanjay Bhandari, Indian fugitive Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra's links are under question, under scrutiny for the same. Robert Vadra on your screens, who was called in by the Enforcement Directorate. This came nearly an hour and a half back, and the questioning continued for nearly an hour of the Congress of Robert Vadra. Riyanka is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Riyanka, do we have any details on which basis was Robert Vadra questioned? What are the inside details of the ED questionnaire to Robert Vadra?
Well, as per the latest developments, we understand that Robert Vadra has just left the ED office where I'm currently reporting from, and this is for his lunch break, and he's expected to come back within an hour. Now, what we understand in this particular case, Robert Vadra very much linked to Sanjay Bhandari, who is apparently the fugitive arms dealer, and all the money laundering angle that is coming into being is being investigated by Enforcement Directorate. Now, the line of questioning from the side of the ED is about Robert Robert Vadra's hands in funding of the renovation of the property in London, which we understand that Sanjay Bhandari was apparently, he in fact had acquired that property and Vadra had provided funds for that property. In fact, there were fake contracts which were made is what we understand. More details coming in. Bribes were shown as consultancy fees. Remember, a shell company is also playing a very, very vital role in this particular case. So the money which was acquired was rather shown as consultancy fees. That was bribes which were in fact received. Property was brought abroad with that particular money which was received in terms of bribes, which is why Robert Vadra's angle comes in. Then this particular property which was bought, it was bought for nearly £65,000 and then sold for 1.9 million. Now that is the angle which is coming in about the money, and the entire trail of money, and linked with Robert Vadra is as he is close associate with the fugitive arms dealer. So we have to wait and see what happens next. The interrogation will be going on post the lunch break.
Absolutely, Riyanka. Thank you very much for getting us those details. All eyes are now on how long for the questioning will go, even after once Robert Vadra comes back from his lunch break. Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking. This one is from the state of Karnataka. I'm at the power tussle in Karnataka. Mandya Congress MLA Ravi Kumar has backed Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar for the top post. Speaking from Mandya, he said Shivakumar will become the Chief Minister when the time is right, and added that all 138 Congress MLAs support both Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar. So there seems to be a bit of infighting as far as the power tussle in the state of Karnataka is concerned. Randeep Surjewala today is in complete firefighting mode, where he will be holding back-to-back meetings with Congress MLAs in Bengaluru. We in fact have many reactions on that story. Let's listen in.
ನೂರ 38 ಶಾಸಕರು ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಪರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 138 ಶಾಸಕರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರ ಪರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವರು ಸಿಎಂ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾಲಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೂಡಿ ಬಂದಾಗಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಾಗದು. ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾಲ ಕೂಡಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಗ್ಲೇಬೇಕು, ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ವಿಜೇಂದ್ರ ಹೇಳೋದು. ನಾವು ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ವಾಂತಿ ಭ್ರಾಂತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ದು ಶಾಂತಿ ಮಂತ್ರ. ಅದು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವರು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ನಿಲುವು ಏನಂತ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವ್ಯಾಕೆ ದಿನ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಶಾಸಕರಿಗೆ ಹಿಂಗಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಚೆಕ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ? ನೀವು ಆ ತರ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಕೆಲವರು ಶಾಸಕರು ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇರಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬೆಂಬಲನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. 136 ಶಾಸಕರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 136 ಶಾಸಕರು ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ 100% ಒಳ್ಳೆ ದಿನಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ, ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ದಿನಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗೇ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ.
Smita is joining me live from the Bengaluru newsroom. On that note, Smita, how far has the power tussle reached? We learned that there is no 50-50 agreement that has been agreed upon. Siddaramaiah is stern that he will stay as the Chief Minister. Unhappy D.K. Shivakumar says that he has no options left. What is the way forward in this?
The power tussle, especially which is revolving around the Chief Minister chair in Karnataka, is not new. Since the day one when Karnataka elections, Congress got an absolute majority of 135 plus seats. The question of who will be CM was in the podium for 15 days, and then in Delhi, the Congress High Command decided that Siddaramaiah will be CM. From that day, when the Congress made its official announcement of Siddaramaiah taking over the CM chair, from that day till today, the power tussle is ongoing. But very recently, Siddaramaiah told that he will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka for a complete 5 years of term. And while speaking about D.K. Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah told that only few MLAs, that two or three MLAs are speaking about D.K. Shivakumar getting the CM chair. While Ganiga Ravi, who is one of the close aide of D.K. Shivakumar, has been giving the statement like like this that DK Shivakumar will become Chief Minister. Today, MLA Ganiga Ravi, while reacting to the statement of Siddaramaiah, saying that there are no MLAs who support DK Shivakumar's CM-ship, Ganiga told that all 135 plus MLAs support DK Shivakumar as they are supporting Siddaramaiah. There is no division in the Congress MLAs like these support Siddaramaiah or few support DK. All MLAs, elected representatives, support both the leaders. But when the time comes, when the Congress High Command decides, obviously Siddaramaiah has to step down and DK Shivakumar will obviously take over.
Absolutely,
is what Ganiga Ravi has given the statement. Again, aggravating this power tussle between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar.
Absolutely, keeping a close watch on that story. But for now, it's time for us to move on and get to the other stories. This one is from Jammu and Kashmir, when in a clear defiance of restrictions, former Jammu... It is Omar Abdullah who jumped the closed gate of Kashmir Martyrs Memorial in Srinagar. This is the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir who jumps over the barricade, being stopped by the security personnel, but he forces his way inside. This comes a day after he was allegedly placed on the house arrest ahead of the Martyrs' Day. Now, this is a surprise feat that comes a day after he and top Jammu and Kashmir leaders were barred from visiting the Martyrs' graveyard or Mazar-e-Shahuda to mark the anniversary of the July 13 killings. Clearly in the visuals, you can see how in a very, very dramatic move, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah drove to the Martyrs' graveyard this morning, resisted police's attempt to stop him, and other National Conference leaders from visiting the memorial scaled a wall and paid tributes to Kashmiri protesters shot dead by Maharaja Hari Singh's Dogra forces on July 13, 1931. In fact, we have a reaction from the Chief Minister himself. Let's listen into how he has to go and defend himself.
बड़े अफसोस की बात है कि वो लोग जो खुद इस बात का दावा करते हैं कि उनकी जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ सिक्योरिटी और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है, उनके वाज़ेह हिदायत के मुताबिक हमें कल यहां आके फातिहा पढ़ने की इजाजत नहीं दी गई। सबको सुबह सवेरे ही अपने घरों में बंद रखा गया। यहां तक कि जब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता गेटें खुलना शुरू हुई और मैंने कंट्रोल रूम को बताया कि मैं यहां आना चाहता हूं फातिहा पढ़ने के लिए, मिनटों के अंदर अंदर मेरे गेट के बाहर बंकर लगा और रात के 12-1 बजे तक उसको हटाया नहीं गया। कहने के लिए तो ये कहते हैं ये आजाद मुल्क है, लेकिन बीच बीच में ये लोग समझते हैं हम उनके गुलाम हैं। हम किसी के गुलाम नहीं हैं।
Zeenat is joining me live from Srinagar. Zeenat, what is this dramatic move all about? Is it a publicity stunt, and what do the government rules tell us?
If you go back into the past, this day was a gazetted holiday, and the leaders, including the police department, would pay homage to the martyrs of 13 July 1931. But for the last now 3 years, we are seeing this is no more a gazetted holiday and it has been scrapped. But now we are seeing yesterday the National Conference and the other political parties have gone to District Development Commissioner Srinagar seeking permission so that they are allowed to visit the Mazar-e-Shahuda, which is the graveyard in the Naqshband Sahib Shrine in downtown of Khaniyar. But the permission was denied yesterday. All the leaders were put under the arrest, in a house arrest, a detention kind of. But today we are seeing the Omar Abdullah climbing the wall, because there had been a lot of drubbing against Omar Abdullah that he's a stink duck, he has no powers, and he could not even pay the floral tributes to the martyrs of 1931. And today Omar, while he drove himself to the Khaniyar downtown area, and you can see in the visuals also Omar is climbing the wall of that very shrine and enters into the premises of that very shrine, pays floral tributes, and also the Fatiha was prayers were also recited in this very compound of the shrine, although they violated the norms because the bunkers were already placed, because district administration was not allowing any of the leaders to visit this shrine and to pay this homage and the floral tributes to those who were killed in 1931, because earlier this was a gazetted holiday, no more a still holiday. It has been taken out from the list, although there had been demands, particularly for the last 3 years, to restore this as a holiday. Today we are saying that Umar jumping there and climbing the wall violated the guidelines and paid the tributes to telling the people that, see, I'm not a sitting duck, but I have my own way of dealing with the things. I can go wherever I want. And Umar is also citing that all my people were put under detention. All the homes were locked. That is why many of them could not visit yesterday. But yes, meanwhile, we are also seeing today the Minister for the Education and Health, Sakina Yatu, was seen on a scooter when she visited this place. Day before yesterday, Iltija Muftidi, without giving a slip to the security, also paid the floral tributes. Although this is a big controversy that is coming in Srinagar, when the LG administration has completely said that no more holidays, no more against it holiday, no floral tributes to these martyrs. Then on the other side, we are seeing a different picture coming from
absolutely,
those
like you were telling,
people.
Yes, like you were saying, it's going to snowball into a huge controversy, and all eyes will be on that. Moving on to some other big breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Nimisha Priya death sentence row, where Supreme Court today heard a PIL seeking to stall Keralite nurse Nimisha Priya's execution in Yemen, which is scheduled to take place on the 16th of July. The Supreme Court has asked the centre to intervene with the Yemeni government and sought a status report on the matter. The government, on the other hand, has said that in the court that they tried all options to save her. Meanwhile, the Indian government has requested Yemen to postpone the execution of Nimisha Priya. But remember, when we talk about Nimisha Priya's death sentence in Yemen, there's nothing much that the Indian government can do about it, because the death sentence has been announced by the Yemen government. The Indian government, in fact, told the Supreme Court that there's nothing much that it can do to stop the Kerala-based nurse Nimisha Priya's execution in Yemen. Here is what the lawyers of the case have to say.
The learned attorney has informed the court there are difficulties means like diplomatic difficulties, like in Yemen, in this part of Yemen there is no Indian diplomatic presence is there, and there are many other challenges also, like the Indian government has not recognized the Houthi government there, the rulers there. So yes, but for positively he has informed the court that the Union of India has given a request or official request for extending the date of postponing the date of death sentence of Miss Nimisha Priya, which is scheduled to be on 2 days after, on 16th of July. So the Indian government has officially requested the government of Yemen to postpone it. So he informed that to the Honorable Supreme Court, and he is hopeful the Yemeni government, the counterpart, will consider that positively.
Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking, a young life cut short. A 19-year-old Delhi University student from Tripura vanishes in the national capital, and after 6 days of frantic search operations, her body is found floating in the Yamuna River. Now her family is demanding answers. Here's more on what transpired.
Sneha Devnath left Tripura to build a future. A first-year student at Delhi University, her journey ended not in a classroom but in the dark waters of Yamuna. On July 7, Sneha told her family that she was going to the railway station to drop off a friend, but instead, CCTV footage showed her taking a cab to the Signature Bridge, her phone switched off shortly after. Her family approached the police and kidnapping case was registered. But then came a chilling discovery. In a handwritten suicide note, Sneha wrote, "I felt like a failure, a burden." A massive search operation was launched. NDRF divers, Delhi police and even Tripura police joined the rescue efforts. But the Signature Bridge offered no answers as its CCTV cameras were not functional. On July 13th, the search ended in a heartbreak. A body was found floating near Geeta Colony flyover, about 10 kilometers downstream from where she was last seen.
स्नेहा का शव तकरीबन 6 दिन बाद, ये जो आप मेरे पीछे यमुना बेल्ट देख रहे हैं, यहीं से बरामद किया गया। और आपको मैं अगर तस्वीरें दिखाऊं, आप सबसे पहले ये गीता कॉलोनी फ्लाईओवर देखिए। इस फ्लाईओवर के नीचे जो यमुना गुजर रही है, यहीं से जब पुलिस शव की तलाश कर रही थी, तो इसी जगह से जो स्नेहा का शव है वो बरामद किया गया। बताया जा रहा है कि पिछले 7 दिनों से स्नेहा गायब थी। पुलिस ने इस पूरे मामले में 9 तारीख को FIR दर्ज की। 7 तारीख को स्नेहा ने आखिरी बार अपनी माता से बात की थी, जिसमें उसने बताया था कि वो सराय रोहिला रेलवे स्टेशन अपने एक दोस्त को छोड़ने आ रही है। स्नेहा की गुमशुदगी के बाद से ही चाहे वो त्रिपुरा सीएम हो, उन्होंने भी ट्वीट करके जानकारी दी कि इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई की जाए। हालांकि एक सुसाइड नोट भी इस पूरे मामले में मिला है। स्नेहा के कमरे से परिवार वालों को एक सुसाइड नोट मिला, उसमें आत्महत्या करने की बात बताई गई। सोर्सेज ये भी बता रहे हैं कि आत्महत्या के पीछे पारिवारिक कलेश है।
The body has now been sent for post-mortem. Police says no foul play is suspected at this stage. Meanwhile, the family has demanded answers, especially on delay in registration of the FIR and the defunct CCTV cameras near the bridge.
Ladies and gentlemen, countless Indians are looking to the skies to sending up silent prayers for the safe and triumphant return as Group Captain Shivanshu Shukla begins his journey back to Earth alongside his Axiom 4 crewmates. After spending 2 unforgettable weeks aboard the International Space Station, Group Captain Shivanshu Shukla returns with a treasure trove of memories from his historic space flight and the docking at the ISS to bonding with fellow astronauts over Gajar Ka Halwa and that unforgettable live interaction with the Prime Minister from space. As we count down to the return of India's newest space hero, here's a special report.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
After 2 weeks of intense science experiments at the International Space Station,
A new chapter in space.
it is time for farewell and celebration for Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla and 3 other astronauts from the Axiom 4 mission, who are all set to begin their return back to the Earth. As the Axiom 4 mission neared its conclusion, astronauts aboard the ISS gathered for a feast featuring a diverse menu representing the 6 nations involved in this mission. Currently, there are 11 astronauts on board the ISS, 7 from Expedition 73 and 4 from Axiom 4 commercial mission. While speaking at the formal farewell ceremony, Shukla hailed the progress of India and reiterated Rakesh Sharma's iconic words from 1984 Space Odyssey.
40 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Shukla expressed a profound admiration for India and described Bharat to be ambitious, fearless and full of pride from the space.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank my country and all their citizens for supporting this mission and me with all their hearts. And I would like to thank ISRO for making this happen. All the colleagues at ISRO who have worked tirelessly in developing all the protocols, the science and the outreach activities. The researchers back in India, the students who developed the outreach items that I carried. I would also like to thank NASA and its international partners, Axiom Space, SpaceX, for ensuring that we were trained adequately well and providing all the support round the clock, and all the people who were sitting on ground supporting this mission, making it extremely successful.
Speaking about his time in orbit, Shukla described the journey as, quote, incredible and almost magical. He highlighted the mission's scientific achievements, outreach efforts, and the sense of wonder that comes from viewing the Earth from orbit, adding that he'll be carrying a lot of memories and learning from this Axiom 4 mission. As the Axiom 4 mission comes to a close, Shukla's heartfelt farewell from the International Space Station stands as a proud and emotional moment for India, a testament to its fearless scientific ambition and growing global stature in space.
Time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break, we'll get you all the updates of the undocking process that is about to begin. 2 p.m. sharp is the time when the NASA live feed goes up on the channel.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said, "I knew Radhika for 2 years. She was quiet, but..."
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. In just another few hours, Shubhanshu Shukla will be back to the earth. And before coming, he has invoked the message of Sare Jahan Se Acha. This and much more, the headlines first. Excitement in the air as Shubhanshu Shukla and crew of Axiom 4 are all set for their much-awaited homecoming. Robert Vadra appears before ED in the Haryana land scam case. Supreme Court has agreed to list plea challenging Delhi High Court's order on the stay of the movie Udaipur Files. Amid the fierce power battle in Karnataka, the Karnataka Congress MLA has backed Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar for the Chief Minister's post. Air India issues statement on the initial report on crash, quotes no mechanical or maintenance issue with the plane. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar in China called for continued normalization of the ties between India and China. We have a big breaking news coming in from the state of Manipur. In a fresh violence, unknown miscreants opened fire around 10 rounds from the adjoining area of Laikot Hills near Imphal East. Chnong village is what we're learning. Farmers who were working in the village fields were forced to return and sent back from this field by the security forces who were in fact there to give protection to the farmers. Fresh firing from Laikot Hill towards Imphal East fields is what we're learning. Farmers were forced to return from fields by the security forces, and we are showing you the visuals from that very spot where the miscreants opened fire at the farmers, and those are the fields in the Laikot area, one of the villages there on your screens. Let me go across to Johnson, my colleague, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Johnson, tell us about the fresh violence that has taken place in the state of Manipur. We are learning that unknown miscreants have opened fire. Give us more details on that.
Yes, Augusta. Right now I'm at the spot. So today around the morning at around 9:30 to 10 a.m. So the women folks of this Sanung village, they were off to field for walking. So in the very first round, I will just show you the paddy field where the women have been walking now. So from this place area, there is 3 Gupti villages in the hills. So from the very spot, the women who have been walking in the field, the first they have heard about 2 or 3 rounds. They were, even though they heard the first firing round, they were walking normally as there are some security forces protecting them. But after hearing about 10 to 11 rounds, the security personnel they even used whistles, and they told the women folk to get up and to return back as the firing sound has been heard and they are not safe. So from the police department, from the Imphal East Police District Authority and Manipur Police social media page, it has been mentioned that there is no firing sound, there is no firing incident that took place in Sanung area. But from the women that have been to the field, that have been to the field, she clearly mentioned that the firing sound is heard from the Laikot, the Kuki village itself, from the adjoining hill, foothill, So regarding the statement made by the police department, the women folks are ready to face as the statement made by the police department is not true. So till now, as of now, there is no report of injury, but right now there is no farmer working in the field.
Absolutely. Fresh violence there in Manipur. Thank you so much, Johnson, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus, it's been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left from Earth for a historic space mission. Now, the countdown to his return has started. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla with his crew members will fly back to the Earth tomorrow. And once the SpaceX Dragon capsule undocks from the International Space Station, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and others will take nearly 22.5 hours is what we're learning to return back to Earth, with the splashdown expected tomorrow off the California coast around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And meanwhile, speaking to the countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shukla said that while his journey in the space is coming to the end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long and difficult. Listening to what he said.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Well, in 1984, Rakesh Sharma gave out the message of Sare Jahan Se Acha Hindustan Hamara, and 40 years later, same message given by Shubhanshu Shukla. His parents are quite elated. Listen into what they're saying.
ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है सोच के कि 17-18 दिन के बाद बच्चा वापस आ रहा है, धरती पर आए उतरेगा, तो अच्छा लग रहा है। बहुत खुशी हो रही है, बहुत ज़्यादा। बहुत अच्छा लगा जो मैसेज दे रहे थे कि हाँ सारे जहाँ से अच्छा भारत आज भी दिखता है, ये उन्होंने मैसेज दिया वहाँ से, तो सुनकर बहुत अच्छा लगा कि देश के प्रति इतना जज्बा भरा हुआ है उस बच्चे के अंदर, उसको सब कुछ अच्छा लगता है। मतलब ये सुन के, उसके मुँह से सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही है। हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ जाए। ये हम ईश्वर से मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन हो।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं, अभी भी है, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं, और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं, और सभी कुछ उसमें जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
We have a breaking news coming in. The President of India has accepted the resignation of Brigadier B.D. Mishra as the LG of Ladakh. And the President of India is pleased to make the appointment of the Governor, Professor Asim Kumar Ghosh, appointed as the Governor of Haryana. Pushpati Ashok Gajapati Raju appointed as the Governor of Goa, and Kavinder Gupta has been appointed as the LG of Ladakh. In fact, this is as far as the new LG and Governor of different states and UT is concerned. Haryana has the new Governor now, and the name of the new Governor is Professor Asim Kumar Ghosh. As far as the Governor of Goa is concerned, his name is Pushpati Ashok Gajapati Raju, and Kavinder Gupta has been appointed as the LG of Ladakh. The President of India has accepted the resignation of Brigadier Dr. B.D. Mishra, and who was the LG of Ladakh, and in his place now Kavinder Gupta has been appointed as the LG of Ladakh is what we are learning. We will get you more input on the more appointments as far as President of India is concerned. But the country has now the new Governor for Haryana, for Goa, and the new LG for UT of Ladakh. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in for you from the state of Maharashtra. We are learning that complaint has been filed against MNS Chief Raj Thackeray, and this complaint has been filed with Maharashtra Director General of Police. In a speech given at NCI Dome on July 5th, Raj Thackeray had said that if people from other states are being beaten, then do not make videos of the beating. Administrator Nityanan Sharma and Pankaj Kumar Mishra and also Ashish Rai have jointly filed a written complaint against Raj Thackeray, and Marathi language should be respected, but there should be no violence in the name of the language. If someone violates the law, demand legal action. And this is what Raj Thackeray had said on July 5th in a speech that he gave at NSCI Dome. He had said that if people from other states are being beaten, then do not make video of that beating. And this is in fact as far as the Marathi language row is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Satya Prakash, we are learning that a complaint has been filed against Raj Thackeray. What are the details? Who has filed this complaint and what has been mentioned in that?
देखिए, मंच के प्रमुख राज ठाकरे के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट फाइल हुआ है। ये कंप्लेंट फाइल हुआ है महाराष्ट्र के डीजीपी के पास, और डीजीपी के साथ पास शिकायत किया गया है कि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मुद्दा चल रहा हो, जिस तरह से राज ठाकरे हिंदी का मुद्दा चल रहा हो, जिस तरह से राज ठाकरे ने वर्ली के डोम में भाषण दिया था और कहा था कि अभी जब मारना तो वीडियो मत बनाना। हिंदी भाषा को लेकर जिस तरह से विवाद है और जिस तरह से मन से कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंदी भाषी लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद कहीं न कहीं ये विवाद लगातार महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ता जा रहा है। और महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से अलग अलग इलाकों में मन से कार्यकर्ता हिंदी भाषी लोग को मार रहे हैं, तो उसके बाद कहीं कहीं शिकायत दर्ज हुई है। वर्ली में जिस तरह से राज ठाकरे ने बयान दिया था, कहा था अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को अब मारना, अगर अब हिंदी भाषी और जिसको मराठी नहीं आता अगर उनको मारना तो
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Satya Prakash, for all the details. We keep tracking that very closely. Now, shifting our focus back to the Axim 4 mission. It has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left from Earth for a historic space mission. Now, the countdown to his return has started. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla with his crew members will fly back to Earth tomorrow at 3 o'clock is what we're learning. Once the SpaceX Dragon capsule undocks from the International Space Station, Group Captain Shukla and others will take nearly 22.5 hours to return back to the Earth, with the splashdown expected tomorrow off the California coast. And meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shukla said that while his journey in space is coming to the end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long. Listen in.
Thank you. For those of you who are just joining us, you are currently seeing a live look inside the Dragon Grace spacecraft.
Back with you on 2. Those can be trashed in the current hardware JSB.
Happy trash, thanks.
You're currently seeing a live look inside the Dragon Grace spacecraft as the Axiom Mission 4 crew prepares for their departure from the International Space Station later today. And we are awaiting the final crew ingress. 2 of the crew members already have their spacesuits on, and 2 of them are currently working through those procedures. After that is complete, we should have that final ingress followed by hatch closing, after which the process to depressurize the area between the Dragon hatch and the APAS hatch on station will begin. And then this will set us up for an undocking later today, currently planned for 6:05 a.m. Central, 7:05 a.m. Eastern. Ahead of today's departure, the Axiom Mission 4 crew and the Expedition 73 crew aboard the space station took a few minutes to share some parting words during a farewell ceremony yesterday, July 13th. With that, let's go ahead and take a quick look at what the space station commander Takuya Onishi and Axiom Mission 4 commander Peggy Whitson had to say.
Okay, so on the behalf of an entire Expedition 73 crew, I would like to say a couple of words. So Peggy, TB, Shooks, and Swab, we really enjoyed your company, and thank you so much for bringing a lot of joy, excitement, inspiration, and other positive ways to make our experience here even better. And your dedication to science and your professionalism definitely marked a new standard for the private astronaut missions. And we hope that you guys enjoyed your time being here. And we also hope that the time you spent here will become unforgettable moments in your lives. So thank you so much. And now I will hand the microphone to Action 4 Commander Peggy Whitson.
Thanks, Tak. And we really enjoyed ourselves up here. It was an amazing experience. It's always great to work with a bunch of professionals, which you are, but it's even more special to work with folks that have become our friends even more deeply. And we really appreciate the fact that the camaraderie and the teaching that you guys offered to the crew was really exceptional. And we thank you.
2 and 1302. Did you mean 5102 and 1301?
Houston, maybe. It's been an early morning, and yes, I juxtapose those 2 numbers.
Okay, copy. Thank you. And finally, for 1001, we would like that actually in the EMER CTB 5511 in Node 2, Deck 2. And that's for the ammonia response medical kit.
Okay, copy. I will put the ammonia monster response medical kit in 5511, the 1.0 CTBs into the pantry if they're empty, and the 2 have to stay where they're at.
That's a good config. Thank you.
And there you just heard some communication between the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston and NASA astronaut Anne McClain aboard the space station. With today's undocking and departure, the Axiom Mission 4 crew with a splashdown tomorrow, July 15th, will have spent 20 days in space with 18 days docked to the space station. And AX4 Commander Peggy Whitson will have spent 695 total days in space across 5 flights, which will put her at the 7th on the all-time list for cumulative days in space. Since AX4's arrival on Thursday, June 26th. The station has had 11 occupants.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for any available crew and Node 2 camera. Hey, it looks like the Node 2 camera came unplugged. Can we have someone check the cable for that?
What?
Thank you.
Cameras.
Houston Station, we reseated the cable, so hopefully that will help.
Again, since Axiom missions for arrival on Thursday, June 26th.
Well, there you can see live coming from International Space Station. Let me go across to Dr. Surendra Pal, former ISRO chief, and Dr. B.R. Guru Prasad, former ISRO scientist. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. Coming to you, Dr. Surendra, first to you. How do you see this? Because right now we can see that the docking procedure has started with the hatch opening. Can you tell us in simpler words what will happen till the docking process will start at 4:30 and then in the next 22 hours till the splashdown?
You see, first is this is a very important thing when the undocking takes place. First, they will check all the connections. Connections means electrical connections, computer connections, and also the connections which are there with the suit, etc. So the space suit should be perfectly all right. It's all sensors should work. That's what you are seeing on the TV, and everything wherever Velcro is there, those things have to be tightly done. Now, there are various sensors in the suit, so from the sensors, the person is monitoring in person, one of the, or maybe a couple of them from the space station they are monitoring. Same thing is being monitored at the ground station also. I mean, there are various ground stations available, but the total from the, mission center, everything is getting monitored. Now, after all these things are over, they will put the hatch. They will be leaked. They will see that there is no leakage, etc. Then the in between depressurization will take place, and after depressurization, slowly it will be deorbited. The rockets, which are what we call them thrusters, the small rockets, which are there on the grace, they will be fired in such a way that it will go away, and the orbital plane will change. It can't be in the same orbit. Orbital plane will change, its velocity will change, and this will become an independent satellite in the low Earth orbit. When it comes to the proper orbit, the deorbiting will start. So deorbiting is not started, it's not immediately which is done. It is slowly done. And tomorrow, when it comes to still the low Earth orbits, then around maybe 3 o'clock or so, as per the Indian Standard Time, 1 hour before the splashdown, it will enter the atmosphere. When it enters the atmosphere, it will be like a red fireball, and there will be no communication. When it enters, the friction is too large, and the temperature is around 4,000 to 4,500 Kelvin. Nothing will exist at that time, and there is a upper shield is there. Of course, there are a lot of heat shields are there. Plus, they put the some chemicals which will be will get evaporated, and heat will be absorbed. And during that period, there will not be any communication. For years, persons are trying to can we have the communication through the plasma sheet? The plasma sheet gets created. It's an ionized particles of the air which gets created around it. And the density is low at that time, but during that, in the plasma sheet, nothing can penetrate. No communication can take place. Only it's presumed that low frequency communication can take place, but nothing has been done. We are not successful. Space community is not successful to have a communication during those days. So it will be a period of a couple of minutes, and when it enters, further comes down to the low Earth orbit, the density of the atmosphere increases, then some communication will start, and because of then it will splash down on the western side of US, somewhere in California. As soon as it's a designated place, it will be splashed down. Of course, there will be a dispersion area, and in that one, immediately they will be picked up, brought to the ship. They will be opened. Doctors will be there. There will be help to bring them down up inside, Doctors will monitor. Now let me tell you about their health. Their health is continuously getting monitored. Now also their health is getting monitored. During the flight also health will be getting monitored. So it's automatically health is getting monitored. When they come on the ship, their health will be monitored by the doctors in person, and they will be helped to come because it's presumed that they may not be able to stand. Of course, some of the astronauts with even staying 1 month or so, they have walked, but they will not be allowed. There will be help. I mean, some help will be there. Each one will come. The medical will be done, and then they will be taken to Houston. Let me also recall that earlier they used to be put in quarantine. You know, the first few flights, persons were put in quarantine, but now they don't put in quarantine. They simply take it to the medical thing. Of course, that's also some sort of quarantine, but not that highly quarantine. And then everything is tested and checked. And then once they reach Houston, their all health parameters checked, and there will be rehabilitation program for maybe 15 to 20 days, and they will become perfectly all right. Parameter checking is how much their mass is reduced, how much their height is increased, what is the bone mass is reduced, and what is the status of hemoglobin, creatinine, etc., which gets changed during those periods. So that will happen to them for the astronauts. And of course, there are a lot. Then parallelly, whatsoever experiments they have done, those data will be also seen, and total experience will be used. See, one more thing I want to point out here, that in 41 years back, Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma went to the orbit, and we were novice at that time. We did not know. Simply, it was a ride, but this time it's a fully prepared ride in which we will be using their experience for our Gaganyaan. So everything done there, everything is monitored, those things are done, our teams are also there. Those parameters will be available to us for the, taking, it will be an experience sort of thing. Now, in no TV debate, it was told that once more in 1987 we tried, ISRO tried to send 2 of the scientists in a space shuttle. But the 26th January, the space shuttle Challenger accident took place. That's why they could not go, and they came back. So this is our third attempt. First attempt was successful. Second attempt is 100% successful. Second attempt I wanted to tell because ISRO scientists were trained for that purposes. So it's not that we are not aware of it, or we are not conscious that we have to go one day to space. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Shubhangshu Shukla is all set for the homecoming. In fact, let me also bring in Dr. B.R. Guru Prasad, former ISRO scientist. Sir, thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. So there was initial delay, but now we're learning that all the parameters are set. The weather is all set for the return of the crew members there. What other challenges, technical difficulty, if any, these crew members could face in the next 24 hours? If you can take us through that.
Namaskar, good afternoon. It is quite a challenging task to return from the International Space Station. In the next 24 hours, yes, it is quite crucial. Not that dangerous or anything. Okay, these are all practiced very well. But space flight always has challenges from the point of view of common man, in fact, because you have to remember one thing. Now, Crew Dragon spacecraft, in which these 4 astronauts, including Shubhangshu Shukla, are sitting now already inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft. It is still attached to the International Space Station, airtight, okay? And at 4:35 p.m. or so today, okay, they will all be ready, and the hatch is closed. Hatch is the door between the International Space Station and Crew Dragon spacecraft. Once it is closed, they have to do all these things very, very carefully. And there are a lot of electrical lines as well as the information is flowing. Some fluids will be there. So these kind of things have to be detached. And the third thing is, this Crew Dragon spacecraft is attached to the enormous International Space Station using securing, let us say from common man's point of view, hooks kind of thing. So they have to be released. And the fourth thing is they have to slowly move away, detach themselves and move away from the International Space Station. This is really, each one of these steps is crucial, no doubt about it. Once they exit a safety zone around the International Space Station, okay, both of them, though they will be in similar orbits, okay, they move away from each other. Then then the next phase of challenge begins for Shubhanshu Shukla and three of his crewmates, in fact. So, after separating from the International Space Station and moving away, Crew Dragon spacecraft will be independently circling the Earth. And like International Space Station, this will also be circling the Earth at an unimaginable speed of 28,000 kilometers per hour. From that 28,000 kilometers per hour speed, they have to land at mere 24 kilometers per hour speed. They have to splash down, means 1,000 times of that speed has to be cut down. In fact, how do we do it, in fact? So the challenges again are, you have to phase the orbit. Let us not use technical terms, but anyway, you have to adjust your orbit in such a way. When you re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at a particular time, you survive that and you land in the place where you want to land. That is on the western coast of the United States, off the coast of California, in fact. So once before they start deorbit burn, that is, once they dive back to the Earth's atmosphere at 28,000 kilometers per hour, just before that, what they have to do is they have to separate one part of the Dragon spacecraft. All these four crew are sitting, that is called as crew module. There is another section called trunk that will be separated. And finally, the deorbit burn, that is rocket engines of crew module will be fired to put a brake to the speed of the spacecraft so that it dives back into the Earth's atmosphere, unable to remain in orbit. And its temperature enormously increases because of the friction with the Earth's atmosphere, that is the molecules there. Its speed tremendously decreases. It starts decreasing at an unimaginable rate, in fact. But nothing comes at free of cost. The temperature here increases. Fortunately, they have a heat shield which protects the astronauts. And the angle at which you have to enter, that has to be very important. It is not only entering which is important. That angle has to be maintained properly. Otherwise, it's of no use. And the other challenge which the astronauts Shubhanshu Shukla is going to face is, again, it appears as though his weight increases. Okay, his weight may be 3.5 times or something. On the way to space, it was 3.5 times, roughly around 3.5 to 4 times. It appears as though his weight increases. That is what he feels. That is for a short while. Once deceleration is largely completed, in the lower atmosphere, the parachutes, one set of parachutes called pilot parachutes or drogue parachutes, they will open, and followed by the main parachutes at maybe around 18 kilometers altitude or something, and 18 or maybe even lower. And the crew module, that is the Dragon spacecraft, comes back and lands at merely maybe around 24 kilometers per hour. 24 kilometers per hour. I mean, these are the things. So tomorrow, maybe, since they're scheduled to land off the coast of California at 3 o'clock, probably an hour or 45 minutes before that, they're going to start their deorbit burn. And the next 30 to 45 minutes would be very crucial for them. And they're expected to land at, say, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Indian Standard Time tomorrow. So each and every step is a challenge, I would say. One should not get scared or anything like that, because, the speed which has to be cut down is, it is not easy to imagine from the point of view of day-to-day life on Earth for us. And once they're going to land on the ocean, okay, Pacific Ocean, let us say, then, the spacecraft, again, there is a challenge in the sense the people who go there from SpaceX people, They look for any harmful fumes and such things from the rocket engines, any leakage kind of thing. And once that is done, it is safe. Once they ensure that it is done, they're going to lift it to the ship. And of course, carefully, the hatch is opened and they are welcomed. So as far as tomorrow's landing is concerned, these are the sequences which I can put in, which I can explain, which I could explain in layman's language. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Guru Prasad. We also have Dr. Surendra Pal joining us. He's former ISRO scientist. He's joining us live on this broadcast as we stay with those visuals from the International Space Station. Dr. Pal, my question to you is, between now and 4:30, when we expect the undocking process to begin, if you can, for all the viewers who are just tuning in into this special rolling coverage of Republic TV, if you could just take us through the nitty-gritties of this entire process and how critical the next 2 hours is, because we can see that the crew is now seated on board SpaceX's Dragon aircraft and I beg your pardon, spacecraft, and the final checks are being done in place. What can we expect to unfold in the next 2 hours just before the undocking takes place?
You see, first, as Dr. Guru Prasad explained, but the hatch will, first is all, as I told earlier, all parameters will be checked. They will be checked on board by the crew which is there in ISS. Also, remotely, it will be checked in the Mission Control Center. And everything will be done properly. When everything is done, all their space suits are properly sealed, their communications panels is correct, and the power supplies, the power supply comes from the ISS. That has to be changed to Dragon or Grace, whatsoever is the capsule. Power supplies, and it has to be checked. It also has to be checked that power supply or umbilical cables which are there between the ISS and the Dragon, they are completely terminated. Then they will check the leak. With complete leak test will be done. And then between the when the Dragon, after closing the hatch and ISS, it will depressurization will be done. And after everything is there, then when the mission control clears it, then there is really hooks which were joining them. Those hooks will be released and thrusters will be fired. As I said, their orbital planes will be changed. Orbit will not be changed, but orbital planes will be changed. It will go to the different orbit, and then slowly it will be drifting away. Now, ISS, is a very big satellite. In my terminology, I say it's a big satellite. So it's very critical because both of them are going in almost the same speed. So these velocities have to be adjusted such that nothing should happen. It should not go and hit some portions of the ISS. And the thrusters are fired, then they change the orbital plane. It goes away from the ISS quite a bit. And then the different orbits will be there. It will also become a satellite. Okay. And it will be having a communication with ISS as well as with the Mission Control Center. Once it becomes, then it will start orbiting its own. And then when later on, orbits will be changed and slowly deorbiting will take place. The final deorbit, which Dr. Guru Prasad explained, will take place in the end, before landing. And the parachutes are usually deployed maybe 15 to 20 kilometers before that. The density of the atmosphere should remain there to deploy the parachutes. And thrusters will be fired. The module which brings them to the astronaut module, that will be detached and that will come. And it will splash down in the sea. And what good Dr. Guru Prasad told, we also experienced this thing in 1987 when we had our space recovery experiment. We did it, and we ensured that no fuel should remain inside it, because that fuel, which is liquid fuel, it's very dangerous. It's very highly toxic. So here also they have to, the crew which goes and collects nothing should remain, no fuel should remain, or it should be locked, and no fuel fumes should come. Even the water also, there should not be any fume, and then they will be only will be picked up. So all the operations are very critical. Of course, it looks like that everything is systematic, etc. But things are very critical. You see how everything is getting checked now. In your video itself, we can see it. They are checking. The crew is checking. They will check their communication link. They will check their air links, oxygen links. Everything checked. So everything, nothing is left to imagination. If a small problem is there, you see, in suit is also checked. You are seeing it, and there is velcros, etc. Perfectly, the sealing should be there of the suit. So, nothing is left to the imagination, and under such circumstances, it takes hours to check them. That's why it says process starts around 1 o'clock IST, and there will be undocking will take place around 3:30 to 4 o'clock. So, it's a big process. It's a complex process, but since many exercises have been done, so no problem in that one. What we call it, dry runs, wet runs, everything is done. So things should be all right. We should not be scared of anything. Hopefully, it will end peacefully and without any problem. Let us hope the return is there perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely. We are keeping our focus on the live visuals coming in from International Space Station there with the docking procedure that is underway with the hatch opening. The actual docking procedure will start at 4:30 p.m. in just another 1.5 hours is what we are learning. Let me go across to Dr. S. Venkateshwar Sharma, former Deputy Director at ISRO. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. So we spoke about the docking, the splashdown. Let's talk about the health parameters of Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 others, which will be monitored once they are back to Earth, because it will take them a lot of time to adjust to gravity back on Earth. Tell us more about that. Talk to us about the health parameters of all the crew members.
Good afternoon to you and the viewers. The health parameters of the astronauts are extremely important. Shubhanshu Shukla is, Indian astronaut and is also part of ISRO. Therefore, ISRO and its doctor teams continuously monitor his health parameters, so vital health parameters such as ECG, EEG, then the lipid profiles, etc., is continuously monitored, and the updates will be available. What is done is that once we are at the last stage of the undocking processes. So just before the astronauts take position into the Crew Dragon module, and they zip themselves into the astronaut suits as being shown now. They will be thoroughly checked for the major parameters of the body health conditions, such as I said, BP, then the ECG, EEG, and the vital parameters of the body will be downloaded onto the Earth, and it will be compared with the already existing data, existing previous data of about 6 hours back. Data has been taken, and the data will be taken now, and it will be compared, and any changes will be addressed accordingly. It goes on. Now, once they take position into the astronaut suits and they are ready for undocking, even after undocking process is complete, there will be, after about 6 to 7 hours, again, one more round of the data, the health parameters, which are already, the sensors are already monitored on the body, and they are continuously monitoring their temperature and various other vital parameters. They will be downloaded again onto the ground station, and again, the comparison and the, recourses will be taken. Once they are, done with, and once the, crew module, once the module enters the Earth, and once they are splashing down, the question what you asked is that what parameters will be seen once they are on the ground, and what precautions will be taken for the astronaut to see that they are very safe. So this is extremely important. During the re-entry, that is the last 57 minutes of the crucial time, is something which the astronauts experience extremely high pressure, extremely high, even mental, physical, psychological conditions, they're extremely critical during that time. And during that time, 10 minutes of the re-entry, there will be in the blockage of even the communication link. There won't be any communication link for 10 minutes of its the re-entry. And during that time, as we have been seeing, the module will be experiencing a temperature of about 1,700 to 2,000 degrees centigrade at the periphery of the module, the Crew Dragon module. And there will be definitely a reflection of the same thing as part of shocks which are getting translated into the astronauts inside the module. They will be definitely experiencing tremendous amount of shock, and they will be observing through the window what is happening outside. That again, need to be sort of sometimes they enjoy, sometimes it is scary type of situation is there. Once they land here, as soon as they land, the first and the foremost thing what will be done is they will be given the first aid. Of course, all the vital parameters will be downloaded once again. That is the blood pressure, the ECG, the EEG, the lipid profile, and the vitals of the body will be downloaded, compared, and the changes between the time they took off and the time they are on the ground will be compared, and based on which the necessary supplements in terms of the energy boosting, etc., will be in summary to say it is something like first aid will be provided to them. They will not be in a situation to walk. They will be rolled out of all the wheeled out of the Crew Dragon module, as we saw in Sunita Williams' case. And once they are out, they will be thoroughly checked for all health parameters. And most importantly, the meal is also important. The energy boosting is important because they will be really, weak in terms of the physical conditions. So physically also, the parameters will be checked, and the necessary, boosting of the of those parameters will also be taken care in such a way that, once they are out of the module, and once they are before they are actually getting to the hospital for the thorough checked by the surgeons, the physicians, and other doctors, they will be given complete first aid and first aid related things, so that they are fit enough to be taken into the hospital. You remember that we are splashing it onto the sea, and as soon as the capsule comes down onto the sea, it will be picked up, and once the pickup is over, the module will be on the ship. On the ship, the entire process of bringing them back to near normalcy, because they are coming from no gravity to gravity condition. They have to adapt to the gravity condition. The joints and the muscles and the eyes, etc. It will be really a situation where mentally, physically, psychologically, they will be in a disturbed condition. And of course, it is nothing new for SpaceX or NASA or the astronauts to go through this, but anyway, they will have to go through, and they will go through, and they are prepared mentally, physically, psychologically for such a situation. And once they are out of this and they are given the first aid and the energy boosting, then they will be rolled out into the ambulances. Either they will be airlifted by helicopters which are ready in case of any emergency. It has happened earlier also. In case of any emergency, they will be airlifted to be taken in a very short time to the nearest the rehabilitation hospital center, or if they are fit enough, they will be taken through the speed boats which are also kept ready. So this is the entire process of recovery, and the conscious health parameters which are going to be monitored for these astronauts, and the adequate care is taken at the point of the splashdown.
Right, Dr. Sharma, and request all our guests to stay on with us as we cut across to that live commentary that is coming in from NASA as the Axiom 4 crew prepares to return to Earth.
SpaceX and Axiom Space later today at 5:45 a.m. Central, 6:45 a.m. Eastern, for a planned undocking at 6:05 a.m. Central, 7:05 a.m. Eastern. We hope that you'll tune in then, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston.
All right, as we stay with those pictures, we have our guests and my colleague Akansha with me over here in the studio. Viewers, I'd like to go across to Dr. B.R. Guru Prasad, former ISRO scientist, for his perspective. Dr. Guru Prasad, the Axiom 4 crew has conducted at least over 60 experiments over the course of their stay at the International Space Station. And of course, this is something that Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has reiterated time and again, the importance of these experiments and how it will inspire an entire generation in India to consider, space research and space science. How do you view the success of this mission and the importance that it holds for the future of India's space missions, most importantly the Gaganyaan mission, which is set to come up very soon?
Yeah, thank you. The thing is, Axiom 4 mission is one of the heavily, it is with lots and lots of experiments. Ultimately, about 60 experiments were performed. 7 of those experiments from India. The fact that such experiments were conceived, designed, and the equipment and the samples, they were packed in such a way, and they were sent to the International Space Station through Crew Dragon. It shows how capable India is in designing and fructifying those experiments, which are to be conducted in the weightless environment of space, not on Earth. It is not easy to design such experiments. They have to last long, and there should not be any problem. So the fact that it is done already, done in the sense results are awaited, that is different. They were taken and they were conducted. That shows the capability of India. It's Atmanirbharata to a large extent, I would say. Of course, experiments were performed by Shubhanshu Shukla and others. He performed certain experiments which were carried from India, on his own, but at the same time, he was involved in other experiments also. That's why together about 60 experiments, and they're bringing back, equipment and samples weighing about 540 pounds, 560 pounds, I think. That's what NASA has told. So when it comes to the specifics of those experiments, they are in the field of, let us say, bioengineering, biomedical engineering, as far as keeping the health fit in space, and at the same time growing food in space. So that's why at one time it was told that Shubhanshu Shukla had become a farmer. So the thing is, many other experiments, including those in cognitive science, as well as even something to do with diabetes, as to how people with diabetes can undertake undertake space flight. How they can be safely taken to space. They can participate in space flight. They can become space travelers and come back. So this was also another thing. So we may remember that Shubhanshu Shukla, in one of the experiments, methi seeds, were taken, and these seeds, they were, I think the moong dal is the other one. So these two are our foodstuffs, in fact, in India. And when they are exposed to the environment of space environment is totally different from that on Earth, including the weightlessness. Weightlessness is not the only challenge. There are other challenges like radiation, that kind of thing. When such seeds, they are exposed to space, how will they sprout? That was already done by the sample was taken out, the experiment was set up, and Shubhanshu Shukla observed that, and again he kept it back, he stored it back. That is one thing. So that is as far as the exposure to space, and over next few generations, how they are grown on Earth. Will there be any genetic changes? These are the things which will be studied. The second thing is, Shubhanshu Shukla did some experiments pertaining to microalgae. They can become a foodstuff, in future, microalgae. They can become a source of oxygen, they can become even fuel. So that is the thing. That is the second experiment. Third thing is, how muscular loss in space, okay, how to counteract that, or what exactly happens. That was the third experiment. And similarly, related to cognitive science, how you perceive your environment in space, how space flight affects your vision as well as your brain activity. All these things were studied by Shubhanshu Shukla and others. So the kind of experiments, it is this mission Axiom 4 is perhaps one of the human spaceflight missions, as a private human spaceflight missions of this duration, which was equipped with so many experiments. And the fact that India was part of it, and such experiments were, part of those experiments were designed in India, speaks a lot about the Indian capability.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on the return of Shubhanshu Shukla. I'd like to thank both our guests for their perspective. With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you, and we'll focus on Shubhanshu Shukla's return and the return of the Axiom 4 crew as well. Stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The countdown has begun for the splashdown. But before that, the undocking process, the all-important undocking process will unravel at 4:30 p.m. In 1 hour, 30 minutes from now. You will get those live pictures that will be beamed by NASA to the entire world. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Spacesuits on, seat belts buckled up. Dragon spacecraft gets ready for the undocking process. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to splash down 22 hours after undocking. After skipping back-to-back ED summons, Robert Vadra appears before probe agency in the Haryana land scam case. Air India issues statement on preliminary report on crash, quotes no mechanical or maintenance issues with the plane. Supreme Court hears plea in Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya execution case. Family negotiates blood money. Centre says it's a private matter. Amid fierce power battle in Karnataka, another Karnataka Congress MLA backs DK Shivkumar for the top post. EM Jaishankar in China called for continued normalization of ties between India and China. First up, viewers' focus remains on Robert Vadra's questioning by the ED because Robert Vadra has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate and the questioning has resumed at the Enforcement Directorate's office in Delhi in a money laundering probe linked to 2 London property deals. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra accompanied her husband to the agency's office this morning and the probe pertains to 2 properties at 19 Bryanston Square and also Grosvenor Hill Court, 13 Borden Street in London, owned by UK-based arms consultant Sanjay Bhandari. And the ED alleges these are Benami properties of Robert Vadra and is now probing his alleged link to Bhandari. Riyanka is joining us live from outside ED's office. Riyanka, the questioning has resumed. Tell us about the latest that's coming in from the ED's office.
Right, Deepak, after a short lunch break, we see Robert Vadra once again cooperating with the questioning at the Enforcement Directorate office where I'm currently reporting from. And this line of questioning today began at around 11 a.m. and it has resumed once again. We know that time and again that Robert Vadra had in fact denied the allegations that are made by the ED in its charge sheet in 2023 to the fact that Sanjay Bhandari, the arms dealer fugitive who has been declared fugitive now, had acquired land and property in London, 12 Bryanston Square, where it was in fact under the eyes of Robert Vadra, and allegedly, Robert Vadra provided funds for the renovation of that particular property, and all the money that had come in, that was all made in a fraud transaction, and the bribes were taken and shown as consultancy fees. So all this line of money, the entire money trail is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, but we understand Robert Vadra, as he says, that he does not directly or indirectly own any property in London. He says it's just a political witch hunt against him. He said it's a political attack, but the line of questioning is still underway at the ED office. Previously in his summons, Robert Vadra said that he had to travel abroad, which is why he could not take part in the questioning, but today He's present there, and he has very diligently come back post his lunch break, and the questioning is currently underway. We have to wait and see what happens next in this particular case of money laundering.
Right, Priyanka, thank you for joining me with those latest details from the Enforcement Directorate's office. We'll keep a close tab on what's happening with Robert Vadra's case. Now, moving on, Tejasvi Yadav has repeated his Mutra slur to journalists, and the controversy began when RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav was on Sunday seen slamming a journalist for citing sources over a query on the possible presence of illegal migrants in Bihar electoral roll, and said such sources are considered as mutra, which translates to urine. This is the insulting remarks made by Tejasvi Yadav. He's now hurled a slur against a journalist over the illegal immigrants issue in Bihar, because Election Commission sources had clearly stated that the Bihar electoral voter list had the names of those from Bangladesh, from Myanmar and Nepal. And when he was questioned, this is what Tejasvi Yadav had to say. Listen in.
कौन आता है? उसको लेकर बीजेपी सवाल उठाती है। तो बीजेपी कौन होता है सवाल उठाने वाला? बीजेपी तो कभी गरीबी के बारे में बात नहीं करता, बेरोजगारी या रोजगार के बारे में बात नहीं करता, पलायन के बारे में बात नहीं करता, शिक्षा चिकित्सा के बारे में बीजेपी बात नहीं करता। तो इसमें गलत क्या है? जो भी सूत्र थे उनका न्यूज़ क्या रहा? हर बार खंडन करना पड़ता है, माफ़ी मांगना पड़ता है उसके बाद। इसलिए अगर सूत्र को मूत्र नहीं बोला जाए, जो झूठा अफवाह फैलाता है, तो मूत्र के बराबर है ना, वेस्टेज है, वेस्ट ही है ना। कई भाजपा के नेता और कई भाजपा के जो बाबा लोग हैं वो बोलते हैं मूत्र पीजिए, तो शुद्धि का काम है। तो हमको लगता है कि मुद्दे की बात करें, बिना किसी सच्चाई के अगर कोई सूत्र के हवाले से अफवाह फैला रहा है तो वो क्या है? मूत्र ही तो है।
My colleague Prakash is also joining me live on this broadcast. Prakash ji, a very good afternoon to you. This is a shocking statement coming in from Tejasvi Yadav. Political slugfest is okay, but insulting a journalist on reports that were cited by the EC is unpardonable.
Well, yes, the comment yesterday was deplorable, and the way he made his anger public against the media is evident from the fact that how much anger he has against the media. But if you are a politician and in a public life, then you should not be using such words against any establishment or any organization as such. But he has his grievances against media, and yesterday the way he said is deplorable and was shocking. People from various political parties have condemned this. Now today Tejasvi gave a clarification that media runs canards on television as well as in newspapers, and they are propagating the ideology of one particular party. And that is why he made this statement, because quite often, the news run by media organizations are false and based on propaganda. That's what the allegations of Tejasvi Yadav is. So he made his clarification, but this kind of a statement coming from a politician, and that to of the rank of leader of opposition in Tejasvi Yadav, is a senior leader of the RJD and in fact heads the RJD after Lalu Yadav. And he should not be making such comment, that too ahead of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha election. And people have condemned this on all platforms. Back to you.
Thank you for joining me with those details. Now moving on, viewers, we have some dramatic visuals coming in after a sudden fire broke out in the Hisar Express near Tirupati, and the train was running from Rajasthan to Tirupati. Passengers panicked after the fire broke out, and immediately the fire services in the area was called in, and the rail services were also suspended. And these are the dramatic visuals. You can see how the bogies have been charred, and you can see the flames still burning inside these bogies. And this was the Hisar train that was that was traveling near Tirupati and it caught fire. There you can see the authorities there trying to bring the situation under control, but the flames have already gutted these bogies. You can see how they have been completely charred beyond recognition. And these are the visuals that show the flames engulfing the compartments of the bogie. There you see. And thick black smoke also emanated from this particular train after there was fire that was witnessed, and the passengers panicked and some of them even jumped off with their luggage. And what we understand is that the fire and emergency personnel are at the scene trying to contain the fire, and the incident occurred near Tirupati railway station. The fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the flames, and these flames spread rapidly, triggering an emergency response from railway officials as well. And this is the second such incident that has come to light in a matter of just 24 to 48 hours. First, it was in Tiruvallur, where a freight carriage caught fire, and now we have a Hisar Express near Tirupati going up in flames. We have Aneri joining us live. Aneri, what is happening on ground zero? Are the fire and emergency personnel able to contain the fire? Tell us more.
Well, what we see is that there was a sudden fire that had broken out in Hisar Express, where that is coming from Rajasthan to Tirupati. A lot of passengers, devotees who visit Tirupati on regular basis, they were there in the that was a passenger train, and two of the bogies had caught fire that spread rapidly, and the alarm was given to the railway officials, is what we are being told. And the fire that broke out in this Hisar Express caused panic among the passengers, and they had alerted the railway officials as well, and all the services in the nearby area had been put on halt. And also what we are learning is that the incident had taken place near to Tirupati railway station. So now the officials are closely monitoring the situation. There are fire tenders and railway officials have also reached the spot and are working on to douse the fire. As of now, what we know is that the situation has been brought under control and the fire has also been doused, is what we are getting to know.
Well, these are the pictures coming in from near Tirupati, where Hisar Express from Rajasthan has caught fire, and you can see the compartment of this particular bogie completely going up in flames. And in fact, this particular bogie is also completely charred. And Aneri, coming back to you, do you have any details on the number of passengers that were there at the time of this incident, and also about their safety? Are they safe?
Well, what we know is that there is no casualty that has been reported in this very incident because it was a passenger train that was coming from Rajasthan to Tirupati. It was a completely packed train, but fortunately no casualty has been reported in this very incident. The reason for the fire breakout is not yet known. However, the authorities will be conducting an investigation into this very matter as to what was the reason behind this fire that had broken out in Hisar Express coming from Rajasthan to Tirupati. And also at the same time, right now also the officials are on ground. Fire tenders have also reached the spot. But yes, the fire that broke out spread massively in the nearby bogies as well. And there was a Vande Bharat train also that was coming from an opposite direction. That also was put on hold, and nothing had happened to that. And all the services, all the railway services has been halted in that very area. This incident had taken place near Tirupati railway station.
Right, Aneri, thank you for joining us with those details. This was the Vande Bharat Express that was halted after a fire incident was reported on the Hisar Express that was en route Tirupati from Rajasthan. There you can see these are the pictures coming in from the site. And let's now move on, because we have more breaking news coming in. A complaint has been filed against MNS Chief Raj Thackeray, and complaint was filed with the Maharashtra Director General of Police. In a speech given at the NSCI Dome on July 5th, Raj Thackeray had said that if people from other states are being beaten, then do not make videos of the beating. Administrator Nityanand Sharma, Administrator Pankaj Sharma Mishra and another administrator, Ashish Rai, have jointly filed a written complaint. Marathi language should be respected, but there should be no violence in the name of language. If someone violates the law, then legal action is what follows, and this is against MNS chief Raj Thackeray over his controversial speech where he is seen giving a free pass to his workers to assault people from other states, saying that no complaint or no video should be made if people from other states are being beaten up. Satya Prakash is also joining us live. Satya Prakash, these are some controversial statements that have been made, insightful in nature. Raj Thackeray, they are giving a free hand to his workers to assault people from other states and asking them not to make videos.
देखिए दीपक, ये जो कंप्लेन दाखिल हुआ है डीजीपी के राष्ट्रीय पुलिस के डीजीपी को फाइल हुआ है और ये मांग किया गया है कि 5 जुलाई को जो राज ठाकरे ने बयान दिया था, कहा था अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को कि आप जब मारना है, मराठी और हिंदी का जो विवाद है, आप जब मारना तो वीडियो मत बनाना, क्योंकि जिस तरह से थाने में जिस तरह से एक व्यापारी को मारा था और वीडियो बनाया था, इसके बाद वायरल हुआ था, काफ़ी बवाल हुआ था। उसके बाद राज ठाकरे ने ये बयान दिया था इसी मुद्दे को लेकर कि आप मारना, अगर हिंदी भाषी को अगर मारना तो वीडियो मत बनाना, क्योंकि वीडियो एक जो सबूत हो जाता है तो सबूत बाहर नहीं आना चाहिए। तो कहीं कहीं इसी मुद्दे को लेकर एक कंप्लेंट फाइल हुआ है महाराष्ट्र के डीजीपी के पास और ये मांग किया गया है कि राज ठाकरे ने कहीं न कहीं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को भड़काने की कोशिश किया है और इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई किया जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से बयान आया उसके बाद कहीं कहीं महाराष्ट्र में अलग अलग जगहों पर हिंदी भाषी को पीटा गया क्योंकि उनको मराठी नहीं आता था। इसी को लेकर महाराष्ट्र में लगातार कहीं कहीं हिंदी और बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा विवाद बढ़ता जा रहा है और कहीं कहीं अब जो है राज ठाकरे के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट फाइल हुआ है। जी
Right, Satya Prakash, these are some provocative statements coming in. Insightful remarks have now sparked a controversy, attracting a legal complaint against MNS chief Raj Thackeray. BJP MP Rajiv Pratap Rudy stated that the Election Commission of India is working to remove ineligible voters, including potential non-citizens, from Bihar's voters list as part of the special intensive revision exercise. He believes this process is constitutional and aims to ensure only eligible voters to participate in the electoral process. Rudy questioned the opposition's resistance to the exercise, suggesting they might be concerned because some of their voters could be deemed ineligible. He urged the opposing parties to clarify their stand on this matter.
देखिए, अभी ये जिम्मेवारी बिहार के मतदाता सूची में अगर कोई बांग्लादेशी है, अगर कोई म्यांमार से है या कोई पाकिस्तान से है और वो मतदाता नहीं है, अगर सूची में है, तो ये जिम्मेवारी चुनाव आयोग पर है और गहन पुनरीक्षण में चुनाव आयोग ऐसे मतदाताओं को निकाल रहा है।
Union Minister Jitendra Singh announced that Axiom 4 mission crew led by Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will undock from the International Space Station today at around 4:30 p.m. Singh also spoke about the significance of the mission, noting that Shubhanshu Shukla had conducted groundbreaking experiments in life sciences and plantation using indigenous kits developed by Indian institutions such as the Department of Biotechnology, the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru and IIT. He also praised Shubhanshu Shukla's efforts, saying that his work showcases India's capabilities in space research and development.
शुभांशु ने जो वहाँ पर जाके प्रयोग किए हैं, चाहे लाइफ साइंसेज को लेकर, चाहे प्लांटेशंस को लेकर, उसकी किट्स जो हैं वो भी यहीं से उपलब्ध कराई गई थी हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी की ओर से। कुछ एक हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस बेंगलुरु इत्यादि से, IIT से। तो इंडिजिनस किट्स, इंडिजिनस एक्सपेरिमेंट्स, इंडिजिनस व्यक्ति करने वाला, और ये वो प्रयोग हुए हैं जिनका लाभ और जिनका उपयोग दुनिया के दूसरे देश भी करेंगे।
Odisha student who attempted self-immolation in the Balasore College harassment case remains in critical condition at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. According to Medical Superintendent Dilip Kumar, the patient currently has a high temperature of around 102 degrees Fahrenheit. After consulting with AIIMS Delhi, the medical team has been advised to send a culture sensitivity report and continue with the current treatment plan. Despite being critical, the patient's condition is stable, with doctors closely monitoring her health and providing the best possible care. A bomb threat was received at the CRPF school in Dwarka in New Delhi, prompting an immediate response from authorities. The bomb disposal squad, along with sniffer Dog squad also conducted a thorough search of the premises, but nothing was found. Investigations are ongoing with cyber and special task teams working to trace the source of the email and identify the sender. Supreme Court heard the plea seeking directions to the Indian government to intervene and save Nimisha Priya, an Indian national facing death penalty in a murder case in Yemen. Through diplomatic negotiations, counsel for Priya informed the court that the only remaining option to save her is through a blood money settlement, provided the family of the deceased is willing to accept it. The Attorney General of India stated that the Indian government is making every possible effort to help Priya. He further informed the court that talks are ongoing with Yemeni authorities, including the public prosecutor handling Priya's case, to secure a suspension of the execution order until negotiations can be pursued. Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways Nitin Gadkari inaugurated India's second largest cable-stayed Sigandur Bridge. While senior BJP leaders attended the event, none from the state cabinet attended it. According to the officials, the bridge constructed across Sharavati backwaters between Ambaragodlu, Kalasavalli in Sagar Taluk of this district has been built at a cost of 472 crore rupees. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had requested postponement due to scheduling conflicts. The big move, cabinet meeting ends in Punjab Chief Minister's residence, and the sacrilege bill has been approved in this meeting. And after getting the approval, the sacrilege bill will then be presented in the Punjab Assembly. With this law coming into effect, those committing sacrilege of religious texts and places will get life imprisonment. The demand for sacrilege law has been going on for a long time in Punjab special courts, and special courts can be formed in such cases. Sacrilege convicts will not get parole. Moving on, viewers, the Supreme Court today heard a PIL seeking to stall Keralite nurse Nimisha Priya's execution in Yemen, which is scheduled to take place on the 16th of this month. And the Supreme Court has asked the centre to intervene with the Yemeni government and also sought a status report on the entire case. The government, on the other hand, has said in the court that they tried all options to save her. Meanwhile, the Indian government has requested Yemen to postpone the execution of Nimisha Priya to continue the negotiations. They've also approached the public prosecutor to seek a suspension. We have some reactions. Let's listen in.
Learned attorney has informed the court there are difficulties in means like diplomatic difficulties, like in Yemen, in this part of Yemen there is no Indian diplomatic presence is there, and there are many other challenges also, like the Indian government has not recognized the Houthi government there, the rulers there. So yes, but for positively he has informed the court that the Union of India has given a request or official request for extending the date of postponing the date of death sentence of Miss Nimisha Priya, which is scheduled to be on 2 days after, on 16th of July. So the Indian government has officially requested the government of Yemen to postpone it. So he informed that to the Honorable Supreme Court, and he is hopeful the Yemeni government, the counterpart, will consider that positively.
Now, to give us the latest details on the case, we have Chandrakala joining us live from outside the Supreme Court. Chandrakala, what are the options before Nimisha Priya in this entire case? Suspension from the public prosecutor is what the Indian government is aiming for because they can continue with the negotiations. But tell us more.
The fact that it's a very tense situation right at this moment here in India, of course, as we know that the Supreme Court has heard a PIL seeking to stall Keralite nurse. The fact that the Indian government has also made it clear that there is no much options left. The fact that there are back channel talks underway with the Yemen authorities. The Indian government has requested the Yemen authorities to postpone the execution date of Nimisha Priya. As we spoke to the lawyer of Nimisha P.R. Subhash Chandran, when he said that the government, on the other hand, has said in the court that they tried all possible options to save her, and all possible assistance has been provided on this, and all eyes on the negotiation, the blood money, the negotiation, and not much to do about this case, because as we know that India's diplomatic relation with Sana'a, which is led by the Houthi administration, is not very great. We don't have any such diplomatic relations. So yes, we need to wait for this, because the Indian government has already asked to postpone the execution date, and it's a very tense situation diplomatically as well as legally. Over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. It's definitely a race against time to save the Indian nurse who is on death row. July 16th is the D-date set by the Yemen government, but all eyes will be on the blood money negotiations, which the centre claims is a private matter between the two families. Let's now move on, viewers. In a shocking turn of events, the 40-year-old drunk driver, Utsav Shekhar, who was accused of running over 6 people, including a young child as well, sleeping on a footpath in Vasant Vihar on July 9th, is now absconding. Here are the details.
In the July 9 Delhi hit-and-run case, Utsav Shekhar, accused of running over 5 people sleeping on a footpath, is currently untraceable. His Dwarka residence was found locked and there was no signs of occupancy.
Utsav Shekhar, the driver of the white Audi car which ran over 6 people sleeping on the footpath near Shiva camp in South Delhi's Vasant Vihar, was granted bail yesterday, 48 hours after he was apprehended by the police in the case. And now at the moment we are outside his residence here in Dwarka. The house is locked. As you can see here in the visuals, the house is locked, and even upon asking with the neighbors and the locals here in the locality, nobody at the moment has no idea or information as to the whereabouts of the family. So it looks like the family along with Utsav Shekhar has fled from their house right after being granted a bail in the case. Now this case happened on 9th of July when Utsav Shekhar, who was under consumption of alcohol, was coming from Noida towards Dwarka, wherein in Vasant Vihar he ran over 6 people sleeping on the footpath. Now right after the accident happened, he allegedly rammed into a truck nearby, and which is where he was apprehended by the police and was arrested, and 2 sections were imposed for rash driving and also driving under the consumption of alcohol.
The incident took place in Vasant Vihar, where 6 people, including 8-year-old girl, were injured after a speeding Audi drove over them while they slept outside a petrol pump. Shekhar, the accused, was granted bail in the case registered at Vasant Vihar police station. Police are now trying to establish his current location.
Time for a quick break, viewers, but the countdown begins as excitement is in the air for Shubhanshu Shukla's homecoming. Crew is set for the much-awaited return to earth. Along with that, amid fierce power battle in Karnataka, another Karnataka Congress MLA throws his weight behind Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar for the top post. Stay tuned for all the details.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा आपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said, "I knew Radhika for 2 years. She was quiet but strong. Her dad was always there, supporting her every game. To many, they seemed like the usual close father-daughter team."
मतलब हमेशा जब खेलते थे हम लोग तो उसके फादर ही उसको लेके आते थे और लेके जाते थे एंड यूज्ड टू बी देयर ऑलमोस्ट एवरी टाइम. उनके साथ ट्रैवल करते थे. बहुत शांत स्वभाव के थे मेरे हिसाब से. तो ही नेवर यूज्ड टू टॉक. ही यूज्ड टू बी अवे फ्रॉम द पैक, सिटिंग माइंडिंग हिज ओन बिजनेस.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. In just some time, the undocking of the Axiom 4 will start and Shubhanshu Shukla is all set for the homecoming. This and much more, the headlines first. Astronauts buckle up as Dragon spacecraft gets ready to undock from International Space Station. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to splash down 22 hours after undocking. After skipping back ED summons, Robert Vadra appears before the probe agency in the Haryana land scam case. Air India issues statement on the initial report on crash, quotes no mechanical or maintenance issue with the plane. SC hears plea in Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya's execution case. Family negotiates blood money. Central government says it's a private matter. Amid power battle in Karnataka, another Karnataka Congress MLA backs Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar for the Chief Minister's post. External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar in China called for continued normalization of the ties between India and China. It has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left from Earth for the historic space mission. Now, countdown to his return has started. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, with all his crew members, will fly back to Earth tomorrow once the SpaceX Dragon capsule undocks from the International Space Station. That is in another 1 hour. Group Captain Shukla and others will take nearly 22.5 hours to return back to the Earth, with a splashdown expected tomorrow off the California coast. Meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during the farewell speech, Shukla said that while his journey in space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long and very difficult. Listen in to what he said.
कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अपि प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ। आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
5 a.m. Eastern.
In fact, I'm joined by Dr. Srijan Pal Singh, author, scientist and innovation policy expert. On this show, he's been the advisor to APJ Abdul Kalam as well. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Just 1 hour to go for the undocking process that will take place, and then another 22.5 hours before Shubhanshu Shukla comes down back to the earth. In simpler language, could you explain to our viewers what will happen in the next 1 hour when the undocking will take place, and over the next 22 hours as well?
Okay, so let's begin with the next 1 hour. What will happen is, so over the past 2-3 hours, there is an International Space Station which is connected to the Dragon module through a vestibule, like a tube. The astronauts, the 4 astronauts from the Axiom mission have slided into the Dragon module, which is the Dragon module of SpaceX, which will bring them back. Then the hatch on both sides, the ISS side and the Dragon side, have been closed. We saw those visuals while they were, putting the hatch on. The hatches are closed, then the depressurization will happen, and after all systems are checked, which is what you're seeing right now in the visuals, the clamps, which is holding the International Space Station and the Dragon module, those clamps will open. Once they open up, the Dragon module will start drifting away slowly from the International Space Station. To do that, there'll be a tiny engine thrust which will be applied. Because this is space, there's no friction. Anything which is in motion will continue to be in motion. As soon as a tiny thrust is applied by the Dragon module will slowly start moving away from the International Space Station. Now, this is a very crucial step because you don't want to damage either the vehicle's International Space Station or Dragon module while it is detaching itself. That is the undocking process, which will happen in the next few minutes. Once that happens, you will see the Dragon module drifting away from the International Space Station. The International Space Station and the Dragon module attached to it is right now moving at 27,600 kilometers per hour. As it moves away, it will reduce its speed, the Dragon module, and it will reduce its speed to 27,000 kilometers per hour, which is about 600 kilometers per hour less than ISS. This will begin the orbiting process, which means it will orbit around the Earth. And then slowly you'll reduce the speed so that the orbit changes its shape and it comes closer to Earth. Tomorrow, after doing this for a good 22 hours, tomorrow it would have reached the exact point, which is the re-entry point. Now imagine the atmosphere of the Earth like a balloon. And the Dragon spacecraft has to pierce through this balloon and enter into the atmosphere. This has to be done at a very precise angle. The angle keeps changing depending on the spaceship, but this should be around 12 degrees. Anything more than 12 degrees means it will go too fast. If it goes too fast, too much of friction, which means the heat will be too much. If it's too less than 12 degrees, it will bounce off into space. So that will be the most crucial phase of re-entry. It has to be done tomorrow, about 15 minutes prior to the actual splashdown. Once it re-enters the atmosphere, the real thrill begins, and that is the most crucial, dangerous phase. As soon as it re-enters, the air will give friction, which will heat up the Dragon module. The air ahead of it will also keep getting compressed because this is coming at 27,000 kilometers per hour, which means that compression will also cause heating. Combined effect would be 1900 degrees centigrade temperature at the Dragon module's heat shield. The heat shield is designed to withstand this. It will start, it's called a process called ablation, which means it will start sort of chopping away as it gets heated up. And those layers after layers will keep going away to ensure that the astronauts inside the Dragon module are kept at 25 degrees centigrade. Now then, if you could visualize it, around it, you will see plasma. So Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will see a plasma around him, like fire. And communications will cut off for a few minutes while it's landing. which is it's a very dangerous phase. You're isolated, you can't communicate with anyone, you have got fire all around you, and you know that outside temperature is 2000 degrees centigrade. And then, as we saw in the case of Sunita Williams, once the speed is significantly reduced, the drogue parachutes will deploy. And when it's really near the surface of the sea, the main parachutes will deploy, the 4 of them, and then it will have a splashdown. Then the process of recovery will begin. That is post 22 hours tomorrow. Right? So these are the phases in which this is the imagination of the whole thing which will happen. And this will all roll down in the next 22 hours.
Absolutely. So stay on with us. In fact, let's tell our viewers more about what is going to happen. 1 billion hearts across India and around the world are counting down for this anxious hours. As Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla prepares to return home today with the Axiom 4 crewmates, marking the end of a remarkable 18-day mission in the space. Upon his return to the Earth, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will undergo a 7-day rehab program during which his health parameters will be closely monitored. Here's a report on the final leg of the journey. Have a look.
From countdown to splashdown, India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla is set to return to the Earth. This 18-day journey with 4 astronauts and many experiments is finally coming to an end. As per NASA, the Dragon spacecraft will not just return with 4 astronauts, but will also carry data from over 60 experiments conducted throughout this mission. As the SpaceX Dragon capsule prepares for re-entry into the orbit of Earth, Shubhanshu and his crewmates will face intense physical and environmental challenges. Strapped into the seats, they'll experience high G-forces as the capsule plunges through Earth's atmosphere at speeds exceeding 27,000 kilometers per hour. The re-entry process for Axiom 4 is meticulously orchestrated sequence. The Dragon capsule will undock from the ISS's Harmony module and perform a deorbit burn to slow its speed, allowing Earth's gravity to pull it back. As it re-enters the atmosphere, friction will create a plasma sheath. The spacecraft's heat shield will endure temperatures upwards of 2700 degrees, protecting the crew from the fiery descent and even temporarily cutting off communication with ground control. But the journey doesn't end with splashdown. After landing, the astronauts will undergo a crucial 7-day rehabilitation process. Astronauts face muscle atrophy, bone density loss after extended missions in space. Rehabilitation ensures that they regain their strength, balance, and mobility. It's a step-by-step process, and it begins with light physical therapy, aimed at easing the astronauts back into Earth's gravity. They'll focus on regaining muscle tone and flexibility. The future of space exploration has only just begun, and Shubhanshu Shukla's story is a beacon of hope for all who dare to dream.
All right, let me once again bring in Dr. Singh. Dr. Singh, as you were explaining to us beautifully, what will happen after undocking and then the splashdown? But tell us about what will happen as far as the health parameters of the crew members are concerned, because we saw in the case of Sunita Williams as well, her health was monitored for 45 days because it takes time for them to adjust to the gravity of the Earth. So explain that to us.
Right. So a couple of differences are the fact that Sunita Williams was stuck in space for a good 9-month period, and this is slightly more than 2 weeks. So the medical impact is obviously lesser in terms of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla versus Sunita Williams. But nevertheless, there is going to be a serious scrutiny of the medical parameters. Now, let me tell you what are the 4 or 5 factors which are very, very important. Number one is the loss of muscle and bone density. So basically, when you go to space, when you're on Earth, I'm continuously exercising. Even if I'm not exercising and sitting, I'm working against gravity. If I'm walking against gravity. If I'm lifting my hand, it's going against gravity, which means my bones and muscles are in constant exercise. That does not happen when you go into microgravity of the International Space Station, which means your bones and your muscles start losing mass to the extent of about 1% per month. Now, in this case, half a month almost, so 0.5% loss of bone and muscle mass would have happened to all the astronauts. So when you come back suddenly to gravity, you cannot stand. You saw how Sunita Williams had to be put in a, sort of like a stretcher and taken while she was on all smiles and all that, but you can't stand. It's a very normal process. So you can expect this here also. Second thing which happens is the fact that when you are on Earth, your heart knows that it has to pump harder towards your head than compared to your feet, because the feet will get it anyways, the blood from gravity. But when you go in space, the behavior of the heart does not change. It keeps pumping extra into your head, which means the face becomes swollen. The nasal cavities can also get filled up. So those, something like a minor flu-like a symptom will happen when you come back. So that rehabilitation also takes about 7 days for the blood circulation to readjust. Third thing which happens is when you're walking, your entire body weight is on your sole, the feet, the sole of the feet. That's why the sole is very thick. But when you go into space, there's no weight on your sole, so the sole starts losing its thickness, which means that even if you could stand, it will be very painful because it's now a thin skin on your sole. This may not happen that much in case of Shubhanshu Shukla because he's not spent those many days, but this is also a symptom when you go into space, it does happen. Then there is one more challenge which will happen, which is in space, your day and night is covered in 90 minutes. So 90 minutes, day and night finished. When you come back to Earth, it's again 24 hours. So it's a bit of a jet lag, which happens when you come back from space. Suddenly a day seems very long. So all those things, physiological and psychological, play a role in the medical condition of the astronauts. And that's why a 7-day rehabilitation, he's of course an Air Force pilot, a very healthy person. He would recover very fast, but nevertheless, it's still an exposure into space, which requires rehab. That rehab itself is an important study because we will be sending Gaganyatris next year or so. And we have to learn about this rehab process completely because we have to do this again and again, and we have to do it on our own. So all this is a part of the study also, besides being an act of going into space and back. So those are the things which will be monitored, learnt, and of course, valuable lessons for India all around.
So all eyes will be on the undocking that will happen around 40 minutes from now, and then the splashdown tomorrow. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, we are shifting our focus to a 40-year-old Russian woman whose name is Nina Kutina, also known as Mohi, who was discovered living in a cave in Gokarna in Karnataka with her 2 minor daughters. The police found them during a routine safety patrol after a recent landslide led officers to, in fact, notice clothes hanging outside a cave. Upon entering, they saw Nina using a dim lamp to teach her elder daughters while the younger one wandered around. The cave located in one of the hills in Gokarna is described as prone to landslides, inhabited by dangerous wildlife like king cobras, leopards and wild boars, etc. But Nina told police that she had stayed in the cave multiple times seeking mental peace and claimed to have prayed and meditated there as well. Now, she has arrived in India in 2016 on a business visa, after which, in fact, a year later, it expired in 2017, and she had been living between Nepal and the forest around Gokarna in Karnataka. The family is currently under the care of the Women and Children Welfare Department, and they have been given a ashram to live in pending further legal action and arrangements for their safe return back to Russia. There on the screen, you can see the image, the visuals that had come when this Russian woman, along with her 2 daughters, were rescued by the police.
We have big experience to stay in natural, in jungle, and we was not dying. And I was not bring my my daughters to dying in jungle. They was not feel bad. They was very happy. They was swim in waterfall. They was have very good place for sleeping. A lot of lessons with art making. We make from clay. We painting. We was good eating. I was cooking with gas. Very good and tasty food. And never like I crazy and I go to God and do not give my child anything. No, opposite, they have everything best. They was have and dress and sleeping good and art lessons and lessons about how write and read. And they not dying from hunger. No, never. It's everything not true.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. The Ministry of Home Affairs has rolled out comprehensive guidelines to tackle radicalization within the prisons. This move comes amid rising concern over the indoctrination behind the bars, and the guidelines include enhanced surveillance, inmate profiling, psychological evaluation and the staff training. To boost crowd control and ensure safety during the Kavod Yatra in Moradabad, Municipal Corporation has deployed high-definition drones. These drones will provide real-time surveillance of the routes, the camps and the sensitive areas. Security forces in Manipur are intensifying combing operation in violence-hit district, focusing on areas like Churachandpur and Imphal East. Several arrests have been made and weapons recovered in the last 24 hours. In fact, the additional paramilitary troops have been deployed as a part of a wider push to restore normalcy in the strife-torn state. The situation remains tense but highly monitored. Now shifting our focus to the state of Odisha, the case of student self-immolating herself has sparked major outrage in the state. The 20-year-old student accused professor of prolonged sexual assault and the college administration during turning a blind eye to this. And this incident has put a spotlight on the institutional apathy and the campus safety as well. Here's a quick report.
A horrifying case of attempted self-immolation by a 20-year-old student in Odisha's Balasore has triggered statewide outrage and national shockwaves. The student allegedly set herself on fire outside the principal's chamber, accusing a professor of prolonged sexual harassment and the college administration of turning a blind eye. Now battling for her life with 95% burn injuries, the student is on a ventilator support in the ICU at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Panic ensued as students ran to douse the flames and a male student sustained injuries while trying to save her. Amid mounting pressure, the Odisha government has constituted a 3-member panel to probe the incident and the college's role in the matter. Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manji visited AIIMS Bhubaneswar to assess the student's condition. He said she is receiving top medical care and would be airlifted to AIIMS Delhi once her condition stabilizes.
भुवनेश्वर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम का साथ बातचीत कर लिया। अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
Terming it deeply unfortunate incident, the university registrar stated that the administration is committed to ensuring justice.
जो भी सिचुएशन है तो पहले तो मैं कहूँगी कि एक नारी के हिसाब से कुछ उनको कुछ ऐसा आघात हुआ होगा, इसलिए उन्होंने ऐसा डिसीजन लिया, पर ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए था। फिर और जो भी हुआ है उस कॉलेज में, तो ऐसा अगर वो टीचर जो हैं कुछ भी अगर ऐसा प्रूव होता है उनके अगेंस्ट कि उन्होंने कुछ ऐसा दुर्व्यवहार किया है, अगर ये सच है तो उनको लॉ के हिसाब से जो पनिशमेंट मिलना चाहिए वो मिलना चाहिए उनको।
Meanwhile, taking sumo to cognizance of the incident, the National Commission for Women directed the state's Director General of Police to bring the culprits to justice. Even as the main accused, a professor who was taken into custody, the Chief Minister sought an action-taken report in 3 days. Even the State Higher Education Department constituted a committee to conduct a thorough inquiry into the alleged sexual assault case against the professor. The incident has triggered massive outrage across the state while also snowballing into a major political showdown.
I just want to question to the state government that it is high time you get up from your sleep. You have been completely deflecting the criticism, deflecting the allegations that is being levied on the state government time and again. This girl, this innocent girl, has been raising the complaint time and again. Despite trying and giving her best effort, her family members were also invited to be for a discussion in the committee, but there was not a ray of hope, and the state government has failed her. The authorities have failed to give her the protection.
The college's principal has been barred from leaving Balasore without the district collector's permission. The accused professor has been suspended on the basis of prima facie evidence. As the student continues to fight for her life in the ICU, this incident has put spotlight on institutional apathy and campus safety once again.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the excitement in the air as Shubhanshu Shukla is all set to return from the space. Amid the battle in Karnataka, another Karnataka Congress MLA has backed Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar as the Chief Minister. This and much more after this very short break. Stay with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहाँ से अच्छा दिखता है। जल्दी धरती पर मुलाकात करते हैं। थैंक यू टीबी फॉर सेटिंग द प्रेसिडेंस। आई कैन स्पीक एज लॉन्ग नाउ। It has been an incredible journey. I did not imagine all this when I started on.
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा आपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said, "I knew Radhika for 2 years. She was quiet but strong." Her dad was always there, supporting her every game. To many, they seemed like the usual.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to Republic. I'm Rudham, and viewers, after skipping back-to-back summons in the Haryana land scam case, Robert Vadra today appears before the ED. First look at our top headlines. Astronauts buckle up as Dragon spacecraft gets ready to undock from ISS. Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla to splash down 22 hours after undocking. After skipping back-to-back ED summons, Robert Vadra appears before probe agency in the Haryana land scam case. Air India issues statement on preliminary report on crash, quotes no mechanical or maintenance issues with the plane. Top court hears plea in the Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya execution case. The family negotiates blood money. Centre says it's a private matter. They are trying their best. Amid fierce power battle in Karnataka, another Karnataka Congress MLA backs Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Sivakumar for Chief Minister's post. And External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar in China called for continued normalization of ties between India and China when he met Chinese Vice Chancellor. Viewers, we're breaking the big statement that's coming in from Air India. It's issued a statement on the crash probe report. Air India now says the AAIB's initial report on Air India plane crash found no mechanical or maintenance issues with aircraft or engines. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. And Air India CEO Campbell Wilson has also said that the preliminary report finds no mechanical or maintenance issues with the aircraft or the engines, and all the mandatory maintenance tasks had been completed. There was no issue, they say, with the quality of the fuel and no abnormality with the takeoff roll. This is the big breaking news coming in, as the Air India has completely tried to say that the maintenance issues were not there. I want to go across to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us live on the story. This is the big breaking news coming in, where the preliminary report has found no mechanical or maintenance issues with the aircraft or engines, and the mandatory maintenance tasks had been completed. Air India, therefore, now giving itself the big clean chit. What are they trying to do with the statement where they are saying that a clean chit in this statement being given to themselves and saying there is no mechanical, no maintenance issue with the aircraft or the engines? The big breaking news, and it's a top focus that we're going to be tracking today. In a shocking turn on events, viewers, the 40-year-old drunk driver Utsav Shekhar, who was accused of running over 6 people sleeping on a footpath in Vasant Vihar in the capital on July 9th, is now absconding. This is the big news that we're getting.
In the July 9 Delhi hit-and-run case, Utsav Shekhar, accused of running over 5 people sleeping on a footpath, is currently untraceable. His Dwarka residence was found locked and there was no signs of occupancy.
Utsav Shekhar, the driver of the white Audi car which ran over 6 people sleeping on the footpath near Shiva camp in South Delhi's Vasant Vihar, was granted bail yesterday, 48 hours after he was apprehended by the police in the case. And now at the moment we are outside his residence here in Dwarka. The house is locked. As you can see here in the visuals, the house is locked, and even upon asking with the neighbors and the locals here in the locality, nobody at the moment has no idea or information as to the whereabouts of the family. So it looks like the family along with Utsav Shekhar has fled from their house right after being granted a bail in the case. Now this case happened on 9th of July when Utsav Shekhar, who was under consumption of alcohol, was coming from Noida towards Dwarka, wherein in Vasant Vihar he ran over 6 people sleeping on the footpath. Now right after the accident happened, he allegedly rammed into a truck nearby, and which is where he was apprehended by the police and was arrested, and 2 sections were imposed for rash driving and also driving under the...
And we're also going to give you the latest updates on the Supreme Court that heard the plea and the PIL seeking to stall Keralite nurse Nimisha Priya's execution in Yemen, which is scheduled to take place on the 16th of July. The Supreme Court heard the Attorney General, who appeared for the centre, who'd also updated them on details that had been given to him by the MEA. He said there can be nothing else that can be done, keeping in mind the government of Yemen that is there. He also stated that everything that could possibly be done has been done. However, the petitioners in the case have said they're trying to give some blood money and hoping that this happens. The case is going to come up on Friday next. I'm also going to be joined by my colleague Chandrakala, who's going to be giving me, but first let's listen in to a reaction coming in.
So the learned attorney has informed the court there are difficulties means like diplomatic difficulties, like in Yemen, in this part of Yemen there is no Indian diplomatic presence is there, and there are many other challenges also, like the Indian government has not recognized the Houthi government there, the rulers there. So yes, but for positively he has informed the court that the Union of India has given a official request for extending the date of, postponing the date of death sentence of Miss Nimisha Priya, which is scheduled to be on 2 days after, on 16th of July. So the Indian government has officially requested the government of Yemen to postpone it. So he informed that to the Honorable Supreme Court, and he is hopeful the Yemeni government, the counterpart, will consider that positively.
I want to go across to Chandrakala. Chandrakala, what are the kind of hopes that we are looking at, and what kind of intervention can possibly be done with the Yemen government?
Well, a very crucial matter. Of course, the entire international community and also the entire nation is staring at the Kerala nurse who is currently on a death row in Yemen. She is lodged in a jail in Yemen's capital Sana'a, where we don't have such diplomatic relations because it's a Houthi-led administration. And the Indian government today has made it clear that although there is no much, nothing much can be. The Attorney General has clearly pointed out that there is nothing much can be done on this case, but definitely back-channel talks are currently underway, and the Indian government has officially requested the Yemeni authorities to take up the matter and also to postpone the date of execution so that we could get some time. And of course, all eyes on is definitely on the blood money, which is called as diya, of course, as per the Sharia law in Yemen, that can definitely save the Keralite nurse who is currently on a death row. But yes, efforts are completely underway. The efforts are still underway. We are hopeful that she could be saved from such, from the execution. Over to you.
All right. Thank you for giving us those details. It's a top focus that we're going to continue tracking as we continue to look very, very closely at the story, when we continue to try and see how we can get her release. It has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left for Earth for a historic space mission. Now the countdown to his return has begun. Group Captain Shukla with his crew members will fly back to Earth tomorrow. Once the SpaceX Dragon capsule undocks from the International Space Station, Group Captain Shukla and others will take nearly 22.5 hours to return to Earth, with the splashdown expected tomorrow off the California coast. Meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shukla said while his journey in space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is long and difficult.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
I'm also joined now by William Selvamurthy, President of the Amity STI Foundation, and he's smiling just, sir, as we are listening to the very goosebump, inspirational words of Group Captain Shukla. आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है. What are the milestones that we in India have achieved, sir, and what is there to achieve?
The whole world is awaiting the return of the 4 astronauts who would be returning back, and their docking and de-docking will be happening maybe in a few minutes from now, and then we'll be receiving him tomorrow by maybe in the afternoon. So this journey has been a glorious journey for Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, and he has made a history of being the first astronaut or Gagan Yatri to be there in the International Space Station, and he has done a very valuable experiments during his stay there, and he has made the important milestone in the history of Indian Space Research Organization and also Indian Space Research and Development endeavors. So we are all looking forward, eagerly looking forward to listen to his experience when he returns. And now we are so happy to hear what he said, how our Bharat looks from space. Sari jahan se acha and bada. You know, he made youngsters who are listening to this program and also the viewers who are seeing this program so get excited that space, we are now getting ready to Gagan Yatri, to go into the space. So Gaganyaan mission is in the offing now. So this will be the experiences which Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla has got a very rich wealth of experience, the experiments which he has done. These all will be the milestones which will help our own Gaganyaan mission to take place soon. And so we are all looking forward to the outcome from his experiments, what he has done in the 14 days of stay in the International Space Station. And also when he comes back, his own experiences, how he felt in space. Because in space, there are a lot of challenges for a Gaganyatri or any astronaut. Like, for example, the microgravity situation over there, the gravity for which the human physiology is used to is not available there. And also the radiation which comes from there, from the cosmic radiation, the solar radiation, and also the claustrophobic environment in which they have to live and operate. So they have to do experiments over there. So there are many challenges of human factors, like providing the food, the ergonomic design of the crew compartment for safety as well as comfort, and also the management of the waste over there. So there's so many challenges. So in Gaganyaan mission, these all will be a good experience. But above all, he has done very, very valuable experiments there. For example, how do you grow vegetables? So how does the seed germinate over there? How does the microalgae, which can give oxygen, it can give food, it can give the biofuel. So he has seen how does it grow in terms of the biomass, in terms of the shooting, rooting, and also callus formation. So all this have been studied by him. And also the other important experiment which he has done is the cyanobacteria, that how does that behave in the microgravity environment. And he is also looking at the human physiology in terms of the bone mineral density that is required to keep the bone health and strength. So how does it change before when he went to the space, when he returns, how does the bone mineral density gets affected? Then he would also be looking at the muscle mass loss. Is there any muscle mass loss? Because these all will lead to clinical application like osteoporosis, which is one of the major causes of the fractures which occur in the people with calcium deficiency, as well as the bone formation getting affected. So we will find solutions for such critical problems. He has also been recording the carbohydrate metabolism. How does the glucose level, circulating blood glucose level keeps happening over there? And also he was wearing the wearable for the physiological health monitoring. So those will be analyzed now for the cognitive health monitoring. How does the concentration, memory, learning efficiency, psychomotor performance, all this could be influenced by the microgravity situation. So when he comes back, he will be looking at this. Then using virtual reality and the other cognitive software which has been taken by him, even the sleep monitoring, how does the quality of sleep, quantity of sleep has been changed in the microgravity environment in International Space Station. We'll be able to look at REM component of the sleep, non-REM component of the sleep, circadian rhythm, which gets entrained to social cues. How did it happen for these astronauts when they were there in International Space Station? So it's going to be a phenomenal wealth of data which is going to be coming to the ground. And also it will improve the humankind, because when you go there, it's just not to prove as an adventure. And I would also like to thank Honorable Prime Minister, who was instrumental to get this program in 2023 when he visited US. Then the President of the United States of America, this seed was laid, and then our Prime Minister was able to see that one of our Group Captain Shukla could be a Gaganyatri or the astronaut in this space mission. So I want to thank Prime Minister and also the Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh, who keeps giving us special attention to this program. So this has been a phenomenal satisfaction for citizens of India, 1.4 billion people just eagerly waiting to receive and welcome back Group Captain Shukla.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Selvamurthy. And as I agree with you, and I'm also seeing the confidence that this has brought in India, can we now, with confidence, dream of an Indian space station?
Yes, that is the important thing. We can do a lot of things which you can't do in the Earth level where there's the gravity. For example, for cancer treatment, can you look at a new molecule, a pharmacological agent for cancer treatment? How does the cancer cell will behave there? Then we can also look at how does the vaccine development, can it be speeded up in terms of the vaccine development, DNA expressions. There is a numerous opportunity for research, not only in agriculture, human health, and also materials, exotic materials.
Okay, I just want to go across, sir, for just 1 minute by interrupting you, because we're getting live feed that's coming in on Shubhanshu Shukla coming back from space, the Axiom space. We're getting live visuals. The countdown for the undocking that has begun.
You're looking at a live view of SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft Grace as we await its departure from the International Space Station to make its way back to planet Earth. We expect Dragon to push away from the space station at 4:05 a.m. Pacific time or 7:05 a.m. Eastern time with the crew of Axiom Mission 4, who spent nearly 18 days living and working on board the space station. In preparation for departure this morning, the AX-4 crew suited up and the hatches on Dragon and on station were sealed. Hello, everyone. My name is Jesse Anderson, a senior production and engineering manager here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm John Rackham with Portable Life Support Systems for Axiom Space, based in Houston, Texas. Now, this has been a very successful mission on station, with each crew member navigating a very full slate of activities over the last 18 days, including over 60 scientific studies and more than 20 outreach events.
Today's live coverage marks the end of our joint efforts with NASA on board the International Space Station and the beginning of our crew's return home. This webcast will follow the crew's departure from the space station and conclude once they have exited the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary outer boundary of the orbiting laboratory. Then on Tuesday, Axiom Space and SpaceX will pick up with live coverage of the next phase of the AX-4 crew's return home, starting about an hour before splashdown. Splashdown is currently targeting July 15th at 2:30 a.m. Pacific Time or 5:30 a.m. Eastern. So be sure to tune in tomorrow as we share the conclusion of this mission.
And for those of you following along, the AX-4 crew consists of Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of India, and mission specialists Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of Poland and Tibor Kapu of Hungary. Now, this Earthbound crew originally lifted off from Launch Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center on Wednesday, June 25th, and arrived at the International Space Station approximately 28 hours later. Now, once docked to the space station, the AX-4 crew was welcomed aboard by the Expedition 73 crew. And after a brief welcome ceremony that included Commander Whitson awarding Shuks, Sławomir, and Tibor with their orbital astronaut pin, the crew quickly got to work. Now, over the last 2 weeks, it has been such a joy and privilege to see our colleagues, our friends, working through their mission objectives and sharing their stories with groups around the world and making such an impact for their respective countries from space. Now, speaking for the Axiom Space teams, we could not be more proud of this crew and everything that they've accomplished. So there are certainly a lot of hugs and handshakes waiting for them when they get home, as well as some well-deserved rest. But before that happens, we get to share their journey back to Earth with all of you, starting right now.
Now, ahead of departure, our teams look at a number of weather items. Some of the obvious ones are no rain or chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside the spacecraft and the recovery teams on the water. Now, we're also looking for wind speeds less than 10 miles per hour and relatively calm seas so that we can safely perform recovery operations, which includes landing a helicopter on the recovery ship to fly the crew back to shore. Now, once Dragon departs station, the crew's flight home is expected to last approximately 22 and a half hours. Dragon will also execute a phasing burn to lower its orbit and line the spacecraft up with its landing locations. These 4 departure burns will gradually increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. Dragon will also execute a phasing burn to lower its orbit and line the spacecraft up with its targeted landing location. Then the action starts to pick up pace with trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, a deorbit burn, re-entry, deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and then finally splashdown off the coast of California. The crew will then get picked up at sea by one of SpaceX's recovery vessels.
And at that point, the Axiom 4 crew will undergo their first medical checks while aboard the recovery vessel before flying on that helicopter back to land. And from there, the crew will be flown to Houston, Texas, where they'll be reunited with their teams. And this welcome home moment, in many ways, will mark the conclusion of the operational phases of this mission.
And guiding us through the action today as Dragon departs station is Anna Schneider with NASA Communications at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. How's it going, Anna?
Hey, Jesse and John, it's good to be with both of you, and welcome to Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We're currently live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers are being led by NASA Flight Director Allison Bollinger. Earlier this morning, we brought you live coverage of hatch closure, during which the Axiom Mission 4 crew suited up, re-entered Dragon, and closed the hatch between the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft. That hatch closure took place at 4:07 a.m. Central, 5:07 a.m. Eastern. Since that time, the process to depressurize the area between the Dragon hatch and the APAS hatch on station known as the vestibule took place and was recently completed. And now we're waiting undocking in just a little bit, and we will be looking ahead to the go, no-go poll for undocking here in just a few minutes, around 5:50 a.m. Central, 6:50 a.m. Eastern. This final go, no-go poll is where the joint SpaceX and NASA teams make their final call for Dragon to depart the space station. This is one of many checkpoints in that return that will continue all the way up until just before the deorbit burn, giving mission managers multiple chances to assess the weather at the splashdown zones and make sure everything is looking good before Dragon departs. The Axiom Mission 4 crew members, Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Swavush Uznansky-Vishnevsky, and Tibor Kapu are now suited up and standing by for undocking to begin their journey back home to Earth. So again, we'll continue to stand by for that final go, no-go poll in just a couple of minutes, but for now, everything continuing to look good for today's undocking and departure of Axiom Mission 4.
Live coverage coming in from NASA as the Axiom 4 undocking is being seen next. This is a big breaking we're also seeing. The Axiom 4 undocking is going to be a very crucial project as we're trying to see Group Captain Shukla also, who tried to speak a short time ago. NASA live coverage is also there. We're seeing the Axiom 4 undocking that is to take place. The docking time had also been given, and Axiom 4 crew had entered the Dragon spacecraft. Undocking from the space station is going to be soon. That's what the NASA coverage was showing. Let's go back to the live commentary.
Dragon's departure in deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board. The undock command will be sent at 6 a.m. Central, 7 a.m. Eastern to begin that autonomous sequence. The first step in the automatic undocking sequence is for the umbilicals to retract. These umbilicals connect Dragon systems to the space station, transferring power, telemetry, and commands between the two vehicles throughout Dragon's stay. Once that's complete, Dragon will unlatch itself from the space station by releasing the 12 hard capture hooks in 2 separate phases. All of that combined will take roughly 4.5 minutes, and then Dragon will be ready to depart from the space station and begin to push itself further and further away using its thrusters.
Going to go back to the live commentary that's coming in. Let's also tell our viewers India's Cosmic Leaps Phase 1 is ending with Axiom 4 mission, which is also referred to as the mission. This was also now the easy part now. When astronaut Shukla returns, the hard part begins when he gets down to translate his learnings to India's human space flight program, Gaganyaan also. Remember, India has also allocated nearly 33,000 crore for the entire Gaganyaan program leading up to landing an Indian on the moon by 2040, but we're going to first stay with these pictures. Space hero is to return home. He's called the Axiom 4 journey. Incredible. Let's go back to that live commentary.
And we just heard some comms between the SpaceX core, or the crew operations resource engineer on the ground at SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, and Axiom Mission 4 Commander Peggy Whitson, currently on board the Dragon Grace spacecraft. They did confirm that undock today is going to be delayed by about 10 minutes. Planning for the undock command to now be sent at 6:10 a.m. Central, 7:10 a.m. Eastern, which would put a physical separation from station at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. And this is to allow some final configuration and also to improve the communications between the ground due to some loss of signals that are planned from the original undock time. And the undock window for today does run for about an hour, so the The latest that the undock command can be sent is 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern, so there's still plenty of margin to continue through the undocking procedure today. So after the undock command is sent at 6:10 a.m. Central, 7:10 a.m. Eastern to begin the autonomous sequence, the first step in that sequence will be for the umbilicals to retract. These umbilicals connect Dragon's system to the space station and transfer power, telemetry, and commands between the two vehicles during Dragon's stay. And then once those umbilicals have retracted, Dragon will unlatch itself from the space station by releasing the 12 hard capture hooks in 2 separate phases, 6 hooks each. All of that combined will take roughly 4.5 minutes to complete, and then Dragon will be ready to depart from the space station and begin to push itself further and further away by using its thrusters. Again, that physical separation is now planned for 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. Well, it's been a busy morning here in Mission Control Houston. In anticipation of today's undocking, the Axiom Mission 4 crew has also been busy on board the station today and over the past few days preparing for their return home. Over the last several days, the astronauts worked to pack Dragon full of cargo for the return journey. Along with the Axiom Mission 4 crew, Dragon will return with more than 580 pounds of cargo and science back to Earth. This cargo includes 60 scientific experiments, some hardware, and other items. All of this cargo will then get offloaded after the SpaceX recovery teams get the crew out following splashdown. Again, that splashdown is targeted for tomorrow, July 15th. And then once the cargo is offloaded, the scientific samples will be sent to researchers for final analysis. Ahead of hatch closure earlier this morning, again, which took place at 4:07 a.m. Central, 5:07 a.m. Eastern. The crew also took time to get into their SpaceX launch and entry suits. They got those all unpacked and ready for the journey home, and then they suited up. Once they were suited up, that hatch closure took place, and then a depressurization of the vestibule occurred. The vestibule is the area between the Dragon hatch and the APAS hatch on station. This depressurization process lasted about an hour to bring the vestibule down to vacuum in preparation of Dragon's departure, and then a series of leak checks were conducted. During the hatch close operations earlier this morning, the teams also configured what is known as the Big Loop, and this is an integrated communications loop with NASA's Mission Control team here in Houston, along with SpaceX's Mission Control team in Hawthorne, the crew on board the International Space Station, and the Axiom Mission 4 crew currently inside the Dragon Grace spacecraft. This big loop allows for fully integrated communications with Dragon as the crew undocks and makes its way back to Earth. Again, we're targeting that undocking to take place at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern, with the undock command sent 5 minutes before that at 6:10 a.m. Central, 7:10 a.m. Eastern.
Yes, so the live mission that we're all looking forward to, as the Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla and others are going to be back soon ahead of the journey back on India. Indian astronaut group captain Shubhanshu Shukla had also said India today looks ambitious, fierce, less confident and full of pride. More details had been given out for that by them. The return live updates we were getting on that live recording, and we're going back to the live commentary.
Ready to support the operational activities that will lead to the departure of the Axiom Mission 4 crew, wrapping up an 18-day docked mission aboard the International Space Station. And there on your screen, you're currently seeing a live view inside the Dragon spacecraft. The Dragon spacecraft docked to the space station's Harmony module, the space-facing port of the Harmony module, on June 26th. This over-the-shoulder view is in between Commander Peggy Whitson and pilot Shubhanshu Shukla. Again, the crew got suited up a couple of hours ago during those hatch close operations. They will remain in their suits through the undocking and departure activities today. Once they exit the approach ellipsoid, which is one of the invisible boundaries around the International Space Station that governs visiting vehicles, the crew will begin to take off those suits and get comfortable for their 22.5-hour journey home. They will then put those suits back on just ahead of the deorbit and entry phase of their flight tomorrow morning.
Live coverage coming in as Axiom 4 undocking is going to be next. The time was 16:30. That's what we're looking at. That crew carried out research, outreach during their stay on board the ISS. The Axiom 4 crew commander Peggy Whitson, ISRO pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, ESA project astronaut Sloz from Poland, and Hungarian astronaut carried out scientific research outreach initiatives during their time on board the International Space Station. We're all now looking at the live updates of the Axiom 4 crew to undock from ISS today. The splashdown has been scheduled also, and the Axiom 4 is set to undock from ISS at 4:35 p.m. after the 20-day mission. The undocking is scheduled at around 4:35 p.m. today following the 20 days in orbit. Live commentary back with us.
All-time list for cumulative days in space. Again, we are continuing to stand by for that final go, no-go poll. For those of you who are just joining us, we are providing live coverage of the Axiom mission for undocking and departure activities. The undocking is now slated to take place at 6:15 a.m. Central with physical separation, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. Following that separation, there will be a series of departure burns. After the second departure burn, known as Depart Burn 1, Dragon will then exit the keep-out sphere. That will take place around 6:21 a.m. Central, 7:21 a.m. Eastern. About 13 minutes after that keep-out sphere exit will be the approach ellipsoid exit around 6:34 a.m. Central, 7:34 a.m. Eastern, which will set Dragon and the Axiom Mission 4 crew back on their journey home to Earth.
Talking seen as a scientific and symbolic mission also in India's space journey. Coming ahead of ISRO's Gaganyaan mission, it represents also India's growing presence in international space collaboration, and launched on 25th of June from NASA's Kennedy Space Center on board a Falcon 9 rocket. Axiom 4 docked with ISS on 26th of June. Over 18 days, the team has carried out more than 60 experiments, including studies on human health, space agriculture, mental well-being, spacesuit materials. The mission is going to return with over 580 pounds of cargo, including scientific equipment and also research samples. And there is anticipation for the return of the astronauts. Let me also go back to live commentary.
Those joint operations will conclude after Dragon exits the approach ellipsoid, which is one of the invisible boundaries around the International Space Station that governs visiting vehicles when they are arriving and departing from the orbiting laboratory. And we are now about 5 minutes away from the new undocking command time. That time is slated for 6:10 a.m. Central, 7:10 a.m. Eastern. 5 minutes after the undock command is sent, we will have physical separation. Again, that physical separation from the space station is now scheduled for 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. And just like during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board. Once the undock command is sent in just about 4 minutes from now, that will begin that autonomous sequence. And the first step is for the umbilicals to retract. That will be followed by the hooks opening. There are 12 total hooks. Those will open in 2 separate phases of 6. And then we will have that physical separation following 2 short undock burns. And the teams here on the ground are completing that go, no go pull now.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, ground is go for undocking. The undock sequence start time is 11:10 Zulu.
Okay, 11:10 Zulu, advisors are closed and secured, and we are go for undock.
SpaceX copies, visors closed and secured, and Dragon crew is go for undock.
And we just heard confirmation there that the teams on the ground, as well as the Axiom Mission 4 crew currently on Dragon and ready for their departure from station, are all go to proceed with today's undocking and departure. So with that go, we are now just awaiting the undocking sequence to actually begin. Again, that undock command is scheduled to be sent in just about 2 minutes from now at 6:10 a.m. Central, 7:10 a.m. Eastern. And once that command is sent, it'll take about 5 minutes for Dragon to separate from the International Space Station, with physical separation planned for 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. Dragon's initial departure from station is a little different from other docked vehicles like the Soyuz that rely on springs to push them away from the docking port. Dragon will actually execute 2 short thruster firings called undock burns to physically separate using a combination of the 12 Draco engines around the base of the spacecraft, with the first breaking any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and the second slowly backing the spacecraft away from the station's Harmony module. Following physical separation, we will have Depart Burn 0, which is the first of 4 departure burns to begin moving Dragon further away from station. Depart Burn 0 will be followed by the second departure burn about 5 minutes later and help move the spacecraft beyond the Keep Out Sphere. The Keep Out Sphere is an invisible 200-meter line centered on the space station, and it is one of several safety zones set up to govern spacecraft arriving and departing the space station. Before moving into the Keep Out Sphere, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering. About 13 minutes after exiting the Keep Out Sphere, the Dragon will then exit the approach ellipsoid, which is another imaginary shape, this time a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the Keep Out Sphere. One of the key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering. Again, we are now standing by for that undocking sequence to begin in just a few moments at 6:10 a.m. Central, 7:10 a.m. Eastern.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, undock sequence commanded.
And we just got confirmation that that undock sequence has been sent, and the umbilicals are now retracting. With that undock command sent, that undocking sequence has now commenced, and that is a roughly 4.5-minute process before we have that physical separation planned for 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern.
Umbilical demate complete and nominal.
And we have confirmation that those umbilicals have demated or detached from the space station, and the first set of hooks is now traveling. Again, there are 2 sets of 6 hooks for a total of 12 hard capture hooks that have to unlatch and drive open. After all 12 of those hooks are open, we will then have those very short thruster firings known as undock burns to physically separate from station. We're now just over 1 minute into that undock sequence. Again, that sequence takes about 4.5 minutes total, so about 3.5 minutes to go. In that sequence, the first set of hooks is currently driving open. After that first set is open, we will then stand by for the second set of 6 hooks to open. And then there will be those 2 short thruster firings to physically separate Dragon from the International Space Station. And there on your screen, you are currently seeing a live view inside the SpaceX Mission Control Room in Hawthorne, California, as well as the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, as the flight controllers on the ground continue to work in tandem to support today's undocking and departure activities of Axiom Mission 4 crew from the International Space Station. And we are currently in a handover period between satellites, which is why we don't currently have live views of Dragon from Space Station.
First set of hooks, open and nominal.
And we have confirmation that that first set of 6 hooks has now fully opened, and now the second set of 6 hooks is beginning to retract. After that second set of hooks opens, we will then have those short thruster firings and have physical separation. We are now about 4 minutes into that autonomous undocking sequence that began at 6:10 a.m. Central, 7:10 a.m. Eastern. We are standing by for physical separation here in just under a minute at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern, once the final set of 6 hooks has fully retracted.
All hooks now open and nominal.
And Dragon Grace has
Dragon separation confirmed.
And Dragon Grace has officially undocked from the International Space Station at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern, as the orbiting laboratory was flying 260 statute miles over the east coast of India. And we also have confirmation that Depart 1, the first departure burn of the 4 departure burns, is underway. And that first departure burn has completed.
Performance nominal.
And then the next departure burn, depart burn 1, will take place in about 5 minutes. After that departure burn is complete, Dragon will cross the keep out sphere. And with the undocking about a minute ago at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern, the Axiom Mission 4 crew comprised of comprised of Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Swavush Uznainski-Vishnevsky, and Tibor Kampu have completed their 18-day stay aboard the International Space Station. So following the physical separation, we did have the first depart burn complete, known as depart burn 0. That was a short firing of Dragon's Draco thrusters, and it lasted approximately 16 seconds. And that burn was to increase the speed that Dragon is flying away from the station and send it further away from the orbiting laboratory. That departure burn will be followed about 3 minutes.
Thrusters are enabled. Houston copies.
The depart burn 0 will be followed by the second departure burn in just about 3 minutes, around 6:20 a.m. Central, 7:20 a.m. Eastern, known as depart burn 1, and that will help move the spacecraft beyond the keep out sphere. And just a moment ago, you were hearing some communication between the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston and the crew aboard the International Space Station. Currently on board the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Anne McClain was on tap to monitor and support Dragon's departure activities today. So once that second departure burn is completed in a couple of minutes from now, the Dragon and Axiom Mission 4 crew will move beyond the keep out sphere, and the keep out sphere is that invisible 200-meter line.
AX4 crew wants to thank you very much for your support. You guys are amazing.
And you just heard some kind words from Axiom Mission 4 Commander thanking the flight control team for all of their support throughout their 18-day mission.
Friendship and goodwill forever be an example of the good that results from shared optimism. Axiom 4, Godspeed and safe journey home to the best planet in the solar system.
Space copies.
And some additional congratulatory and departure words from the International Space Station crew to the Axiom Mission 4 crew on board Dragon as it continues its departure from the International Space Station. Again, we had that physical separation take place about 4 minutes ago at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. And we are standing by for the second in a series of 4 departure burns to take place in about 1 minute from now, and this will push the Dragon spacecraft and the Axiom Mission 4 crew beyond the keep out sphere. That keep out sphere is the invisible 200-meter line centered on the space station, and it is one of several safety zones set up to govern spacecraft arriving and departing from the space station. Before moving into the keep out sphere, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering. We are now about 10 seconds away from that second departure burn. Dragon is currently about 80 meters away from the International Space Station as it continues its departure. And depart burn 1, again, that second departure burn in a series of 4 is now underway, and it'll last about 20 seconds.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop, depart burn 1 complete and nominal. You are go to DOF suits per procedure 4.012.
Nominal departure and 4012 for Dragon.
And we just had confirmation there that that second departure burn, known as Depart Burn 1, has completed, and it was executed as expected. The crew is now going to start doffing or removing their spacesuits and getting settled in for their 22.5-hour journey back to Earth, again with that splashdown targeted for tomorrow morning, July 15th, off the coast of California. And as a reminder, just like during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board. However, unlike Dragon's arrival, there are no hold points during the departure sequence, therefore it takes a lot less time to leave the vicinity of the space station than to arrive. So we just had confirmation of that second departure burn being completed, and that is the second in a series of 4. However, it's the only one that was left within the vicinity of the space station. The next departure burn will take place about 45 minutes from now, after Dragon is well on its way back to Earth and outside of the approach ellipsoid. Dragon is now about 195 meters away from the International Space Station and should be crossing the keep-out sphere momentarily. And we just heard confirmation that Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere. Again, the keep-out sphere is an invisible 200-meter line centered on the space station. It's one of several safety zones set up to govern spacecraft arriving and departing from the International Space Station. While spacecraft are inside the keep-out sphere, they have to be configured where they would not cross into the imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering. The next major milestone for Dragon's departure will be exiting the approach ellipsoid. This is planned to take place about 13 minutes from now.
Dragon Station, Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere.
Dragon copies.
Station copies.
Station looks beautiful.
Dragon Grace, if we didn't have a shutter constraint, you could see us waving.
All right, great copy.
So now that Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere, the next major milestone for Dragon is crossing the approach ellipsoid. That will take place a little over 10 minutes from now. That approach ellipsoid is another imaginary shape similar to the keep-out sphere, but this time it's a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. And one of the key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. This means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all maneuvering. After the spacecraft crosses the approach ellipsoid, joint operations will end, and responsibility for the spacecraft will be handed back to the SpaceX flight control team in Hawthorne, California. Again, everything continuing to look good with Dragon's departure today, following a physical separation about 10 minutes ago at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. Dragon is now about 340 meters away from the International Space Station and continuing to increase that distance. And teams on the ground will continue to monitor the weather ahead of a splashdown tomorrow, Tuesday, July 15th at 5:31 a.m. Eastern off the coast of California. After Dragon exits the approach ellipsoid, there will be a couple of more departure burns and phasing burns to set the spacecraft up for the correct phasing and location for splashdown. And for those of you who are just joining us, the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft carrying the Axiom Mission 4 crew recently undocked from the International Space Station's Harmony module at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern to complete an 18-day stay aboard the orbiting laboratory.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Johnny, please give Huntsville a call on Space to Ground 4.
Dragon lifted off atop a Falcon 9 rocket on Wednesday, June 25th from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida and docked to the space-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module after a 28-hour journey on Thursday, June 26th. During their stay aboard the International Space Station, the Axiom Mission 4 crew conducted more than 60 experiments, and they will now be returning to Earth with more than 580 pounds of science and hardware. This was the fourth private astronaut mission to the International Space Station enabled by NASA. And while Dragon and the Axiom Mission 4 crew continue their departure from station, and as we stand by for the approach ellipsoid exit and just under 10 minutes from now, let's go ahead and check back in with Jesse and John in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Anna. We've got some great live views here. Previously, we didn't have any live views because we had a loss of signal, which is normal as we are passing by several ground stations. We're now passing over a ground station where we do have acquisition of signal and getting these great live views. Also in your bottom right-hand corner, you can follow along with this new graphic and see the thrusters firing on Dragon on the forward bulkhead, as well as the telemetry in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Dragon is fully autonomous, which means it's capable of flying itself. Dragon was designed from the beginning for flying humans to space, even though its first missions carried only cargo. Now, before we could fly humans, our teams implemented a number of design upgrades to make sure that both Dragon and Falcon 9 are suitable for flying people, and then put both vehicles through thousands of tests to prove their safety. Now, prior to the Axiom Mission 4, SpaceX successfully completed 52 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, including 47 trips to the International Space Station. AX-4 is SpaceX's 18th human spaceflight mission, and before Axiom Mission 4, SpaceX had flown 66 crew members, meaning that this mission brings that count to 70.
That's incredible. You know, missions like this are important milestones for everyone involved, from the crew members who fly to those that they represent, and to the host of scientists and engineers around the world who have an opportunity for their research or their technology to be tested in microgravity. Everyone learns from these missions. And for Axiom Space, this is at the heart of why we do these missions. We are building opportunities for others to advance what is possible and expand what is known. We want to enable every human everywhere to take part in this. Now, after a beautiful launch on June 25th, the AX-4 crew docked with the International Space Station a little over a day later, opening the hatch and greeting the Expedition 73 crew on June 26th. The crew shared some good words and a welcoming ceremony before quickly getting to work on their extensive itinerary. Now, each crew member brought with them a host of research, technology demonstrations, and outreach objectives, ranging from human physiology to space radiation impact studies, and even some gardening. Now, this crew maintained a very full timeline, but they prepared for this. Each crew member wanted to ensure that every minute of this mission was utilized well, and that all objectives were hit. So Peggy, Shooks, Suave, and Tibor were ready to work. And over the course of 18 days on board the station, they accomplished over 60 research activities, as well as more than 20 outreach events. And as their time on station came to a close, the AX-4 crew participated in a brief farewell ceremony where they said their goodbyes to the Expedition 73 crew. Now, for more details on the incredible work performed by this crew on orbit, check out axiomspace.com.
Now, at this time, the crew is getting closer to reaching the approach ellipsoid, so let's head back to Anna at Johnson Space Center to step through these next moments. How's it going, Anna?
Thanks, Jesse and John, and thank you for that update. We are continuing to stand by for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid. We are expecting that exit to take place about 3 minutes from now, around 6:34 a.m. Central, 7:34 a.m. Eastern. Dragon is currently about 700 meters away from the International Space Station following a physical separation about 16 minutes ago at 6:15 a.m. Central, 7:15 a.m. Eastern. The approach ellipsoid is one of several safety zones set up to govern spacecraft arriving and departing from the International Space Station, similar to the Keep Out sphere, which Dragon exited about 10 minutes ago at 6:21 a.m. Central, 7:21 a.m. Eastern. But unlike the Keep Out sphere, which is an invisible 200-meter line centered on the space station, the approach ellipsoid is a three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. When a spacecraft is outside the approach ellipsoid, they have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. This means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all maneuvering. And after the crew and Dragon exited the Keep Out sphere about 10 minutes ago, we heard that the crew was beginning to step through procedures to take off their spacesuits and settle in for their roughly 22.5-hour journey until a splashdown off the coast of California tomorrow, Tuesday, July 15th. And we are just continuing to stand by for confirmation of approach ellipsoid exit. Once Dragon exits the approach ellipsoid, the team here in Mission Control Houston will continue to monitor every step of the way, but prime responsibility once they exit that boundary will be transferred to the SpaceX and Axiom Space teams. Dragon is now about 860 meters away from the International Space Station and continuing to increase that distance between the two vehicles.
Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla all set to head back home. Pictures of the separation, the undocking is successful, roughly about 700 meters away from the International Space Station. It's going to be a very, very historic moment, a historic homecoming for Shubhanshu Shukla, who is the first Indian to visit the International Space Station, only the second Indian in space after Rakesh Sharma, will be returning to Earth with the multinational Axiom 4 crew aboard SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. We're expecting the touchdown tomorrow, rather the splashdown tomorrow a little after 3 p.m. That's the update, and those are live pictures coming in as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, an Indian Air Force pilot, begins his journey back home nearly 20 days after the blast-off from Earth, becoming the first Indian to reach the International Space Station. Okay, I have Mr. William Selvamurthy live with us right now. Let me first go across to him as we stay with the pictures. William Selvamurthy is also President of Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General for Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation live from Tamil Nadu, with us on the broadcast. Mr. Selvamurthy, we've seen a very historic splashdown a few months ago when Sunita Williams also splashed down. We were live here on Republic. It's going to be a special moment, the moment that splashdown happens. And now that it's Shubhanshu Shukla representing India and ISRO in this mission, we're all, of course, counting down to that. But this is nothing short of a spectacular space visit so far. Mr. Selvamurthy?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Now, what a fantastic moment it was to see the undocking of Axiom 4 Dragon coming out of the International Space Station so precisely, and the safety procedures, what needs to be done. And it was a fantastic observation to be with the whole undocking process, and which has still happened very, very precisely. Because that's why it's always known as rocket science. When you say if some simple research and development, I say it's not a big rocket science, because you need to have such a great precision, and accuracy is warranted in every step in the rocket science. So that is why this, the right from propulsion, control, guidance, navigation, computation of the orbits, and docking, undocking, so many procedures are involved. Particularly when you put a human into the space, that has more challenges than just only sending the spacecraft to launch a satellite. So that is why it's a much more complicated mission, which has been accomplished so well, and compliments to the SpaceX, NASA, and also ISRO, who have participated with the other countries who has also participated. This is one of the private missions, the fourth one in series. And, when our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, was in US in 2023, that was the time this idea was seeded by our Prime Minister to the President of US, that why don't we have our own Indian Gaganyatri in your mission of Axiom 4. And finally it happened, and the diplomatic channels as well as the ISRO actively perused and pursued, and finally we got the mission in. And then we are so happy that Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, after 18 days of stay in International Space Station, have made history, as was mentioned by you, that he is the first Indian to be in International Space Station and the second Indian to be in space. And also, he has made a mark because he was piloting the whole program. He was the pilot for this mission. So that is again a credit for us for Axiom 4. Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla has been the pilot. And these are all for an aspirational India, which is bubbling with enthusiasm, energy, moving towards in every direction, economic development, military power development, knowledge power development. So this type of missions, participation of Indian scientists, Indian astronauts, all these are very, very important milestones. And I must also compliment ISRO for having prepared the whole Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla to this level, right from selection, training, and all wherewithal which is required as human factors to be provided to the space crew. And this has been highly commendable, because it's a big learning experience for all of us and as a scientist to learn, to prepare for the Gaganyaan, which is in the offing. Then we want to have our own International Space Station, which is again, Honorable Prime Minister has approved in principle, and they looked at the milestones for ISRO. So there is a lot of exciting things will happen in the Indian space research and development, and also in space economy. Yeah. So that is why this mission is very, very important.
Sir, stay with me. I'm going across also to Dr. Venkateshwara Sharma, who's a senior scientist, space scientist, and a former deputy director, program director at ISRO, also with us on this broadcast. Sir, you know the significance of such a mission. ISRO has played a huge part in ensuring that Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla goes there, and when he comes back, our focus is going to be on Gaganyaan. Now, what are the big takeaways from this mission for you? Hoping that all's well and that splashdown happens on time tomorrow. How will this boost mission Gaganyaan?
Good afternoon, good evening to you and to all the viewers.
Good evening.
Yes, it was extremely nice to see the undocking of the Dragon module from International Space Station. We can recall about 2 hours before the undocking, the movement of astronauts into the Dragon capsule happened. Then they got into astronaut suits, and then leak checks and the closure of the hatchet, the pressurization, etc. We saw it live, and it was so well professionally done. And I think after that, the successful undocking, 6 levers from the top and 6 levers from the bottom of the Dragon module has been undocked, and then the capsule has moved away, and right now it is about 1,000 meters from the ISS. This is a great situation. Now it is only that the capsule has to come back to Earth for the splashdown, which everybody is looking forward to. And tomorrow, about 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. IST, it's expected to touch the California sea base. So, having said that, with such a fantastic undocking, the takeaway from the entire mission is that, as I had been always saying, that whatever ISRO does in particular, this country does in large, we have a mission. We have always we have a purpose to do anything. We don't do anything just like that, just for the sake of it. We don't do anything. Having said that, right from training the astronaut from 2019, we selected 4 astronauts in 2019. We trained them in Bangalore. We trained them in Cosmos, and then we trained them in NASA for in NASA Astronaut Training Center for the flight of the Subhanshu Shukla. That itself is a great experience for us, because we are moving from zero. We are learning from everything, and we have started from zero, and we are moving towards a situation where Gaganyaan will take three of our astronauts whom we have already selected and whom we are already training, and they will be going to space probably in 2026 and 2027. Therefore, the training at various places itself is a very big takeaway. Second part is that, having said that, they have been trained well. Even the pilots are trained. They are trained using the various gadgets and the various simulators, but the actual flight will be different. As we have seen repeatedly, Subhanshu Shukla was saying that I have been trained thoroughly well, but it is different. I am feeling differently. As soon as he boarded into the Dragon capsule, and once it was launched, within about 15-20 minutes after the first meal, he had gone to sleep, saying that there is a lot of difference from what is there in gravity and zero gravity type of thing. That is second experience what we have got. After that, docking, and during the docking, his interface with the ISS and his captaincy, in the sense he is the pilot. He's piloted the Dragon capsule for the docking into the ISS. That is a very big requirement for us as well, because keeping in mind BSS, which is the Bharat Space Station, which is scheduled as announced by Prime Minister of India, 2035, 2040, we are going to have BSS. Maybe it might come earlier also, the way the interaction between Axiom, ISRO, and NASA is happening. ISRO might itself participate in the next possible space station, which is expected to replace ISS, is something which is the third takeaway. And the fourth takeaway is the 14 plus 4, 18 days of his stay in ISS, his experience. He had been sharing, including his physical, mental, psychological condition. He was saying, I was feeling very heavy initially, then he started adjusting, then he started doing experiments. Therefore, from the simulator to actual stay in space, and he stayed there for nearly 100 lakh kilometers. He has made the space travel. That experience is extremely rich for us. And more than any experiments, etc., his personal experience, who is going to lead the Gaganyaan team, is really a very big takeaway. From now, from their 18 days of experiments, where he did 7 experiments, which can be classified into 3 categories. And those experiments are also going to come handy. And on top of all that, undocking sequences and back into the trajectory of coming back to Earth, next 22.5 hours journey, the way they are going to learn themselves. Of course, they have got nothing much to do in this capsule, because the Dragon capsule is completely automated and it manages itself. And the experience what he's going to gain while re-entry, please believe me, last 53 minutes of the journey before the touchdown is extremely critical, where the astronauts are going to be really tested to their limits in terms of physical, mental, psychological condition. That experience is also going to help us in taking the activity forward with Gaganyaan, which is immediately 2026-27, and also the BSS, which is 2035 and 2040. If you ask me, this is much more than value for money. because we are very particular about every money we spend from ISRO for any activity. I think we have achieved much more than that. Is one. Second thing is the outreach with which this has happened with various students, the community, the engineers, the technicians. The type of motivation is really important to motivate this country, right? Which is something which is, spending 550 crores, so we are able to motivate 140 crore people is something which is a very big takeaway, other than technical science and, ISRO department.
And that's been one of the most heartening parts, isn't it, sir? The manner in which he is, from the moment the docking happened, and the kind of messages that he sent, speaking in Hindi, messages in Hindi, and the interactions in the last 2 weeks, it's fantastic. And I think we'll all pray for a safe splashdown tomorrow. And on that note, I'd like to thank both Mr. Selvamurthy and Dr. Sharma for joining us on the broadcast. We will be back tomorrow, and we will start earlier. We will start earlier and build up to that moment when the splashdown happens in the Pacific. Let's get you some more breaking news now coming in on Republic TV. As we were on the broadcast, a very critical meeting happened. When we were on the coverage of Axiom 4, India has sent, in a development, a no-holds-barred message to Beijing, a very, very tough message to Beijing. That's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar drawing a red line, calling on China to de-escalate tensions, drop trade restrictions, and adopt zero tolerance towards terror. The message direct that India will not tolerate provocation, and not at the borders. We will not tolerate it. Saying that we will not tolerate provocation, not even in business, and certainly not on terror. As China continues its aggressive posturing, India has made it clear that peace is not a weakness, but a choice. And that a choice even has limits, and crossing the line, consequences would follow. Interesting time. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, with me on the phone line, my colleague as well. Abhishek, it's a very, very interesting time for Jaishankar to be there. Firstly, given what has happened on Operation Sindoor, where we've had top generals name China as one of the armies that aided Pakistan, effectively fought against India through proxy routes, right? And then you've had China stand on terror. Very interesting, stressful ties between India and China in the last few months. So how do you see this meeting? What's the thinking that's gone behind, going to this meeting and sending this tough message?
Well, Niranjan, as I read the statement by the Ministry of External Affairs about the meeting between Jaishankar and Wang Yi, I think it's a very nuanced position. So while we are sort of playing down the Pakistan bit, of course, this meeting is many first. It is happening first time in China after Galwan, a standoff between the two nations. Jaishankar is traveling for the first time. It is happening for the first time after Operation Sindoor. It is happening for the first time after Dalai Lama's 90th birthday. But if you read between the lines, I think Jaishankar has done some plain speaking, and he has put the record straight. Number one, there has to be zero tolerance on terror, and that has to reflect in the SCO statement, because it was not happening last month when defense ministers met under the aegis of the SCO, and that's why India did not sign a joint statement. So if there has to be consensus and a joint statement, then it better reflect India's concerns on terror. So that's one. Second, Jaishankar has said that while, of course, things are calm on the northern front, in the sense that the armies are not eyeball to eyeball now, but de-escalation has to happen, the pullback has to happen. So that's another priority of India insofar as our bilateral relationship with China is concerned. And third, very interestingly, Niranjan, the fact that the statement mentions avoiding restrictive trade practices. Now, look at what has happened in the last just couple of months. China has pulled back about 300 of its engineers from the Foxconn facility in Chennai, where they were manufacturing iPhones. So obviously, this is clearly an indirect way of obstructing India's iPhone manufacturing hub. Similarly, China has been delaying by, on one pretext or the other, the supply of phosphatic fertilizers, and this is in the peak of Kharif season, and almost half or more than half of India's agricultural produce comes through the Kharif cycle. And for China to be delaying fertilizer supplies, particularly the DAP or the phosphatic fertilizer, I think that's another aspect which comes under restrictive trade practices. And then overall, we have seen it's not just specific to India, but the larger restrictions that China has put on rare earths supply around the world, which has particularly affected the electric vehicles industry around the world. So I think there is a very nuanced statement, but clearly some plain speaking also there, and hopefully the Chinese would get the message that while we are going to play down the Pakistan bit because we can handle Pakistan on our own, despite knowing that the Chinese really helped them during the standoff, the real issue is directly, bilaterally between the two of us, and those issues need to be sorted first.
Thank you, Abhishek, for those inputs. Very strong statement sent by India in China. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meeting Wang Yi, and the fine print of what he has said, sending a strong message. Back with the live coverage also of the Dragon spacecraft, which is undocked. Axiom 4 crew headed back to Earth. The splashdown at 3 p.m. India time tomorrow. Big day. Big next 24 hours for Indian space program.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said,
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said, "I knew Radhika for 2 years. She was quiet but strong." Her dad was always there, supporting her every game. To many, they seemed like the usual close father-daughter.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इकतालीस साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा।
Dragon spacecraft undocks from ISS. All eyes on Shook's homecoming. Next stop, Earth splashdown in 22 hours. Robert Vadra grilled for 5 hours by Enforcement Directorate. Lens on Vadra Bhandari money laundering deals. Air India issues statement on preliminary report on crash. Quotes no mechanical or maintenance issues with the plane. Supreme Court hears the plea in Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya execution case. Family negotiates blood money. Centre says it's trying its best. There's been a power tussle in Karnataka. Another Karnataka Congress MLA backs Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Sivakumar for Chief Minister's post. And External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar in China called for continued normalization of ties between India and China when he met his Chinese counterpart. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhima. Top focus, the breaking news coming in. Robert Vadra now leaves from the Enforcement Directorate office after 5 hours of interrogation in a money laundering case related to fugitive arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari. This is the Haryana land scam case that we are talking about, and earlier he's been grilled for 9 hours in this case. I'm also going to try and go across to my colleague Riyanka to get us more details on this case. And Riyanka, tell us more details. As we know, the ED had also earlier grilled Robert Vadra for 9 hours and he had later been called in for questioning again. What are the details of this case?
Well, we have seen time and again there has been several summons that were sent to Robert Vadra, and he has been more or less cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate in the entire investigation of the money laundering case. Now, today Robert Vadra was summoned and he appeared before the Enforcement Directorate at around 11 a.m. and he left around 5 p.m. from this very location from where I continue to report. Now, Robert Vadra went into an interrogation session for nearly 5 hours, and this is related to fugitive arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari, who in fact acquired a land in Bryanston Square in London, and this particular this particular house was rather renovated, and as per the allegations by the Enforcement Directorate, the funds for the renovation were paid by Robert Vadra. But on the other hand, Robert Vadra has denied all the claims and the allegations and the charges that the ED has put on him. He says that this is just a political witch hunt and clearly denies owning any land or property in London. So we have to wait and see what happens next. It was 9 hours earlier. Today it was for 5 hours that Vadra was grilled. What exactly comes out in this particular case, that is something that needs to be seen. But for now, this is the latest update that we are gathering from the ground.
All right, thank you. Outside Enforcement Directorate Office, my colleague Riyanka giving us that latest update. It's a focus we're going to track because we really need to understand the Haryana land scam, the Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra nexus. Viewers, the other big breaking news that's coming in, a victim of Changur Baba's conversion conspiracy has spoken out. She's claimed she was lured through Instagram and converted, further also claiming that multiple girls were also targeted. She accused Changur Baba's network of operating with agents in Saudi and India involving thousands and thousands of henchmen. The victim, who alleges police inaction and corruption seeking help and protection for herself and others, has spoken out. This is the big news that we're tracking. I'm also going to try and go across to Raghavendra to get us more details. Before that, the victim's bite coming in.
मुख्यमंत्री जी अगर कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो 50% की कार्रवाई हुई है, 50% बाकी है। जो अपराधी बाहर घूम रहे हैं पहले उनकी गिरफ्तारी की जाए, वो नहीं गिरफ्तार होंगे कोई कार्रवाई कुछ नहीं हो सकती है। ये आधी अधूरी कार्रवाई है। आप अगर इसको फोटो खींचना चाहें तो इसको गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए। ये सक्रिय सदस्य हैं, 10 से ऊपर इनके द्वारा धर्मांतरण हो चुके हैं।
आप नाम लेने से क्या डर रही हैं? कोई कारण है? आपको सुरक्षा का खतरा लग रहा है?
नाम लेने से नहीं है, आप लोगों के द्वारा जो भी हम लोग ने कहा अब तक ही, एक हफ्ते से पिछले हम लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं। आप दोनों मतलब आप सभी मीडिया के द्वारा सिर्फ छांगुर छांगुर छांगुर, मैंने 50 बार चाहा है। सिर्फ छांगुर अकेला नहीं है, गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य हैं। जो सिर्फ 50% ही काम हुआ है, 50% तो बाकी है। किस पीड़िता को न्याय मिला है?
नाम पढ़ता हूँ, आपने नाम दिए, मैं आपके दिए नाम पढ़ता हूँ। आमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अबू उरैरा अंसारी, अबू सईद अंसारी, उम्मे रवीना, उम्मे हबीदा, सईदा खातून और सूफिया अंसारी।
जी, इनकी गिरफ्तारी जब तक नहीं होगी पूरा खेल सामने नहीं आएगा।
क्या कोई डर भी आप लोग को दिखाया जा रहा है? किसी तरीके का प्रेशर भी बनाया जा रहा है?
धमकाया जा रहा है, हम लोगों को बहुत हैरेस किया जा रहा है, जिसके लिए सबसे पहले अब हम मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिलना चाहेंगे, तब हम आगे कुछ करना चाहेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री जी से हमारा मिलने का बस है, जितनी जल्दी हो सकेगा हम उनसे मुलाकात करेंगे।
आपने जो अनुभव किया, तमाम बच्चियों के ऊपर इस तरीके से साजिशन प्रयास किए जाते हैं, उन बच्चियों के लिए आप क्या कहिएगा? कैसे बचें, क्या कुछ करें? आपने जो अनुभव किया, खुद आपका एक्सपीरियंस है।
उनको सिर्फ मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगी, हम सब एक एग्जाम्पल हैं और केरला स्टोरी सभी को देखनी चाहिए कि जो होता है कि मेरा अब्दुल ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है, सबका अब्दुल ऐसा ही है। वो बाद में पता चलता है, उस समय नहीं पता चलता है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से एक आप मैसेज क्या देना चाहेंगे? एक बात पे खत्म करते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे? एक बात बस बताएं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से सबसे पहले यही कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारी सामाजिक आर्थिक सुरक्षा का ध्यान रखा जाए और हमें मुख्यमंत्री से मिलना है क्योंकि शासन प्रशासन मौन है, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रहा है।
Raghavendra joining us live on the story. Raghavendra, you tried to ask the victim about more names. What are you picking up in this investigation that has been done by the ATS now?
बिल्कुल, देखिए आज ATS का 5वां दिन है जब ATS ने छांगुर बाबा और नीतू से पूछताछ लगातार कर रही है। सूचना यह भी है कि महाराष्ट्र भी ATS की टीम गई है, जहां पर सारी चीजें तलाशी जा रही हैं, जो खरीद फरोख्त हुई है नीतू और अन्य के बीच में। तमाम पहलुओं की जांच जारी है, ED इन्वॉल्व है। लेकिन आज पीड़ितों ने, यानी जो पीड़िताएं हैं, उन्होंने जो आरोप लगाया कि सिर्फ छांगुर बाबा के पकड़े जाने से बहुत कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। वो जो पूरा नेटवर्क है, जो छांगुर के प्रमुख आदमी हैं, जिनके थ्रू पूरा ये नेक्सस चलाता था, ये पूरा धर्मांतरण का जो कारोबार चलाता था, प्रॉपर्टी खरीदने का ये जो पूरा कार्यक्रम जो करता था, साथ ही जिस तरह से अपने विरोधियों को शांत करने के लिए जो पूरा सिस्टम का जो उपयोग करता था, उस पूरे सिस्टम को जब तक नहीं पकड़ा जाएगा तब तक छांगुर बाबा की सारी सच्चाई नहीं आएगी। साथ ही इन पीड़िताओं ने यह भी सवाल उठाया कि आखिर अभी पीड़िताओं को क्या न्याय मिला। जितने लोगों का एफआईआर में नाम है वह सारे लोग अभी पकड़े नहीं गए हैं। 4 लोग पकड़े गए हैं, 5 लोग फरार हैं। ढंग से इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो तो कम से कम 30 से 40 लोग पकड़े जाएंगे इस पूरे रैकेट में। तो कहीं ना कहीं अभी पुलिस को बहुत कुछ करना है, एसटीएफ को बहुत कुछ करना है, एटीएस को बहुत कुछ करना है, ईडी को भी बहुत कुछ करना है। ईडी खैर सारे कागजातों की जांच तो कर ही रही होगी, सारे अकाउंट्स की जांच कर रही होगी, लेकिन ये इतना बड़ा जो नेटवर्क चल रहा था, इतने बड़े बड़े जो ट्रांजैक्शन हो रहे थे, आखिर यह पैसा नवीन के अकाउंट में कहां से आ रहे थे? किन विदेशी कंपनियों के द्वारा, लोगों के द्वारा नवीन के अकाउंट में पैसे आते थे? वो पैसा नसरीन नवीन के अकाउंट से अपने अकाउंट में मंगवाती थी, उसके बाद उन पैसों का उपयोग होता था। वो पैसे का उपयोग कहाँ होता था? नेपाल के बॉर्डर पर होता था या उतरौला में होता था, कहाँ कहाँ होता था? सभी चीजों पर जांच जारी है। नीतू बहुत ही शातिर लड़की है, पढ़ी लिखी है, उसको इंग्लिश का एक अच्छा ज्ञान है, वो तमिलनाडु की रहने वाली है। शानदार तरीके से
कह रहे हैं, this is very very crucial and this is exactly what also needs to be investigated. I shall keep coming back to you to get the latest on this investigation. Viewers, the other top focus, the unfortunate immolation and the suspended principal of Fakir Mohan Autonomous College in Odisha's Balasore district was arrested finally, unfortunately, in connection with a 20-year-old student who set herself ablaze on campus. Now, according to the police, the accused Dilip Ghosh was booked for abetting the student's attempted death by suicide. He was suspended on July 12th after her self-immolation bid outside his office over allegedly being denied justice over sexual harassment by a teacher. The principal had been accused of turning a blind eye to repeated complaints of the victim. He was part of the internal complaint committee. Meanwhile, the state government now forms a 3-member committee to be investigating the matter. The student who set herself on fire on the college campus had alleged the sexual harassment by her teacher. She remains in critical condition with 95% burns. The committee is going to probe the allegations of harassment and also, more importantly, the delay in action by authorities that have led to this extreme step. And there's breaking news coming in. Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan today visited AIIMS in Bhubaneswar, where the Balasore student who attempted self-immolation is fighting for her life. After meeting the victim's family and doctors, Pradhan delivered a very stern message. No one will be spared. He assured the state machinery is in motion, police are on the job, strong action is on the way, a high-level committee has been formed and accountability is non-negotiable.
मैं आज यहाँ बालेश्वर की जो हमारी एक छात्री के ऊपर जो अकथनीय चीज हुई है उसको मिलने आया था। वो तो क्रिटिकल केयर बॉर्न यूनिट में होने का उसको देखना मैं उचित नहीं माना, प्रत्येक रूप में आवश्यकता भी नहीं था, लेकिन उनके परिवारजनों को मिला, उनकी पिताजी, उनकी माताजी, उनके भाई और उनके अन्य परिवार स्वजन को मैं मिलने के लिए भी यहाँ आया था। उनको मिला, उनकी दुख में अपना समवेदना उनके साथ जताया और यहाँ की डॉक्टर से, एम्स की डायरेक्टर साहब से और अन्य चिकित्सकों से बातचीत किया जो सेवा में लगे हैं। उस बच्ची का, उस छात्री का हाल चाल हमने पूछा और उनकी मैं विश्वास रखता हूँ, अपेक्षा रखता हूँ। चिकित्सकों ने, डॉक्टर्स ने पूरी अपनी ताकत झोंकी है उसको संभालने के लिए। हमारे पहला प्रायोरिटी है उस बच्ची का जान बचे, उस बच्ची ठीक हो जाए, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है।
भुवनेश्वर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम का साथ बातचीत कर लिया और अभी तक क्रिटिकल स्थिति है। अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
Yeah, we received the patient yesterday and with a critical condition. Patient is in ICU and getting ICU care, and it is about 95% burn. And patient is in ICU with the ventilator. Patient critical. We are trying our best. We are providing all sort of best care, possible best care to the patient.
Sir, an expert committee has been formed.
Yeah, yes, a committee is constituted to take after various aspects, multidisciplinary critical care, pulmonary, nephrology, and also involving other burn and plastic. So a lot of people, all sort of treatment, special care we are giving for the patient.
निश्चित रूप से वो एक बहुत दुखद घटना है ये। ऐसा तो होना बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहिए था। तो जो भी सिचुएशन है तो पहले तो मैं कहूँगी कि एक नारी के हिसाब से कुछ उनको कुछ ऐसा आघात हुआ होगा, इसलिए उन्होंने ऐसा डिसीजन लिया, पर ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए था। तो कुछ भी हो सिचुएशन पर हमें स्ट्रांग होना है और डटकर लड़ना चाहिए।
We're also now joined on the phone line by Odisha BJP leader Biranshi Tripathi. Mr. Tripathi, we've heard strict action will be taken, but the big question really is why was so long taken by the college to take action? She had tried running from door to door, asking for some help, but nothing came her way.
देखिए, बालेश्वर में जो कुछ हुआ अत्यंत दुखदायी घटना है। एक 20 साल की बच्ची आज जिस हालत में है हम सबको दुख दे रहा है, लेकिन उड़ीसा सरकार की तरफ से जिस प्रकार की प्रोएक्टिवली एक्शन लिया गया है, शायद आज तक उड़ीसा इतिहास में ऐसा नहीं हुआ था। तुरंत 6 घंटा के अंदर जो अभियुक्त टीचर है उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। प्रिंसिपल को सस्पेंड किया गया था, अभी उनको अरेस्ट भी कर लिया गया है। हायर एजुकेशन का डायरेक्टर का नेतृत्व में एक तदंत कमीशन बैठा दिया गया है, पुलिस भी तदंत कर रही है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली में थे, भुवनेश्वर पहुंचते ही तुरंत एम्स में गए। कैसे अच्छा चिकित्सा उपलब्ध किया जा सकता है उसका बारे में संबंधित डॉक्टरों से बात किए। एम्स भुवनेश्वर ने 8 डॉक्टर का एक ग्रुप बना के उनका ट्रीटमेंट कर रही है। दिल्ली एम्स का साथ योगायोग में रहे, बात हुआ, वहां से कुछ एडवाइस मिला, वो दोनों भुवनेश्वर एम्स और
Mr. Tripathi, I'm just going to have to ask you to thank you for giving us those details. Viewers, we're going to go across to a press conference that is just coming in.
我们的责任是保持这一石头。
In recent times, as you have noted, Excellency, the two of us have had several opportunities to meet at international events and carry out strategic communication. It is our expectation that this will now be regular and take place in each other's countries.
阁下，您刚才提到，最近我们2个有几次机会在国际会议场合见面，进行战略沟通。 我们期待接下来我们能够定期的在彼此的国家进行这样的沟通。
This year, we are marking the 75th year of the establishment of diplomatic relations between our two countries. We appreciate that the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has also resumed after a gap of 5 years. I thank the Chinese side for their cooperation on this matter.
这年两国庆祝建交75周年，我们很高兴时隔5年后恢复朝圣。我感谢中方的合作。
Excellency, we have made good progress in the past 9 months for the normalization of our bilateral relations. It is the result of the resolution of friction along the border and our ability to maintain peace and tranquility there. This is the fundamental basis of our mutual strategic trust and for smooth development of bilateral relations. It is now incumbent on us to address other aspects related to the border, including de-escalation.
阁下，在过去9个月，我们在双边关系正常化方面取得了进展，这是解决边境摩擦，以及我们能够在那里维持和平与安宁的结果。这是战略互信和双边关系顺利发展的基本的基础。现在我们有责任应对边境相关的其他问题，包括降温。
As neighboring nations and major economies in the world today, there are various facets and dimensions of our ties. Measures towards normalizing our people-to-people exchanges can certainly foster mutually beneficial cooperation. It is also essential in this context that restrictive trade measures and roadblocks are avoided. I hope to discuss these issues with you in further detail.
作为邻国和今天世界上主要经济体，我们的双边关系有很多方面。正常化人文交流的措施一定能够促进互利合作。这个背景下，需要避免限制性的贸易措施和障碍。我想进一步的讨论这些问题。
Stable and constructive ties between India and China are not only to our benefit, but that of the world as well. This is best done by handling relations on the basis of mutual respect, mutual interest, and mutual sensitivity. We have also earlier agreed that differences should not become disputes, nor should competition ever become conflict. On this foundation, we can continue to develop our ties along a positive trajectory.
中国和印度之间稳定和建设性的关系，不仅对两国有利，也有利于整个世界。最好的做法是在相互尊重、相互利益和相互敏感的基础上处理双边关系。我们已经同意，分歧不应该成为争端，竞争也永远不应该成为冲突。在这个基础上，我们现在可以继续沿着积极的方向发展双边关系。
Excellency, our meeting today will also include an exchange of views on global and regional issues. Tomorrow, we will be meeting in the format of the SCO, whose primary mandate is to combat terrorism, separatism, and extremism. This is a shared concern, and India hopes that zero tolerance for terrorism will be strongly upheld.
阁下，今天我们还会就全球和地区问题交换意见。明天我们在上合组织的框架内见面。上合组织的主要任务是打击恐怖主义、分裂主义和极端主义。这个是我们共同关切的问题。印方希望能够坚决维护对恐怖主义零容忍。
Excellency, as Foreign Minister, you have been long responsible for our overall bilateral relations. I am happy today to have this in-depth discussion on the state of our ties in an era of profound change. I look forward to a constructive and forward-looking exchange of views. Thank you.
阁下，作为外交部长，您长期负责我们整体的双边关系。我很高兴在这一重大变化的时代，就我们双边关系的石头进行。
And we're going to go across to the other top focus story that we have right now with us. That have been massive protests that have erupted in Howrah as a group of unemployed SSC teachers operating under the banner of Jogya Shikshika Adhikar Mancha launched their Nabano Abhiyan march towards the Bengal Secretariat. Here's that report.
Unemployed SSC teachers take to the streets of Howrah, marching under the banner of Jogya Shikshika Adhikar Manch. Their protest march, called Nabano Abhiyan, is headed towards the Bengal Secretariat demanding justice and reinstatement. These teachers were among thousands who lost their jobs after the Supreme Court declared the recruitment process tainted. The apex court had cited massive irregularities in appointments made by the West Bengal School Service Commission. Protesters say they were qualified and blamed the system, not the candidates, for the lapses. Many of them say their careers have been ruined despite clearing the required exams and interviews. Heavy police deployment seen at key junctions as authorities prepare for crowd control. The march continues amid chants, placards, and emotional appeals as the demand for job restoration grows louder.
In a tragic incident from Tamil cinema, renowned stunt master Mohan Raj lost his life while filming an action sequence for director Par Ranjit's upcoming film Vetuvam. The accident occurred during a stunt Tamil Nadu in Velankani. Here's that report.
A shocking tragedy unfolded on the sets of director P.A. Ranjit's upcoming film in Velankani in Tamil Nadu. Veteran stuntmaster Mohan Raj was executing a high-risk car stunt on location, a sequence involving a leap from a moving vehicle. But in a heartbreaking turn, the seasoned stuntman lost balance while jumping off the car. He slipped mid-air and hit the ground hard. Eyewitnesses say he immediately complained of severe chest pain. Seconds later, he collapsed on the spot, unconscious. Crew members rushed Mohan Raj to a nearby hospital, but it was too late. Doctors declared him brought dead. The tragic moment was caught on camera and is now going viral on social media, raising concerns over safety on the sets. The stunt was being shot under controlled conditions, but the unpredictable nature of live action turned fatal. The incident has sent shockwaves across Tamil film industry. Colleagues and fans are mourning the loss of a brave and talented technician. The police have now registered a case and launched an inquiry into the circumstances of his death. Mohan Raj was known for his dedication to realism and had made great contributions to the Tamil film industry. His passing has once again sparked debate over the need for stricter safety protocols during high-risk shoots. As tributes pour in, the industry remembers a man who risked his life for cinematic thrill and paid the ultimate price.
Coming up after a short break, Dragon spacecraft undocks from ISS. Shubhanshu Shukla en route home. Next stop, Earth splashdown in 22 hours.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। दीपक अपनी बेटी
बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा आपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Hi, I am Captain Ihsan Khalid, a retired veteran Indian Air Force pilot, commercial pilot, and I have flown aircraft, trained people for last maybe 40 years. This is one of the very sad event on which I will be shedding lights as per what I think is correct to do. The event that happened
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा आपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said, "I knew Radhika for 2 years. She was quiet but strong. Her dad was always there, supporting her every game. To many, they seemed like the usual close father-daughter team."
मतलब हमेशा जब खेलते थे हम लोग तो उसके फादर ही उसको लेके आते थे और लेके जाते थे एंड यूज्ड टू बी देयर ऑलमोस्ट एवरी टाइम. उनके साथ ट्रैवल करते थे. बहुत शांत स्वभाव के थे मेरे हिसाब से. तो ही नेवर यूज्ड टू टॉक. ही यूज्ड टू बी अवे फ्रॉम द पैक, sitting minding his own business. Yeah.
Radhika also tried her hand at music videos. A co-actor who worked with her said her parents, especially her mom, were always around during shoots. He said her father was happy with the music video when it was released.
टेनिस प्रीमियर लीग में जो दिल्ली में हुआ था, उसके बाद मैं उनसे मिला था म्यूजिक वीडियो में, जो हमने म्यूजिक वीडियो शूट किया. सिंह सर.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching Republic with me, Akanksha Khajuri. In fact, we have big breaking news coming in for you as far as the Air India crash is concerned. Major Republic impact. DGCA has issued a directive On the 2018 FAA directive, DGCA has issued a notice after the public questionnaire on the implementation of the FAA advisory, and DGCA has issued this directive at 5:30 p.m. after Republic sends them a list of 15 questions. Remember, in a report, initial report that was released day before yesterday, there was a mention of fuel control switches of the engine of Air India flight that was moved from run to the cutoff position moments after the impact. And the initial report also mentioned the US Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, had issued an information bulletin in 2018 about the potential disengagement of the fuel control switch locking feature. Now DGCA has woken up and they have issued a directive on this FAA, US Federal Aviation Administration Information Bulletin of 2018. In fact, Niranjan is in the studio as well. Over to you.
This is a very, very big update. Let me tell you that the DGCA has responded to Republic TV's questionnaire. DGCA has woken up after 7 long years, and this is in response to what Republic TV had asked them. This is exactly what we had broken on Saturday when the report came out. DGCA, what were you doing since 2018? The AAIB report, and Shravan is joining me live. Let me go across to him. Shravan, what was the question? What were the questions we asked to the DGCA? And finally, finally they've woken up after 7 years, after a tragedy that has killed 260 people. What were they doing? Shravan, what were they doing? In 2018, FAA asks them about, tells them about, the trip, the disengagement of the fuel switch, and they did nothing about it. They very coolly say that Air India, as part of the investigation, said that they had done nothing because it was not mandatory. They didn't do it because it was just an advisory. What were your questions, Shravan? And what is the DGCA ended up doing this evening?
Well, in fact, there is more embarrassment lined up for the DGCA because first, they're responding to a 2018 directive that was issued by the FAA in the United States of America with regards to the fuel switch control system itself. Now, in this particular, what you see, the Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin that was issued on 17th of December 2018, they had clearly mentioned that the fuel control switch has a locking feature to prevent inadvertent operation that could result in unintended switch movement between the fuel supply and the fuel cutoff positions. Now, that is the reason why we are once again raising this question, because there is an attempt that has been made over the last 48 hours to simply say that, look here, since the switch cannot be automatically turned from run to cutoff or cutoff to run, because there are several safety checks in place, and that is the reason why this pilot error aspect was being brought in by many. But the reality is this, that there is another aspect to it, and the aspect is mentioned in this particular FAA directive back in 2018. In a short while from now, Republic TV is also going to put out more details that it is not limited to the FAA's advisory back in 2018, but there is much more to it. But I'm going to stick to the FAA directive because now the DGCA, this is the 14th July, today's directive that has been issued. Interestingly, this afternoon, around 12:30, 15 questions were basically sent to the DGCA, and the question that we had essentially asked was whether at all a similar sort of advisory was actually issued by the DGCA to the other airline operators to basically look into the fuel injection system, asking them to look into whether at all there can be certain adjustments that can be made, because this was an advisory that was issued, so that it was not mandatory upon the airline, the carriers. And remember, the DGCA till date had never issued any such directive. Today, they say that the Federal Aviation Administration has issued a Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin dated 17th December 2018. So they are clearly admitting to their own mistake. For the last several years, what was the DGCA really doing? Why exactly would they come up with a notice which was banking upon what the FAA had said back in 2018? And today they are asking, they are basically issuing a mandatory modification for aircraft engines documents registered in India based on the airworthiness directives issued by the state of design manufacturer. For other non-mandatory instructions, including service bulletins, service letters and other information, it goes on. But clearly, It says that several operators internationally as well as domestic have initiated inspection on their aircraft fleet as per the SAIB dated 17 December 2018. In the view of above all, airline operators of the affected aircraft are hereby advised to complete the inspection required under the SAIB 17 December 2018, no later than 21st of July. So now they are giving time to the airline operators to look into it, that by the 21st of July you finish your inspection. Inspection plan and report are after accomplishment of inspection shall be submitted to this office. Imagine what we are talking about. Let me just simplify this, Niranjan. Point number one, the DGCA is finally waking up to the FAA's directive that was issued in the year 2018. In 2018, FAA had basically indicated that there is a possibility, a problem, an inadvertent operation that could result in unintended switch from run to cut off as far as the fuel injection system is concerned in the first place. There was no directive that was issued by the DGCA back in the year 2018 or thereafter. At least if you go simply by this particular directive of the DGCA, one can safely presume the fact that there was no communication earlier. They are now acknowledging the fact that this directive came in the year 2018, asking the airline operators to now follow that directive that was issued in 2018. And let me also tell you that Republic TV has much more up our sleeves right now with regards to more information about multiple advisories that have been issued by other countries too. So it is not limited to the United States of America, but there are other countries who have issued a similar directive. So the question that comes up, what was the DGCA doing all this while?
Shravan, this is a direct impact, Shravan, because hours after we've asked that question, they've been forced to wake up. On Saturday when we broke that story, in fact, you know, the AAIB also was very smart in the way they gave out only that one paragraph. They gave one paragraph making a fleeting mention. I repeat, it was only a fleeting mention of the FAA advisory. They very smartly worded it. What they did not tell you is what Republic TV reported and what Shravan is also talking about, the FAA full advisory, in which they spoke about fuel switch. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2018, the FAA said that on the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, there could be an issue, a situation where the fuel switch can go from run to cut off. They said it is a possibility. And they warned about it in 2018. And as you're watching this broadcast, we are telling you, ladies and gentlemen, DGCA has woken up after 8 years, after a tragedy. 1 month after the crash, they have just hours after Republic wrote to them asking, why didn't you act on the FAA advisory? They have been forced to issue a guideline and they have asked everyone now. Shravan, can you take us through what they have done essentially now? What have they asked for? And they've also very smartly now used the word mandatory. It seems to be a last-ditch attempt to save face. They are now calling it mandatory.
Well, if you see the FAA, it is an advisory which is certainly not mandatory, because it is for the DGCA, it is the role of the DGCA which is now being questioned, because DGCA never made it mandatory to begin with. They had not given any instructions to the airline operators to basically carry out this inspection or these checks to be carried out. There was no mention whatsoever. Secondly, what's important to point out here is that in this particular directive that has been issued, a short while back, a confirmation came in around 5:30 this evening when this directive was actually issued. Here they're basically giving time to the airline operators till about 21st. Now, what are they asking them to do? They are advised complete inspection required under SAIB dated 17th December, no later than 21st of July. Inspection plan and report after accomplishment of this inspection shall be submitted to the DGCA. Now they are saying this because remember in the AAIB report, they had made a clear mention of the FAA advisory. In fact, that probe report also makes a mention of the fact that Air India did not adhere to it. In fact, they did not carry out any inspection or any check as far as this fuel locking system is concerned. And the fact of the matter is this, that the FAA and the other countries' safety advisors, they had all looked into this particular issue. cropping up with regards to multiple fleets of the Boeing. In fact, not just 787, but there are other fleets of Boeing that had also come under the scanner. And that is the reason why an advisory was actually issued to the airline operators to basically do an inspection of several fleet, which also included 787 of the Boeing.
Shravan, stay with me. Captain Kabir Malik is joining us on the broadcast. Sir, Dr. Malik, Captain Malik Kabir. Captain Kabir, we have the full FAA guideline that was issued. This is the SAIB advisory that was issued, right? Very smartly, the AAIB made a fleeting mention of it, did not get into the details of that advisory. We accessed the full advisory. We wrote to the DGCA this morning, and hours after we wrote to them, a very detailed questionnaire asking for explanation why they did not act on the advisory. Today, sir, just a few minutes back, they have issued a full advisory here, signed by a certain R.B. Jamir, Director of Airworthiness. It's been issued a few hours after we wrote to them. 7 years after the advisory, they have woken up. I'd like to get your response, Captain Malik.
See, actually, I was not aware about this, but I had an idea a long time back when on 12th of June, I had first interview on your TV.
Yes.
So I said it the same question. I raised the same question that time also. And I was a bit curious also why this action had not been taken by yet so far. It's been long time from the 2018 to 2025. It was almost 7 years has to come now. So it is really very shocking, and I think so be questionable also. Many questions are here, raised by many departments also. So this is really a very shocking thing, I think, so for everyone in the aviation industry.
Sir, 12:30 p.m. Captain Malik, we send them a questionnaire. 12:30 p.m. we send them a questionnaire asking why did you and what did you do about the 2018 FAA advisory. And when you go into the details of the FAA advisory, you know what is even more shocking? Let me read out the FAA advisory. The FAA advisory specifically spoke about, and I'm reading from it, Model 7878, which is the same Boeing Dreamliner that crashed in Ahmedabad. You know what else it said, sir? Let me read out for you. It said, the fuel control switches are installed on the control stand in the flight deck, used by the pilot to supply or cut off fuel to engines. The fuel control switch has a locking feature to prevent inadvertent operation that could result in unintended switch movement between the fuel supply and fuel cutoff position. In order to move the switch from one position to the other, under the condition where the locking feature is engaged, it is necessary for the pilot to lift the switch up while transitioning the switch position. And if the locking feature is disengaged, switch can be moved between two positions without lifting the switch during transition, and the switch would be exposed to the potential inadvertent operation. It could result in unintended consequences such as in-flight engine shutdown, which is exactly what happened in Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Exactly what happened. Word to word, it's exactly what happened, sir. In 2018, they had the warning.
They in 2018, they issued the advisory for every airline in the world. And I thought some action had been taken by particular airlines like Etihad or Emirates also that time, but there was no fault had been found at that side that time. But there is a question, one more question is very important over here. If they issued the advisory in 2018 and then sent it to every airline of the world, and it had come to the India also. So did they ask for the report of their advisory, what the action had been taken by the airlines from different countries? Did they ask for the Indian airline also? I don't think so. They were also sleeping. If we were just blaming one side to our DGC or one side, only it is not fair, I think so. Because this company is already in question mark since this machinery is made by this company in 2011, I think. And many of questions and the claims has been raised by their employees and engineers in 2014, 2016, and 2017-18 also. And then they kick out that them from the company. Forcefully they resign. They took the resign of the engineers that time also. That means this Boeing is very much aware about that what they are doing with the people's safety. And the passenger safety and the airline safety measures, they ignored it completely. And all the things, it had come on the head of this Air India and the DGCA. I don't think so. it is a very, serious matter which we have to look internationally. Also, we have to show against this Boeing and the international. I think so. This related agencies also.
Yeah, stay with me. I'm going across to Harsha, my colleague, also joining us. Harsha, there were many warnings. Harsha's live at the Ministry of Civil Aviation as we speak. We'll get Shravan and Kritat live on the story. But Harsha, you've been tracking the story. DGCA has had several questions to answer, including this advisory.
Yes, Niranjan, and it is us, it is Republic, that after our questionnaire that they have to respond. And to tell you, since the time the AIB report was out, from that time, Niranjan, to till now, has not been one. There has been several countries, Niranjan, who have flagged the issue of fuel switch. We also broke in your bulletin only, that was exclusive program. We broke it that how Air India knew that there was a fuel switch issue. And we have the exclusive reports from other countries as well. We have from UK, their civil aviation body, now South Korea civil aviation body, and Etihad Airways as well. All these airways are now telling their pilots to do the necessary inspection of the fuel switch in the aircraft whenever they go for maintenance check and before the pilot takes off the aircraft. And might that DGCA has written in its notice that for all airline operator, but to tell our viewers that it is only Air India in our country, only Air India which has the Boeing aircraft. Neither SpiceJet, neither Indigo, neither Akasa, none of these airlines have the Boeing aircraft. Only Air India has the maximum number of Boeings which are operating, and there is some maintenance issue. This morning, Campbell Wilson, in the letter to all its employees, stated that there is no maintenance fault, there is no mechanical fault in the Boeing aircraft. It was fit to fly. If it was fit to fly, then why in the annual maintenance report of Air India, they never ever inspected the fuel check? They went by saying the SAIB, the airworthiness body, has clearly stated that it's not mandatory. Then now why they are checking? Now why inspections are being done? That means they didn't compliance by the notice, by the regulation of the SAIB, of the FAA. They didn't comply by in 2018, 2020. None of the notice was complied by Air India. And now they are doing these inspections. They are changing the wiring location in their fleets, not only of Boeing 787, but other Boeing fleet as well. They are doing it because they know there's some issue. Whether it is mechanical, whether it's electrical, we don't know about it. That's the matter of investigation. But yes, now if Etihad Airways is saying, now if South Korean ministry is stating, now if United Kingdom Civil Aviation Body is asking all its pilots to check Boeing, to inspect the Boeing, to see that fuel switch is operating precisely or not, whether there is any wiring issue, whether there is any fuel spark control relay issue in the fuel switch, everything has to be checked. Because now AVT ANB has crashed. Now it raises serious questions because the passengers' safety is of utmost importance, which now Air India has to understand. And now DGCA is the last regulatory body. If we compare to the regulatory bodies in other countries, in other parts of the world. DGCA has woken up last because since yesterday we have been mailing DGCA, we have been speaking to DGCA. My sources we have been speaking to. I have been personally speaking to the Secretary Mocha and the other officials regarding what has been done till now. But today afternoon, when the Republic sends them questions, their response now comes out as a notice because they understand there's a serious issue and they can't leave it because other countries are monitoring it. Back to you.
Be with me. I have Kritat also joining us. Shravan and Kritat joining us on the broadcast. Kritat has gone through the detailed document trail as well. Kritat, how many warnings came in? And what did each of these warnings tell the DGCA over the years?
Indeed, and there are multiple warnings, but the most important one, Niranjan, today is the FAA Aviation Safety Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin that is dated December 17th, 2018, ladies and gentlemen. That's about 7 years old. Now, why this document is important is because this is the biggest factor, the fuel switch factor, which has come under scrutiny in the AIAB report that has come out in the investigation of the AI-171 crash. Now, in that report, according to the AIB, it took 0.1 seconds for both the fuel engines to be cut off from their fuel supply from the cockpit. Now, this is 0.1 second, the number has been given by the AAIB in their own report. Now, why this is important? Because here the FAA all the way back in 2018 had signaled that there were some technical issues in the locking mechanism of these fuel cutoff switches. And if this locking mechanism were not in place, then it could lead to inadvertent consequences. If I read the text of this document, it sounds almost prophetic, as if it was already predicting that something wrong can happen if this is not solved. Let me read out the document for our viewers. The fuel control switch has a locking feature to prevent inadvertent operations that could result in unintended switch movement between the fuel supply and the cutoff positions. What does this mean? This means that in order to move the switch from one position to another, the condition whether the locking feature is engaged is necessary for the pilot to switch up while transitioning the switch position, meaning the button has to be pulled up and then only it can be moved. Subsequently, this report says that if the locking feature is disengaged, meaning if it is not active, if it is not working, then the switch can be moved between the positions without lifting the switch for transition, and the switch can be exposed to potential inadvertent operations, meaning these are unintended and inadvertent operations. An inadvertent operation of the switch could result in unintended consequences such as an in-flight engine shutdown. Now, this is very important to read in the context of the AAIB report, in which they stated a very vague and ambiguous paraphrased conversation between the two pilots based on the cockpit voice recorder, in which it was said that the first pilot asked the second, "Why did you cut off the engines?" And the second was alarmed and surprised and said that they did not cut it off. Now, read the two things in context. Even in the 2018 report, the AIB report, this 2018 citation was mentioned, but the DGCA did not release a notification on 12th when this report was released, Niranjan. They released it today after Republic put out a very tough questionnaire questioning it on what it has done in context of this 2018 report. And the results are out. It has now put out an advisory for all Boeing aircrafts operating in the country to go and carry out the directives and checks of the fuel switches, which are at the center now of this AAIB report in the AI-171 crash controversy.
Yeah. And in fact, what is really ironic is that they have said in this advisory that has been issued, and a copy of which is also in my hand, they have said